state is requesting the introduction of an exhibit that we believe is highly relevant, but Your Honor has to make a ruling on it. So.
Okay.
So the state would call Dr. Noelia Hernandez.
It looked like the defense brought in an exhibit as well. Do we need to talk about that?
That's just demonstrative, Judge.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is that for testimony or for
Reasonable doubt instruction. That's,
Oh.
that's
Standard.
form.
standard instruction?
Yes, sir.
And there's one other issue we want to just address that as
Okay.
well.
If you'll raise your right hand, you swear or affirm testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I agree.
You take a stand. All right, ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Defense, do you want, for purpose of the proffer, to stick to her training and experience?
Sure.
Okay. Dr. Noelia Hernandez, good morning.
Good morning.
Where is it that you work,
At the District 21 Medical Examiner's Office.
and what is your role or assignment there?
I'm an Associate Medical Examiner.
Did you have the opportunity to review and analyze a case involving a victim by the name of Kayla Rincon-Miller?
Yes, I did.
And in your examination, what was the cause of her death?
It was complications of a gunshot wound of her torso.
And
And if you could do me a favor, talk a little slower and a little louder.
All right.
Thank you.
may I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel 7D. Dr. Hernandez, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 7D. Would you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize the photograph?
Yes, I did.
And what does this photograph show?
It's a picture of the entrance wound on the decedent.
May I show this for purpose of the hearing, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm not going to introduce anything through her now. That's
Okay.
okay. We will during the trial. Were you able to determine anything about this gunshot wound specifically? As far as like what's surrounding the wound, are you able to tell what that causes?
Yes.
Okay, and if you could just describe to the court what that is.
You might need to get out of the way so she can see it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to stay by the mic
All
and.
right. I appreciate it.
So the abrasion, the gray abrasion surrounding the wound, what that tells me is the distance of the weapon from the entrance gunshot wound, as well as telling me it's an entrance.
Okay, so let's talk first about it being an entrance wound. How are you able to tell that it's an entrance wound?
So we can determine something's an entrance wound based on the characteristics, as well as, for example, if a wound has soot in it, we know it's the entrance because you do not get soot on an exit wound. The abrasion around it usually helps as well. Any of those characteristics, it's also more rounded, and oftentimes it'll be like more even than the exit gunshot wound. Things like that help us tell entrance from exit.
And were you able to determine whether there was an exit wound on Kayla's body?
Yes.
Where was that exit wound?
It was on the lower part of her back.
Now, in this photograph, we see some lines. It looks like 5 lines or so near the entrance wound of the gunshot. Have you ever seen any of these kinds of markings from any sort of medical intervention?
No, I have not.
And based on your training and experience, is it your belief that these are not likely to have come from any kind of medical intervention?
That's correct.
I have nothing further from this witness.
Okay.
Morning.
Good morning.
Doctor, those 5 lines, 4 of them super faint. What made those marks? Can you say with any degree of scientific certainty?
No, I cannot.
So you're saying in your experience there's no signs of intervention that would have made those marks. Did you test them?
I did not do this case, and no, I did not test them.
How would you, as a doctor, how would you go about seeing if those marks came from medical intervention?
We normally, depending on the type of procedures they did, we have an idea of the type of instruments and the type of incisions they do to have an idea of the type of, we call them artifacts that they can produce during those procedures.
Okay. So do you know if those marks were tested to see if there's any adhesive there?
No, I do not know.
Are you aware of any types of medical or life-saving procedures were used in this case?
Yes.
You were that there was a pressure seal applied repeatedly to your chest.
I was not aware, no.
So on and off, on and off, on and off. You weren't aware of that?
No.
So you don't know if that's adhesive?
So adhesive shouldn't cause, those are abrasions, and you don't usually get abrasions from an adhesive.
All right. So you know there are abrasions because you tested them?
I can tell they're abrasions based on their appearance.
Just a minute first.
Yes.
Based upon their appearance, you're saying that these are abrasions.
If you look, for example, the ones you can tell easier from here, the second and the third one, you can tell that the skin is broken and you can see the pink area. So the top layer of the skin has come off, if you want to call it that. So that's how you know this is an abrasion.
But you're basing that just based solely upon what you're seeing on the screen, like the rest of us, right?
Well, I also saw the pictures, better quality, not on the screen, but yes.
Right. So, Judge Mayo.
Yeah.
So looking at the picture itself, close up, is what you're saying, because I can look at this closer up.
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
That's how you're forming your opinion?
based on the picture and also on the report and all the notes from the doctor, yes, I can tell it's their abrasions.
All right, but the notes from the doctor, you didn't look at the body yourself.
I did not.
So when did you get on this case?
When I was asked to testify for it to cover for the doctor that actually did the case.
And when was that?
Maybe like 2 months ago,
2 months.
approximately. I don't remember the exact date.
So the qualifications you have from all the rest of us, in the courthouse, using our eyes and judging this, you're saying that this is an abrasion as opposed to adhesive, as opposed to anything else that might have been done at the hospital or at the scene. Is that correct?
Based on looking at it and based on all the other wounds I've examined throughout my career, yes, I can tell you that's an abrasion.
So that's your opinion that it's an abrasion?
Yes. I cannot tell you, I can tell you I've never seen anything like it in the hospital, but like I said, I can't tell you what caused it.
You can't tell us what caused.
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Dr. Hernandez, I did forget to ask you, we talked about this being an entrance wound. Are you able to determine how far away the firearm would have been from Kayla when the gunshot was fired?
Yes.
And how close would that gun have been to Kayla?
So in this case, this is what we call the loose contact wound, and which means that the weapon is not hard pressed into the skin, but almost contact to the skin, which would be about 2-3 centimeters at most, the distance from the muscle to the skin.
So at most, the muzzle of the firearm was 2 to 3 centimeters from Kayla's chest.
That's correct.
And your training and experience includes conducting approximately how many autopsies in your career?
Probably about 1,600 so far.
And out of the 1,500 to 1,600 autopsies, you've never seen any markings like that consistent with medical intervention.
That's correct.
And when you looked at the photographs of Kayla's body, were you able to see signs of medical intervention?
Yes.
And you were able to determine those different markings were due to medical intervention.
Yes.
And that's all of the questions I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else? I know she opened up a different line of question. Any other cross?
Just to clarify, Doctor, of those 1,600 autopsies you've done, how many of those were from gunshot wounds that caused death?
I'm sorry, what?
How many gun-related autopsies have you performed?
I don't know the exact number off the top of my head. I would say probably at least 300 or 400 of those would be gunshot wounds, could be more, but I'm just trying to estimate. I don't have a clear number.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
Nothing
Or
further.
you can sit down, thank you.
The state calls Amy Schober.
You can sit down.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
We'll call you back soon.
Okay.
Bless you.
Raise your right hand. You swear a firm testimony you give will be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Take the stand. We got
Thank you, Your Honor.
continue.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Amy Schober, Schober.
Where are you currently employed?
I am a forensic specialist for the Cape Coral Police Department.
How long have you been a forensic specialist for them?
Almost 8 years now.
Could you just tell the court what your education is?
Yes. I have a Bachelor of Science in Forensic Science from the University of Central Florida, as well as a Master of Science in Forensic Science from the University of Florida.
And what type of training and experience do you have to do your job?
So first and foremost, I am a certified crime scene analyst with the Florida Department of International Association for Identification. That takes several hundred hours of ongoing training. We recertify every 2 years to do that. I also have over 1,200 hours of on-the-job training. That consists of continuous education every year of at least 40 hours.
And how many crime scenes would you say that you have gone to?
In my 17 years of experience, probably thousands.
And I want to go back to your experience prior to Cape Coral Police Department. Could you just tell the court what experience you have prior to that?
Yes, so prior to that, I was employed as a crime scene investigator with the Orlando Police Department. Prior to that, I was employed as a crime scene investigator for the Polk County Sheriff's Office.
Now, did you get involved in an investigation involving the murder of Kayla Rincon-Miller?
Yes, I did.
And I'm not going to take you through all of what you did at this time, but I want to go specifically to some work you did for Detective La Salandra. What was it that he asked you to do?
He specifically asked me to compare a firearm to an injury that was on the victim to see if that would be something that was inconsistent or consistent.
Okay. And was there a specific firearm that he wanted you to compare?
Yes.
And what was the type of firearm?
It was a Glock 27 Gen 5.
And were you able to find a Glock 27 Gen 5?
Yes.
How were you able to do that?
I had to contact a local firearms dealer and make sure that they had it in stock and then go to them to obtain photographs of that to use in my comparison.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
I'm going to show defense counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 26. You can take a look at State's Exhibit 26. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a picture of the firearm that I photographed at the firearms dealer.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Okay.
When you checked out this firearm, tell the court the work that you did to go about trying to determine if it was consistent or inconsistent with the injury on Kayla.
So my first job was to obtain photographs of the firearm. Specifically of interest were the serrations that you see on the front end of the firearm. There's numerous parallel lines. Those are grip assistance serrations so that when you're moving the slide on the firearm, you can have a better grip on it.
And are you referring to these lines on the front as well as the lines on the back of the
Yes.
firearm?
I obtained photographs of those areas of the firearm using a scale.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing 26A and 26B to the defense counsel. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes, I do.
And what do these exhibits show?
These are 26A is a photograph of the firearm, again, this time with the scale included, and 26B is a photograph of that front end of the same firearm with the scale included.
And did you scale all parts of the firearm?
I did photograph all parts of the firearm.
And I'm showing 26A, and on top of the firearm, is that the scale you're referring to?
Yes.
And then I'm showing 26B, and is that just showing the various markings on the front of the side of that firearm?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your reason for scaling, putting a scale with these photographs?
So I was aware that the injury to the victim was photographed at the medical examiner's office using a scale as well. In order to compare the two, I need to have a scale in both photographs. So I included a scale in the firearm photograph so that I could compare it to the scale with the injury photographs.
And I'm showing you State's Exhibit 7D, which we just saw with Dr. Noelia Hernandez. We see this scale in this corner area, and is that what you were using to make sure that you scaled the firearm parts with the injury correctly?
Yes.
And after you got them to scale, what is it that you did next?
So I needed to compare them to one another. In order to do that, I uploaded both images into a program called Photoshop. I then changed the transparency of the firearm image so that you could see whatever image was placed behind it. Once they were scaled, I overlapped the image of the firearm with the image of the injury and compared it from there.
And when you scaled it and adjusted it in Photoshop, did you change the image anyway as far as altering it?
So the overall size of the image is changed, but you can do an aspect ratio lock. So that is the length and the width of the image. Those are changed together so that the image isn't distorted in any way.
And so by doing that, you're making them the right scale to be the same scale that's on the injury to Kayla, as well as the same scaling of the firearm.
Correct.
And again, when you're making it the right scale, you're doing the corners of the photo at the same time and locking that in so that the image isn't getting altered or you're not trying to fit it in any way.
Correct.
Now, when you went into doing this, did you have a goal, or what was it that you were trying to accomplish?
So I went into it with the mindset and the goal of trying to disprove that this firearm serrations could be the instrument that caused the abrasions to the victim.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 26C, D, E, and F. I'm going to have you take a look at these exhibits and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, I do.
And what do these exhibits show?
These are various images that I produced showing the overlay of that firearm with the injury.
Okay. And when you talk about the overlay of the firearm, did you do an overlay for each part of the firearm?
Yes,
Okay, so how many overlays were created then?
I believe there were 8.
And so they were showing, if you could just describe what parts of the firearm you did the overlay for.
Right, so in this case, we didn't know the exact orientation of the firearm during the firing, nor what was happening, as I was informed that it was part of a struggle. So we tried to do as many as possible to try and rule out that this could be the item that caused those abrasions. So I did different orientations of the firearm, both the left and the right side, as well as upside down and right side up.
Okay. Let's start with 26D. Actually, I'll go in order. 26C. What do we see here at the bottom?
So at the bottom, you see the scale and the medical examiner's case number.
Okay, and then here, right next to the wound, what do we see there?
That is the scale that I have included in the firearm photo.
And does that scale match the scale that we see in the photograph from the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
Okay, and then this overlay, is this what you created using Photoshop with the different mechanisms you just spoke about?
Yes, so that you could see both the firearm and the injury simultaneously.
All right, and what part of the firearm is this overlay from?
So this is the front end of the firearm. The scale that you see that I placed that's closest to the wound is actually the muzzle end of the firearm. That little notch that's towards the lower left side of the photograph, that's the front sight of the firearm.
Okay, I'm going to show you 26D, and it appears that you have a scale at the top of the overlay. Can you describe what part of the firearm this overlay is from?
Yes, so this is just a different orientation of the same firearm. Again, you can see that little notch. This time it's towards the top right of the photograph. That would be the front sight, and those are the serrations. In this one, the muzzle again is pointed towards that scale that I've placed, so it would be pointed towards the top left of the photograph.
So the muzzle would be pointing away from the wound.
Correct.
Now I'm showing States Exhibit 26E, and what does States Exhibit 26E show?
Okay, so this is the left side of the firearm, and when I say left or right, I'm referring to the left as if you are holding the firearm. So this is the left side of the firearm. Again, this one is pointed towards the wound, and you can see the top notch at the top, at the lower left part of the photograph.
Which one are we, where's the top notch?
Right next to
If it would
this.
assist your testimony, you can step down.
Yeah, thank
Might.
you.
Or less confusing. You speak up loudly because there's not a microphone right by you.
Yes. This notch right here would be the front sight of the firearm.
Okay, and then
And obviously, if you all need to move, you can.
this black area that we see behind your overlay you've created, is that the wound on Kayla's body that's showing through?
Yes.
Okay, and then I'll have you stay here. I'll show you 26F. And what does 26F show?
So again, this is the left side of the firearm. In this one, the muzzle is pointed away from the wound, and the front sight that I've referred to in the other photographs would be here.
Okay, and we just see again the injury showing through in these spots up here.
Yes.
Okay, and based on these photographs, does 26E with the muzzle pointed toward the wound, does this appear to you to be consistent with those wound marks?
I can't observe anything that makes it inconsistent with that injury pattern.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Nothing further, Ms. Strober?
Sweet.
Judge, may I approach the exhibit?
You may. Do you want her to stay down here as well?
That's fine.
Okay,
Take a stand.
that's fine.
Ms. Schober, you indicated that these markings that we have here on the skin are consistent with this pattern, is that right?
They're not inconsistent.
That's another way of saying they're consistent, is that right?
If you'd like to say it that way, yes.
I'm not the one testifying, Ms. Schober.
I chose to say not inconsistent.
So double negative, got it. So these markings are in the valleys of the serrations, is that true?
On that image, yes, I did create another one that shows it moved one down or one up, which would put it in line with either the valleys or the ridges, depending on what you're looking at.
Here we have them side by side, right? Is this the other one? Still in the valleys, yes?
Yes, so I don't believe that one I produced was included in the exhibits.
Okay. Are you a member of the Association of Firearms and Toolmarks Examiners?
No,
So you have no specialized forensic firearms training, is that accurate?
I am a certified firearms specialist.
But you're not a member of the association that is for, I guess, professional development of firearms examiners, is that true?
Correct.
How familiar are you with firearms?
I I do encounter them daily on my job, almost daily on my job.
Do you know the difference between the serrations of a Glock to a Smith & Wesson?
When you say know the difference, what are
Right.
you referring to?
Are you familiar with the, I guess, millimeters of difference between the serrations of a Glock and the Smith & Wesson?
I can tell you that the Glock, the serrations are approximately 3 millimeters, and I cannot tell you what the serrations on a Smith & Wesson would be.
How about a Canik
I cannot tell you what that would be without looking at it.
or a Ruger,
I cannot tell you what that would be without looking at it.
a Taurus?
Cannot tell you what that would be without looking at it.
How about a pattern 1911?
I cannot tell you what that would be without looking at it.
So is it possible that those marks or abrasions, assuming that's what we're calling them, is it possible that a Colt made those?
I would have to compare a Colt in a similar way.
Okay. Did you compare the serrations of a 1911 to those
No.
wounds? Are you aware that there was a 1911 allegedly used in this case?
I don't believe I was aware of that.
Specifically, you went to a firearms store to look for a Glock 27 Gen 5, right?
Yes, to use as a comparison.
So a whole police station where you're at, there's not a single Glock 27 there?
Not as a reference sample, no.
So you're saying that it is consistent with a Glock 27, but it's also, is it fair to say it's also consistent with a lot of serrations found on lots of different firearms in this form?
That may not be true. I would have to do a similar comparison, again, with those firearms to those injuries to make that determination.
But you didn't.
Correct. I was only asked to compare one firearm.
Don't you think it's kind of misleading to say this came from a Glock 27?
I did not say that.
Isn't it misleading to say, I'm going to put a transparency overlay of a Glock slide against the wound entrance and next to the abrasions of the deceased?
I don't believe that to be misleading.
The Glock 27 also has serrations in the back, is that true?
Correct.
And that's to assist with racking the slide, right?
Correct.
Same thing with the front serrations, it's to assist with racking the slide.
Correct.
Can you say with any degree of scientific certainty what firearm, if it was a firearm, made those marks on those abrasions?
I can only say that the firearm that I compared those abrasions to was not inconsistent with those abrasions.
Not inconsistent. Can you say what those marks are consistent with?
I would say that firearm slide based on my comparison.
All right, so now you're changing your testimony from not inconsistent to consistent? Or are we mincing words here?
I think you are mincing words.
Just wait a moment, please.
You may.
Ms. Schober, you consider yourself like a forensic scientist, right?
Correct.
So you're employed by the Cape Coral Police Department?
Correct.
Wouldn't you as a scientist want to know what other firearms these markings are consistent with?
If I was asked to do that comparison, I would have.
So you're just basically doing what you're told to kind of compare the two?
I was asked to compare those injuries to a specific firearm to see if there were any inconsistencies or to rule out that that could be a possible cause of those injuries.
But why not test other firearms?
I'm sorry?
Why not test other firearms?
I wasn't asked to do a comparison to other firearms.
Nothing further.
All right.
That's all the questions I have, just argument, Your Honor.
Okay.
I
Thank you. You
believe,
can sit down.
thank you. Judge, I believe that this testimony is highly relevant to the case. We've heard that a Glock 27 belonged to Jessica Stein. We saw those records about this exact make and model of firearm that Ms. Schober looked at. We know that the Glock 27 was missing right after the murder. We heard that from Jessica Stein. For her to see if the slide was consistent with the injuries is highly relevant. We also heard from Dr. Hernandez that the the injury was close up in close range, so that would be consistent with the struggle with the firearm causing that abrasion, and it would show that it was likely that that firearm was the one that was used to kill Kayla. This witness is not saying that it's her opinion that this firearm is the firearm that killed Kayla. She's simply using her scientific skills and her knowledge and comparing the wound to a overlay created with the slide. It is definitely prejudicial, but to the defendant in this case, but it's not unfairly prejudicial. It's relevant. It's within the scope of her knowledge and testimony. Certainly the defense can ask about whether she tested other firearms or did any of that, but the Glock 27 is what is, we believe, relevant to this case, and she did the work, and I believe that work and testimony should come into the court.
Sweet.
Judge, it's hard to put into words how categorically misleading this evidence is. The slide with the overlay with the word Glock on it compared to the wound, when this witness is saying without any degree of scientific certainty, it's consistent with it, right? But it may also be consistent with a Smith & Wesson, a Canik, a Ruger, whatever firearms manufacturers make front serrations or back serrations on a slide. And even the 1911, that's also alleged to have been used during the course of the robbery by Christopher Horne Jr. It's too misleading, Judge, to members of this jury to put a Glock slide superimposed to these wounds in front of this jury. It is categorically misleading to say that this is consistent with such a wound, when it's also consistent with so many other firearms, assuming that that's what made these marks. And I understand that the state acknowledges it's prejudicial because it is, but that prejudice is vastly outweighed without any semblance of relevance in this case. The danger is so great, Judge. You can't let this kind of information in front of the jury. You just can't.
Any rebuttal?
Just real briefly, Your Honor. At the end of the day, the jury still has to form their opinion about whether it is or it isn't, about what weight to give it. This is not misleading in any way. Again, he can argue that another type of firearm could cause these marks, but the gun at issue is the Glock 27, and it's entirely proper testimony for her to testify to that.
All right, I've listened to the arguments of counsel. I've listened to the testimony regarding the proffers. The court finds that the probative value of the evidence presented by the witness and the exhibits used is not substantially outweighed by any prejudicial effect. While I understand it is prejudicial, evidence is potentially prejudicial, but the rule requires the prejudicial effect to substantially outweigh the probative value. I don't find that it does. So I would, assuming there's not any, if there's any other objections, certainly I would hear it, but as far as that particular objection goes, I believe the questions go to the weight of the evidence, not its admissibility in that regard.
Judge, would the court at least consider keeping out the photographs of the the slides, the superimposed slides with the word dog on it?
No. My ruling applies to everything that was presented during the trial. Okay.
The only other issue I just want to raise that came up yesterday, and I briefly addressed it, but I'm concerned with further questioning. One of the big issues in this case is the witness tampering that came about where Christopher Horne's mother, father, and aunt were arrested based on statements that Jessica Stein gave to the Coral Police Department. Those statements she gave were specific to a meeting that they had at a park, and then it went to like a grandmother's house or somewhere nearby. In those, the statements she made, she talks about threats to her life, talks about all these horrible things that they did and said. We, as Your Honor knows, she did not know she was being recorded. We got that recording that recorded that entire exchange at the park and then afterward. In that entire exchange, it was an entirely different story than Jessica Stein told police officers. And based on that, the charges were dropped by the state. Some of the things that happened in that exchange were Thomas Stein did say he was involved in the murder. We have the discussion about getting rid of the firearms. We have multiple discussions about the evidence in this case. As soon as the state got that recording, we turned that over to the defense. We also turned the entire case file from the witness tampering, including the depositions, including the statements made. And so the suggestion by defense in the opening is that the state dropped the charges against Christopher Horne's parents because somehow of his cooperation. The defense knows that is entirely false. Additionally, the defense solicited testimony from Mrs. Stein that was fully contradicted by the recording. And while the state recognizes and realizes we can't introduce that recording to impeach her, the defense is aware of what's said on that recording. And so to elicit further testimony that's inconsistent, wholly inconsistent, he's painting a picture for the jury that is inaccurate and false. And so I would my hands are obviously tied, but we still have ethical duties as to where we can go and how we can paint the evidence based on what we as the attorneys know happened in this case. So that's my concern going forward with questioning regarding that specific incident that we do know exactly, both defense and the state, what happened.
What do you want me to do?
I don't want you to do anything now at this point. I just want it to be very clear that I will be objecting to any further questionings, any kind of suggestion that's inaccurate from that evidence.
Judge, can I respond to that?
Absolutely.
She claims that she has this secret recording that was made by Christopher Horne Sr. that covers the entire exchange, but that's not accurate. There's 4 different people from the Christopher Horne's family that were there at the park, there at the house. There are different conversations going on at the same time. And to say that Thomas Stein admitted that he took part in the killing is absolutely false. I've listened to it repeatedly.
You all can address the court.
Judge,
And if necessary, I can listen to the recording.
Judge, certainly, if Ms. Miller has a problem with my ethics, then she knows what she can do, right? She can file a bar complaint. But in fact, I think
I didn't take it as she was accusing you of any ethical violation. I think my understanding from what she's saying is just to make sure that there wasn't something that was presented to the jury that was misleading going forward. This was what I took it as. But I did ask, what do you want me to do? So go ahead.
Judge, the bias or potential bias or credibility of a witness is always relevant. Would you agree with me? Christopher Horne is receiving a benefit. He's testifying. In exchange for that, I am able to argue that his parents' cases were dropped. Because of the prophecy he gave, he allegedly were concerned about the cases that were currently pending. And in fact, Ms. Miller makes him this guarantee. Listen, the the cases against your parents, they've been dropped. This is they're on the second prong, right? I know you were concerned about the first time, but now you can tell us the truth. Judge, I think it's wholly irrelevant for me to be able to go into and pursue that line of questioning that the co-defendant is receiving a benefit. The benefit is that his parents' criminal cases have been dropped. And certainly, Judge, the state's able to pursue or not pursue whatever criminal investigation they want to, and they have in this case. I
But do you agree that then if you go into the testimony about the parents' case being dropped, that the state could go into why the parents' case was dropped, and that they were on the recording and it was quite different from, and I haven't heard it yet, but quite different from what was alleged by Mrs. Stein?
Judge, unfortunately, no. We can't, because the statutes say categorically that the evidence can't be used, not even for impeachment purposes.
Okay.
It can't even come to this court. So I would ask that the court not even listen to it.
Okay. Well, I don't have it, so I can't listen. But you're asking them to kind of use it as a sword and a shield?
I'm sorry?
It sounds like you're kind of asking to be able to use it as a sword and a shield.
No, sir.
Okay.
So the state's asking to shield themselves, to insulate their decision,
Right.
not to pursue the criminal matter. That's
And she's explained why they didn't, was because the allegations, and I haven't heard anything, so I don't know, but the allegations by Mrs. Stein about what happened at this meeting were opposite to what they heard on this secret recording, and therefore the credibility of those allegations, I guess, was determined by the state that it wasn't credible, and so that's why they dropped it. I mean, that's just what's been proposed to the court. So it sounds like you're in disagreement with that, or
Yes, sir. 'Cause
but
then
you
you're-
heard the recording,
You're leaving the specter of a secret recording that's not in front of the jury,
Right.
that they're considering. We can't.
I'm not saying anything in front of the jury about the recording.
Right, but to allow the state to say, well, we listened to a secret recording and conversation afterwards, folks, and that's the reason why we didn't pursue juries.
Well, it's not that they can say that really. I guess the question is, should the court let the defense tell the jury that the sole reason that the state dropped those charges was to get the co-defendant to testify against Mr. Stein? Because that's what it sounds like you're alleging.
Judge, I think I'm allowed to, because that is what happened in this case.
Wait a minute.
They were
Wait. Be really careful about your representations to the court. So, is the state in error about what's on the recording, and that Ms. Stein's statements to the state and allegations were not credible? Are you saying that what Mrs. Miller said is not true?
Judge, I'm saying that the recording does not cover the entire exchange, right? It doesn't cover when they went by her house. It doesn't cover when they went by her house the following week. It doesn't,
Okay.
the recording isn't all encompassing.
Okay. But the recording itself, though, does that, I guess, what's the word I'm looking for, conflict with what Mrs. Stein's allegations were?
Judge, certainly the characterization that it was some, you're going to do this or else, isn't on the report.
Well, I didn't ask that. I just asked if it conflicted.
To that extent, Judge, it does conflict.
Okay, so that could be a reason why the state dropped those
It could be.
charges. So to allow you to tell the jury that the only reason is because they wanted to get the co-defendant to testify against Mr. Stein, without including that, well, also there was conflicting testimony from Mrs. Stein compared to other evidence the state had, would be misleading, right?
That's correct, Judge, because the state also took the deposition of Jennifer Stein, who is Jessica Stein's sister, and there was, I guess, a conflict there that they kind of hung their hat on.
Okay.
And not.
My whole point is I'm not about to let either side intentionally mislead the jury. And so, and I'm not saying that's what you're doing, but I understand Mrs. Miller's warning, I guess, or caution to not let somebody stumble into that. And so that's why I want to make sure we're clear on it all on the same page. If you are going to say that the state dropped the charges against the parents. I think that's fair game, that you can say the state dropped the charges against the parents. But I think if you say the state dropped the charges against the parents to get, solely to get, the reason they dropped the charges was to get the co-defendant to testify against Mr. Stein. From what I've heard, and again, like I said, I haven't heard the recording, so I don't know, but, is that misleading?
Judge, I didn't create the timing of this case.
I just said, is it misleading?
Which part, Judge? I'm sorry.
My question was, if you tell the jury that the reason the state dropped the charges against the parents was to get the co-defendant to testify against Mr. Stein, without regard to any other evidence the state had that was conflicting, would that be misleading?
Judge, I don't know if it's misleading. It could simply because I'm not Ms. Miller. I'm not the one that made the decision to drop the charges. But I can tell you the timing is suspicious, where these charges were pending. An offer for a proffer from Mr. Horne was made. And during that summer, the charges were dropped after the proffer was made.
Right, but to say only that, you would have to pretend not to know there was something on the recording that was conflicting.
Judge, I think both can be true at the same time. But one of those
Sure,
issues
if
can't be brought into
they're
the court.
both true, you could say both.
Right, Judge, but we can't hamstring the defense by saying you have to mention this illegally obtained evidence.
Well, you may not have to say that it's something regarding, you may have to not refer to it as illegally obtained evidence. You could just say they had other evidence that was conflicting.
Okay, they had conflicting evidence.
Yeah.
But there can be no reference to a secret recording made, Judge.
I'll let the state respond to that.
The state is in agreement. We can never bring in the recording or reference it. But I just want to make it very, very clear that this recording was one of the most disturbing things that I received, because I charged 3 people based on the word of Mrs. Stein. And while she gave statements about other conversations or other outside times when Baraka Stewart, Shanice Stewart may have threatened her or interfered with her, I can't say that didn't happen or did not. But this recording is wildly different than what she said happened. And when I say what she say happened, it was during that time frame at the park, and she was very clear that that's when it was happened. As soon as I had that information and reviewed it, I immediately dropped the charges because it was false testimony about what happened. And so the defense does want to use it as a sword and a shield, because they can go in and say A, knowing I can never introduce B, knowing I can never reference it. This isn't some silly conspiracy where the state's trying to give Christopher Horne's parents a chance. In fact, if I could have charged Jessica Stein for perjury, I would have, but my evidence would have been that recording, and I can't use it. That's how serious it was. So going down this road, it is painting a incorrect picture for the jury by saying the charges were dropped to get Mr. Horne to testify, because that is 100% false. So much so that I even provided the defense my notes that I took after meeting with Baraka Stewart and her attorney.
So you've got the notes as well.
Yes.
I may have them, but I will agree with the court. I cannot say that the charges were dropped solely to get Mr. Horne to testify. I agree with that proposition.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Well, what would you say? In other words, how would you say that?
What do you mean?
What? How would you say? You said well, you can't say, but what would you say then in terms of that argument?
I would say that the timing, Judge, because I think the timing is fair game. The offer for a proffer was made, right? The charges are dropped, and he's testifying today. I think that's fair game. There can be other reasons why. Right, Judge, I think the jury can infer from the evidence what they need.
Yes, but you can't imply something you know to be false. In other words, you can't say they dropped these just to get the co-defendant to testify against Mr. Stein, because you were aware of the notes and the recording and the other things that played into that. Does that make sense?
Judge, I understand what the court's saying.
Well, does that make sense? That you can't imply something you know to be false. You would agree with that?
Judge, I don't know it to be false. Because again, the secret recording doesn't cover the entire exchange. I don't know if there was a threat made.
Well, regardless of whether it covered the entire exchange, the issue I asked before was it in direct conflict with the allegations by Mrs. Stein.
Right, and I agree with the court that the characterization of her testimony or her
Allegations.
statements made, right, are in conflict with her.
Were they false, I
I
guess?
guess her demeanor on the recording.
Listening to the recording, looking at the state's notes, would you agree that her statements, allegations were false?
Judge, I don't have the notes in front of me. I don't know if Ms. Miller has.
Well, I'm sure you looked at them before today.
Right, I did,
Okay.
but I don't.
And you listened to the recording.
Yes,
Okay, so were they false?
Judge, the characterization of her notes from the meeting with Baraka Stewart and her attorney.
And the recording?
Yes, they conflict.
Her allegations were false. If you listen to that recording, would you say those are false?
If the only evidence that I had to hang my hat on was the recording, yes.
Okay. What is the other evidence you have to hang your hat on?
Judge, it was clear that from the Stewart's own testimony during their depositions, they'd gone to Ms. Stein's house. They went there afterwards. They
Okay.
talked on the phone. There was text messages back and forth.
I get that, the other times. But what Ms. Miller is saying is that the allegations by Mrs. Stein specifically reference the meeting in the park, which was recorded. Would you agree with that?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. So were her statements about the meeting in the park to the state and those allegations false based on what you heard in the recording?
Judge, it's hard to say. Based solely upon the recording?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that you can't tell the jury something about that or imply something about that would be false. So in other words, if she gave false testimony, which you agree based on hearing the recording, or false statement or allegation, and then the state dropped the charges against the people she alleged to have committed a crime based on those false allegations, you can't just sever that away and say, the reason the state dropped those charges is because they just wanted to get the co-defendant to testify against Mr. Stein. You understand? Because that would be misleading.
Judge, but I think the court's painting was such a broad brush of the evidence they had in the case for the threats that were made against Ms. Stein and her family.
Well, no, I'm talking about just the meeting in the park, the recording of the meeting in the park, and the allegations Mrs. Stein made about the meeting in the park. Because that sounds like that was the gist of the allegations.
Right, but Ms. Stein also indicated that she saw a weapon in the vehicle of Christopher Horne Sr. But that's obviously not covered in the recording.
Okay.
Judge, I think to curtail the defense's ability to say that the deal that Mr. Horne Jr. is getting is a package deal in which his parents' cases were dropped.
Well, that's different from what I said. What I said is you can't tell the jury the sole reason that the parents' cases were dropped were just to get the co-defendant to testify against Mr. Stein. You can say that the parents had charges against them. Those charges were dropped. I think you can say, something to the effect of the timing of those charges being dropped maybe caused some concern or what have you, but you can't say that the reason the state did that is only because they wanted to get the co-defendant to testify against Mr. Stein.
Judge, I think we're on the same page. We're in agreement.
Okay.
But I can't say that the sole reason that they dropped the charges against the parents was to get Mr. Horne to testify.
Right.
We're in agreement, Judge.
Okay. State?
I think the way Your Honor said about the questions he could ask would be appropriate. If I think he's going beyond that, I will object.
Okay. Yeah, my purpose in this is just to make sure everybody gets their day in court but that it's very important, obviously, as you know, you're both excellent lawyers, that you can't say something that you know to be misleading to the jury. And so that's what I just want to clear up, make sure. I don't think you will, but I just want to make sure we're clear on that.
Thank you.
All right.
State's ready.
Okay. All right. Ready to bring the jury in?
Yes.
Defense ready?
Judge, can we have some left on the break? I'm sorry.
I'm ready to
Okay.
get going. Do you need to?
I can step out.
5 minutes.
Whew, okay. Well, that got pretty heated. So this is day 3 of the Thomas Stein murder trial. This morning, what's been happening is that there have been arguments, evidentiary arguments. The defense or the prosecution wants to get the ballistics report in with the ballistics expert. The defense obviously does not like that because, well, it confirms the prosecution's theory. It's kind of one of those arguments of, Your Honor, they can't put this on the stand. They can't put this before the jury because, well, it makes my client look guilty. Yeah, well, that's not really how trials work, is it? So that will be coming in. This conversation, though, about the incident in the park with the Steins and the Hornes is really interesting. And this was something I did not know, that Mrs. Stein made a report that indicated that Christopher Horne's family were trying to come up with ways to hide evidence, and that the Hornes were actually arrested for that and charged. And then there was a secret recording. Turns out that Christopher Horne's father recorded this conversation and turned that over to the prosecutor's office. And it turns out that Ms. Stein lied her ass off. That's scary because she said it again on the stand. And the problem the prosecution has is that the recording was made illegally. He made that recording when the other people present didn't know. Here in Idaho, we're a single party consent state. So if I know something's being recorded and I can record somebody else, and that can be used. Obviously, Florida isn't, so they cannot use that. But what the prosecution is arguing about is that the defense intends to say that the reason that Christopher Horne got the plea deal that he got was so that the charges would be dropped against his parents. And the prosecutor is saying that is absolutely 100% not true. And the defense knows it's not true. They have the recording and they have the notes from the prosecutor's office indicating that they learned that this was a lie. And that's why they dropped the charges. And so the prosecution does not want the defense to be able to say to the jury that, hey, this is all because Christopher Horne didn't want his parents to go to jail. And he clearly does want to imply that, the prosecutor or the defense attorney does. Yeah, Christine, I agree with you. As much as I think that the prosecutor would love to present that recording, it is illegal and cannot be presented. It's pretty wild. This defense attorney is pushing as hard as possible, which of course is his job to do. But yeah, that this is a very sticky place to be in. I mean, the prosecutor said that she would like to charge Thomas's mother for perjury, but she can't because the evidence is illegal. So we'll see what the defense attorney does. I think he's going to do it anyway. He's pretty clear. The dude's got some major attitude and has had through this whole trial. He's been like that. He was like this yesterday when he freaked out and asked for a mistrial, and he's pretty fiery. But I think that he will probably try it and try to get away with it and end up with some objections from the prosecutor and probably get into some trouble with the judge, because the judge has told him, you can't do that. You've seen the evidence that that's not true. So, this is heating up quickly, but it's also almost over. The defense or the prosecutor said they had 3 or 4 witnesses this morning, and then they would be done. Now, they had implied they'd be done by noon, by lunchtime at this trial, which obviously we're behind it by 2 hours. But I'm not sure if that's true. I don't know if this is going to wrap today or if it's not going to wrap till Monday now, because this took a long time. This took a lot more time than they were intending it to take. The judge wanted this to be like a 15-minute hearing before the jury came in. And the jury has been waiting an extra hour and 10 minutes beyond what the judge expected that they were going to wait. He thought they'd have, them in court. So I don't know. Pretty interesting, though, this case. Man, that Stein woman is a piece of work, isn't she? I don't know. Let me know in the chat what you think, if you think he's going to do it anyway. Right. His case falls apart if you don't let him use this info. It does. He's got no case anyway. I don't know why they're at trial. It doesn't make any sense to me, considering that Christopher Horne has pled to second-degree murder. Well, that's what this guy's that's what he's likely going to be charged with anyway. So, or not charged with, but convicted of once he's convicted. Oh, thank you. They are fake nails, actually. I started doing my own. And you can't, I don't know if you can see it, but they're a Galaxy cat eye. You can kind of see it. I love them. Anyway, they're coming back, but I just wanted to touch base with you on that because that was quite an exchange. Thanks for being here with me, guys.
So easy. There's people working on the elevators next doors. Close down, cut down the noise.
tree.
All right, please be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. By a show of hands, is anyone on the jury not able to follow the court's previous instructions about doing any research, looking up anything, or discussing anything about their services as a juror on the case? Seeing no hands, ready to proceed, state and call the next witness.
Thank you. The state calls Noelia Hernandez.
Okay, you'll face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You take a seat.
May I inquire?
You may.
Good morning. Would you please state your full name?
Dr. Noelia Alemar Hernandez.
And how do you spell your first name?
Noelia, Noelia.
And how do you spell your last name?
So the first one is Alemar, Alemar, and the second one is Hernandez, Hernandez.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm an associate medical examiner
And where do you practice?
at the District 21 Medical Examiner's Office.
Is that located right here in Fort Myers?
Yes.
How long have you been employed there?
It'll be 7 years in September.
In order to get your job there, did you have to achieve a certain educational background or degree?
Yes.
And what was that?
So I did 4 years of bachelor's degree in chemistry at the University of Puerto Rico, followed by 4 years of medical school at the University of Puerto Rico as well. Then I had to do training in anatomic pathology, which I completed at NYU over in New York. And then I had to do a year of training in forensic pathology, which I did at the Miami-Dade Medical Examiner's Office. And I also had to get board certified in both anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
And as part of your job at the medical examiner's office, do you participate in any continuing education programs?
Yes, I did.
Such as?
Review of literature. We have to do certain questions and certain testing every so often.
What sort of duties do you have as an associate medical examiner?
So our main duties are to determine the cause and manner of death of individuals by doing autopsies or performing external examinations, reviewing medical records, reviewing the results of whatever testing we need, such as toxicology, histology, microbiology. And we also, as part of our duties, we also have to oftentimes testify in court, such as today.
And in doing your examinations and evaluations and testing, do you also keep a record or document what you do?
Yes.
And what is that contained in a case file?
Yes.
What other than a report is contained in a case file that you create as you're doing your medical examinations?
So in the physical case file, it'll have the autopsy report, all the diagrams with our notes from the autopsy, the investigator report, any chain of custody, transport paperwork, things such as that. And then we have a digital database, and we'll keep pictures there as well. Any medical records that we receive, anything like that, any x-rays that we take will be kept digitally as well.
And so any body that requires an autopsy, they are assigned a case number, and that same case file would be kept for any individual that has an autopsy completed, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And that's just kept in the regular course of what's required of the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
As part of your duties with the medical examiner's office, did you have the opportunity to review an autopsy report such as we've talked about for case ME case number 003382024?
Yes, I did.
And were you the medical examiner or assistant medical examiner originally assigned to that case?
I was not.
Who was that individual?
It was Dr. Tracy Shipe.
And so is she the doctor who performed the initial autopsy?
Yes.
Did she take photos during that autopsy?
Yes, she did.
And did she complete the case file for that autopsy as it relates to her investigation, examination, and findings?
Yes, she did.
And that's the same type of case file that we've talked about that's created for every autopsy that's completed at the medical examiner's office?
That's correct.
And did you review that entire case file for this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you review the photographs?
Yes, I did.
And based on the review of those photographs, were you able to do an independent evaluation of the case involving that case number?
Yes, I did.
And for that case number, was the autopsy performed on an individual named Kayla Rincon-Miller?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yeah.
I'm showing defense counsel regarding the entrance states exhibit 7 and 7A. And then this is 7B and 7C. Doctor, I'm placing in front of you what's been marked as states exhibit 7, 7A, 7B, and 7C. Sure, right numbers. Can you take a look at those and tell me whether you recognize them?
Yes, I did.
And are these photographs that were contained in the case file you reviewed involving the autopsy of Kayla Rincon-Miller?
Yes, they are.
At this time, the state would move to enter into evidence states exhibit 7B and 7C,
Your objection. Be admitted.
and then 7 and 7A have already been admitted. May I publish these to the jury?
All right.
I'm placing on the viewer what's already been entered as states exhibit number 7, number 7A, number 7B, and 7C. As part of these photographic evidence, do you also, I see in this last exhibit 7C that there's a measuring implement as part of the photograph. What is that? What is the purpose of that during the course of an autopsy?
So we place, that's what we call an L ruler. It has, you can't really see it very well in the screen because of the glare, but it has the ruler, both horizontal and diagonal. And we will take pictures of any injuries or any findings in the body with that ruler so that if somebody's looking at it that wasn't present when you did the autopsy, they can take measurements since the ruler is made for that so that when you take a picture.
And so being able to review the photos as well as those additional measurements and things like that is helpful to you in your evaluations when you're reviewing another medical examiner's file, is that right?
That's correct.
Based on your review of the case file in this case, what was the cause of death of Kayla Rincon-Miller?
It was complications of the gunshot wound in the torso.
And what does that mean?
She had when I say torso, is referring to the chest and abdomen area, and so she suffered a gunshot wound to that area, and she died as complications of it.
And I'm again placing image 7A onto the screen. This defect that we're looking at in the center of Kayla's body, is that an entry wound or an exit wound?
That's the entrance gunshot wound.
Okay. What was the exact injury that caused the death in this case?
The gunshot wound.
Just wanted to make sure I understood. And were you able to determine a manner of death?
Yes,
And what was that?
it was homicide.
How many categories are there for manner of death?
In terms of a medical examiner perspective, there's 5 categories. There's natural, which is somebody that dies of heart disease, for example. We got suicide, which is somebody that takes their own life. Accident, which would be, for example, somebody that dies in a car accident. homicide, which is somebody that dies at the hands of another, and there is undetermined, which is when we can't classify it into one or the other.
May I approach the witness, Your
You
Honor?
may.
I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 7E. Dr. Hernandez, I'm placing in front of you an item that's marked as State's Exhibit 7E. Can you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And is that the death certificate for Kayla Rincon-Miller that was prepared as a result of this case?
Yes, it was.
At this time, the state would move to enter into evidence State's Exhibit 7E.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
When you're reviewing a case where the exact cause of death is a gunshot wound, are you able to make determinations about how far or near a gun is from the body at the time that the gun was shot?
Usually, yes.
And how do you do that?
We look for things such as soot, stippling, searing, muscle imprint, certain characteristics of the entrance wound that would let us know how far the gun would be from the skin.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 7D. Hernandez, I'm placing in front of you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 7D. Can you take a look at that photo and tell me whether you recognize it?
I do.
And what is that?
That is a picture of the entrance wound on Kayla.
So that one wound from her chest?
Yes, that's correct.
At this time, the state would move to enter into evidence State's Exhibit 7D.
No objection.
Be admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
We place that up on the screen. I placed that image on the screen, and you talked about some markings that you can look to in making that determination about how close the weapon was fired at the time it caused the injury. Can you point out for the jury, and if it would help, I could ask that you step down. Do you see or identify any of those particular markings that assisted you in this case?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, you can step down.
So as you can see this defect right here.
You have to speak up a lot louder.
Sorry. This defect right here, that's the entrance wound. This marking around in this gray abraded area, which you usually hear on TV, it's mentioned as referred to as an abrasion color. This is what's most helpful in this case.
Hold on 1 second.
Sorry. Oh, you're gonna bring the microphone.
Just kind of soft spoken, so.
Sorry.
Maybe if we point on the screen.
Oh, I can do that.
And if you want me to move around,
Oh, it won't come off. That's fine. Okay. So, as I was saying, you have the defect in the center, right here. And then that gray area around it, there's an abrasion with some soot deposited on it. And that's one of the main things that, for example, if you have soot on a gunshot wound, it already tells you that's the entrance and not the exit, because you do not get soot on an exit that comes from the muscle. So the pattern of the specific abrasion tells us that this is a what we call a loose contact wound, meaning the weapon is not hard pressed against the skin towards where you see something such as a muscle imprint, which you do not see here. So it's a gunshot wound where the muscle would have been up to 2 to 3 centimeters away from the skin.
Thank you. Yeah, you can sit. And I'm going to point to this, and just so that you have it easy with that, I'm going to point to this up here in the top left-hand corner of the photograph. Those markings that we see there, are those markings that you've seen in that pattern associated with any type of medical intervention in the course of your history as a medical examiner?
No.
And approximately how many autopsies have you completed?
About 15 to 1600.
And of those, how many have included gunshot wounds?
I would estimate maybe somewhere between 300 to 400.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
The state has no further questions for this witness.
More Dr. Haynes. These are all.
They're all the ones that I was going to bring after you were done.
These serrations are markings or patterns next to the wound?
There are linear abrasions on the top left from the wound.
Okay. Can you see what made those?
I cannot.
You're saying that based upon your experience that they're not markings from medical intervention?
I've never seen a pattern abrasions like that for medical intervention before, no.
Do you know what procedures were used at the scene of the crime to try to save this girl's life?
I don't recall off the top of my head. I know better about the procedures that were done in the hospital.
But were you aware that there was a pressure seal applied and reapplied, applied and reapplied?
I mean, it was this morning, but not before then.
Right. Well, I mean, you didn't realize that because I told you about it this morning.
Yes, that's
Right.
right.
Can you say whether or not what these markings are?
I cannot.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No redirect, Your
All
Honor.
right, you can sit down.
Thank you.
She released?
Yes, sir.
Any objection to her being released?
Yes, sir.
All right, you're released from your seat. State call your next witness.
State calls Amy Schober.
May I approach the clerk now?
You may. Just give her a second and she's going to. All right. If you'll face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you.
Do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
You can take a seat.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
You may.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please introduce yourself to the members of the jury.
My name is Amy Schober. I'm a forensic specialist with the Cape Coral Police Department.
How do you spell your last name?
Shober.
How long have you been with Cape Coral Police Department?
Almost 8 years.
What is your educational background?
I have a Master of Science in Forensic Science from the University of Florida, as well as a Bachelor of Science in Forensic Science from the University of Central Florida.
Did you work anywhere prior to Cape Coral Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Where did you work?
I worked at the Orlando Police Department, and prior to that, I worked at the Polk County Sheriff's Office.
How many years were you, and in those positions, what was your assignment or role?
Very similar. I was a crime scene investigator at both locations.
How long were you a crime scene investigator before you went to Cape Coral Police Department?
All in total, including the Cape Coral Police Department, I've been practicing as a forensic specialist crime scene investigator for 17 years.
Have you had any further training and experience since you've had these roles?
Yes.
And what type of training and experience do you have?
So I have over 1,200 hours of on-the-job training. That includes annual training of at least 40 hours of continuing education in various topics of forensic science and crime scene investigation.
Okay. And about how many scenes would you say that you've gone to?
It feels like thousands, so probably close to that, high hundreds, thousands.
Do Did you become involved in a case involving the murder of Kayla Rincon-Miller?
Yes.
When did you get involved?
I was involved on March 18th of 2024.
And what was your involvement?
My first involvement was attending an autopsy of the victim at the medical examiner's office.
What was the purpose of you attending that autopsy?
So we are there to mainly to collect evidence as it's collected from the victim.
And were you able to collect any items from the victim?
Yes.
What types of items did you collect?
I collected the bags that were covering the victim's hands. I collected swabs from the victim's hands, a set of her fingernail clippings. I collected the hospital gown that she was wearing. I collected hair ties and jewelry from the victim, as well as some towels that were with the victim.
Did you photograph all of those items?
Yes, I did.
Once you collected those items, what did you do with them?
I brought them back to the Cape Coral Police Department. The items that were bloody, I had to dry, and then they were later packaged.
After you were done with your role relating to the autopsy, did you do anything else?
Yes.
What did you do next?
Next, that same day, I participated in a search of the area of the crime scene.
And explain what the purpose was of going and doing a search.
So this search was a subsequent search to searches that had already been done the day of the incident. This one involved a canine dog from LCSO, or Lee County Sheriff's Office, and I was there to assist in that.
Was there also a metal detector that was used?
Yes.
Was there anything specific that you were looking for?
Yes, so just additional items of evidence, mainly ballistic evidence.
And when you say ballistic evidence, could you just elaborate?
So we were looking for any spent shell casings or cartridge casings that would have been ejected from a firearm, as well as any projectiles.
And to your knowledge, had any ballistic evidence been collected from the scene prior to you arriving?
No, none had.
And when you were there, was any found?
No.
Now, when you arrived on the scene, do you recall about what time it was you got there to conduct your search?
I can tell you an exact time if I may refer to my notes.
Sure. Will that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Yes.
I arrived on scene at 4:31 p.m.
And that was on March 18th.
Correct.
When you arrived on the scene, was it still blocked off?
No, the scene was not secured at that time.
So there was no crime scene tape anywhere?
Correct.
Was anyone else out there? I know you said canine. How many people would you say were out there with you doing this search?
There was a detective from our agency. There was the LCSO canine deputy and his canine.
And so when you got there, anyone would have been free to drive or walk around this area?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned going to hundreds, if not thousands, of crime scenes. Have many of those scenes involved a firearm that was used?
Yes.
And are you, do you have any kind of specialized firearms training?
Yes, so firearms training is also part of my continuing education, as we do encounter a large number of firearms in forensics and crime scene investigation. Through that, I am also a certified firearms specialist with the International Firearms Specialist Academy.
Could you explain generally how a firearm works?
Would you like a specific type of firearm?
Sure. Yeah, just let's go with a Glock 27. When you use that, how would that work?
Okay, so that is what is called a semi-automatic pistol. In general, if the firearm is loaded, once the trigger is pulled, the slide, which is that top portion of the firearm, will move backwards. At the same time, the firing pin is striking a primer that is on the back of the cartridge case. That causes an internal explosion and ignition of the powder that's in that cartridge case. That energy propels the projectile, or the bullet, from the front end of the gun. That energy also propels backward the casing or cartridge case. If you've ever shot a firearm before, that's what is ejected. So that would come out from the ejection port of the firearm, and the next round would move up into the chamber position.
Are there reasons why that projectile that's ejected when the firearm is fired, why that might not be found?
Yes, there's several reasons.
Okay, can you just explain those?
Yes. So one of them would be with the firing mechanism of the firearm itself. So when that slide comes back, if anything is inhibiting that slide from moving properly, that can cause the casing to not eject or not eject fully. It's what may be called as a stovepipe, but basically that casing would either be retained in there or be retained partially in there, caught up in it. Aside from that, if it does eject fully, it may not be found at a crime scene because it is moved or transported inadvertently from the crime scene by the actions of first responders or people that are, trying to help in the situation, other witnesses, etc.
And did you also help with the execution of a search warrant of 69 West Mariana Avenue?
Yes, I did.
And when did you help with that search warrant?
That was on March 19th.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 16C. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And was this the house that you helped conduct the search?
Yes.
And was that the house that belonged to Jessica Stein?
Yes.
Now, when you went in to do that search, did you take photographs of the inside of the home?
Yes, I did.
And did you search the entire home?
I did, as well as other law enforcement individuals that were present on scene.
And in your search of the home, did you ever find a Glock 27?
No.
Now, at some point, did you do some work for Detective La Salandra?
Yes, I did.
And what was it that you were asked to do?
I was asked to compare the serrations on a Glock 27 Gen 5 firearm to some injuries that were present on the victim.
And did you have you mentioned that no Glock was found in the search warrant of Jessica Stein's home. How were you able to get a Glock 27 Gen 5?
To use as a reference standard, I contacted a local firearms dealer who was able to provide one that I could photograph.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing Defense Counsel State's Exhibit 26. Ms. Shover, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 26. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize this exhibit to be?
This is the Glock 27 Gen 5 that I photographed at the firearms dealer.
At this time, the state will move 26 into evidence.
Judge, I have an objection.
You admitted.
Judge, I said I have an objection.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said you had no objection. I apologize.
Argument, Judge. You're reversed.
I'll listen to you.
At this time, the state would seek to move 26 into evidence.
Okay, noted objection, but the rule going to be admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
Ms. Schober, once you checked out this firearm, what was it that you did with it?
So first I verified that it was the firearm that I was requested to compare. Then I obtained photographs of the firearm to include a scale.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel states exhibits 26A and 26B. Take a look at those and tell me if you recognize 26A and 26B.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize those exhibits?
These are photographs of the firearm that I took that include a scale.
Thank you. At this time, the state will move 26A and 26B into evidence.
Same objection, Judge.
Noted, rule to be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
All right, and what is it that we're seeing in State's Exhibit 26A?
This is the same firearm that you saw in the previous photograph. It just includes a scale to show the overall size.
And I'm showing you State's Exhibit 26B. What does this photograph show?
So this is a close-up photograph of the serrations at the front end of the gun. So the ruler would be covering the muzzle, and what you're seeing are those depressed ridges that are on the front end of the firearm.
What is it that you were trying to analyze or examine by checking out this firearm and putting, scales and taking photographs of it?
So in order to do a comparison, as I was asked, I would need scales in the photographs, both photographs, in order to make sure that the size is consistent between the photographs. So that's the purpose of photographing the firearm with the scales present. And I did know that from the medical examiner's office, we had photographs of the injury that also included a scale.
May I approach the clerk and get 7B?
You may.
Ms. Schober, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 7D. And is this a photograph from the medical examiners with the scale as well as the injury that you were examining?
Yes.
After you took those photographs of the Glock and did the scale, what did you do next?
So I used a commonly available software program called Photoshop to overlay the image of the firearm with the image of the injury. That would allow me to compare it with relative size to show whether that could be ruled out as a possible cause of that injury.
And can you just explain how Photoshop worked or how you used it with relation to this case?
So I would have imported both images, the injury and the photographs of the firearm slide. Since they both have a scale, I could then adjust the scale size of the firearm to be the same scale size as the injury. I can do that with an aspect ratio lock, which basically means as I change the size of that firearm photograph, the length and the width of the picture is locked. So I'm not distorting it in any way. After they're sized correctly, I could then change the transparency of the firearm photograph. So you can basically see through it to see the injury. And then I can then rotate it around and move it into a position that was either, consistent, inconsistent, lined up with those injuries photographs.
And when you were creating these overlays, were you aware of which way a gun may have been positioned when shooting Kayla?
No, from my understanding, it was an altercation that was unseen, and we didn't have any indication which way the firearm may have been oriented at the time of the shooting or at the time of the injury may have been caused. So I did various ones just to cover all of those options.
And so when you adjusted the firearm image in Photoshop, you were making it so that it was the same size and scale as the scale and size used by the medical examiner's office.
That's correct.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing State's Exhibits 26, C, D, E, and F. I'm going to have you take a look at State's Exhibits 26, C, D, E, and F. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes, I do.
Are these photographs that you took of your work that you did in this case?
Yes.
At this time, the state would move 26 C, D, E, and F into evidence.
Same objections, Judge.
Objection noted for the record, overruled to be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
I'm going to start with 26 C. And if you could just describe this overlay and the direction of the firearm.
Yes, so I'm going to refer to the left and the right side of the firearm. This is in the position as if you were holding the firearm. So your left side would be the left side of the firearm, your right side would be the right side of the firearm. This shows the right side of the firearm with the muzzle underneath where my ruler would be closest to the wound. That little notch that's at the bottom left of the firearm, that is the front sights, just to orient you.
I'm showing 26D. And if you could just orient us with what 26D shows.
So this is again the right side of the firearm. You can see the notch is now at the top right portion. That's the front sight. The scale would be where the muzzle is, and that little portion at the bottom left would be the trigger guard. So this is with the muzzle pointed away from the wound.
And now I'm showing 26E. What does 26E show?
So this is the left side of the firearm, the opposite side in which you just saw. Again, the muzzle is underneath the ruler portion, and you can see a little portion of the top front sight towards the bottom right of the firearm.
So if I point to right here where it's at the edge of the scale by the centimeter, is that the sight you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
And so this would be with the firearm pointing down?
Correct, towards the injury.
And this overlay is what you created of the firearm. And then right here, this black area, is that the wounds overlaying over the wounds of Kayla?
Just categorization of wounds.
Oh,
Yes, you can answer.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm showing you States Exhibit 26F. What was the difference in States Exhibit 26F?
So again, this is the left side of the firearm with the muzzle pointed away.
Okay. And again, these areas here, that will be the wound on Kayla's chest area, and then this overlay is on top of the wound.
Correct.
May I have a moment, Aaron?
you may.
I have nothing further in tender the witness.
Shoot.
Do you want Mr. Weaver, do you want the photos?
I'll take these in a second. Ms. Shepherd, did you say you photoshopped this case?
That's correct.
What you're categorizing saying the wounds here, these marks in between these marks of the overlaid firearm.
Yes, they appear to be abrasions.
You're not a medical doctor though, right?
That's correct.
They're also in the valleys of these serrations. Would you agree with that?
So I did both, not understanding how the firearm would be positioned or what may have caused that.
And I'm referring to this picture here.
May I see the photograph?
Sure. Can I first?
You may. And just for the record, that's exhibit.
This is 26E.
Thank you.
In this image, those abrasions are aligned with the raised portions of the slide, so the higher part of those serrations.
Reverse.
You may.
Just can I use the projector?
Yes.
So I'm showing you E and F again, 26. You're saying that this part here is the valley and this part is the ridge?
That's correct.
And do you have the original firearm that you placed on top of that?
The firearm was returned to the firearms dealer who owns it.
Are you a member of the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners?
I am not.
That is the National Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners here in the United States, correct?
If you say so, yes.
Instead, you're a member of this, which is called the International Firearms Specialist Association?
I'm a certified firearms specialist from the International Firearms Certification Academy.
And what is their purpose?
Their purpose is to educate and certify people in my field, forensics or crime scene investigation, that have greater knowledge than the average crime scene investigator or forensic specialist in firearms.
And that includes providing courtroom testimony?
I don't believe courtroom testimony is part of that certification.
But you have had training in how to present courtroom testimony?
Yes, I have had courtroom testimony trainings.
So I'm going to show you 26E again, this time with 26B. You testified that these marks are in line with the bridges along the firearm. Is that right?
That's correct.
And this is the same photograph that you used, I would imagine? Flip this around here this way.
That's correct.
And you would agree with me that these sections here are actually the valleys.
No, that's not correct.
That's not correct? Do you have a different picture of the firearm?
Would you like me to point out where the ridges and the valleys are?
Well, if it's not the one, it's the other. You agree?
Would you like me to show you on the photograph?
Ma'am, are these the, is this the ridge?
That is a valley.
That's a valley. So this is a ridge.
That is a ridge.
Okay. Do you have a different photograph of the firearm? Like from a different perspective?
I did take multiple photographs of the firearm.
All right. So besides the Glock 27 that you took a photograph of, my first picture,
Mhm.
How many firearms did you pull that day?
Just the one I was asked to compare.
You're a forensic scientist, right?
That is correct.
So did you look at a 1911?
No, I did not.
Did you look at a Smith & Wesson?
No, I did not.
Did you compare a Ruger or a Canik?
That is the only firearm I was asked to compare.
The Glock?
The Glock 27 Gen 5.
Specifically, the Glock 27 Gen 5.
That is correct.
Any other generation of Glock?
No, just that one specifically.
Any other model of Glock?
No.
So you took a lot of orientation of the serrations alongside the Glock 27 Gen 5 in particular, and you overlaid it with the wound, what you're calling wounds, next to the entrance wound, right?
Correct.
Did you show where the barrel was in comparison to the entrance wound? Do you understand the question?
No, could you rephrase that for me?
Sure. Inside the slide, right, you testified about the operation of the semi-automatic weapon. Inside the slide, you have the barrel, right?
Correct.
And the barrel articulates when the bullet's fired.
Okay.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
So did you show where the barrel would be on that mark? I'm sorry, Judge, can I first start?
Yeah.
You have to. Do you have any orientation, and for the record I'm showing you 26E again, do you have any orientation as to where the barrel is along this gun?
So the barrel itself lies underneath the slide, parallel to the slide. If you're referring to the muzzle or the end of the barrel,
Yes, the end of the barrel.
that would be, like I said, underneath the ruler portion that I have in my photograph.
But you didn't take a photograph of the barrel lining up at the entrance.
No, I was not tasked with comparing where the barrel's position was to the entrance wound.
So you don't know how many other firearms such a mark would be made from other firearms? I kind of chopped up that question, but do you know how many firearms would be not inconsistent with those markings?
No.
Can you say with any degree of scientific certainty, the weapon that we saw, the one we photographed, is like the one that was used as a murder?
So I could only say that the comparison that I did to this specific weapon did not exhibit any drastic inconsistencies to the wound pattern.
So is that a no? You can't say that firearm is the murder weapon? Is that fair to say?
I cannot say that.
Is it fair to say that you don't know what kind of gun was a murder?
That's correct, I cannot say that.
When did Detective Leslandra ask you to compare them?
I can give you an exact date on my notes.
We're looking at your notes for fresh recollection.
Yes.
Please do so, look up when you're done.
April 10th
Of
of 2024.
nothing further, interesting.
No further questions.
All right, you can sit down. Is she released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection? All right, you're released from your seat. Everybody in the jury can do it, okay? All right, state and call her next
The
witness.
state calls Destiny Robovo.
All right, go face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You can take the stand. Proceed.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Please introduce yourself to the jurors.
Hi, my name is Destiny Robidoux.
And if you could please spell your first and your last name.
My first name is Destynee, and my last name is Robidous.
And I can tell you right away, we're definitely going to have you speak up a little bit louder, okay?
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Robidoux, where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed at the Cape Coral Police Department,
How long have you been with them?
about 2 years.
What is your educational background?
I have a degree in environmental science as well as a certificate in GIS.
What is GIS?
GIS is Geographical Information System, so that is anything with a spatial reference, so any location, time, and event, we use that and we can look at patterns and movements.
How did you originally use that GIS certificate in your employment?
So previously I worked for the National Park Service and I was an invasive species technician. So I did a lot of time sampling and looking at locations where the species was in growth.
And in doing that, did you have to create charts or graphs, or what did you have to do?
Yeah, so we did a lot of analysis. We looked at, again, where the growth was, so we could target those areas.
How long did you work for the national parks?
So initially I started working there seasonally, so I would say on and off for about 4 years while I was in college, and then I got a permanent position.
And how long did you work in that permanent position?
About a year and a half.
And what did you do after that?
After that, I stayed home with my children to raise them.
Okay. And then you're now at the Cape Coral Police Department.
Yes.
And what is it that you specifically do at Cape Coral?
So I am a geoprocessing technician. I deal with all of our spatial data. I look at our crime patterns. I do a lot of cell phone analysis, and I also look at vehicle GPS data.
Did you get involved with assisting with a case, an investigation involving the murder of Kayla Rincon-Miller?
Yes.
And when did you get involved?
I would say sometime late last year I started looking at the data.
And when you started looking at the data, how did you receive evidence related to the case?
I received some evidence directly from the detectives, and then I also retrieved it from evidence.com.
What is evidence.com?
It holds all of our evidence related to the case.
Had there been a number of search warrants done prior to you analyzing this case of getting data for you to be able to analyze?
Yes.
And what were some of those items or some of the data that you looked at?
I looked at 4 different cell phone devices, the records to them. So I looked at Thomas Stein's, Jessica Stein's, Christopher Horne's, and Jaden Fernandez.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing States Exhibits 15B, 15C, 15B, 15E, 15G, 15H, 27, 28, 29, and 30. May I approach the clerk and retrieve the discs?
You may.
I'm approaching you and I'm going to show you some items of evidence. And I'd like to start with item 15B. Are you able to recognize 15B?
Yes.
And what is 15B?
This is footage from 9343 West Creek Circle.
And was this footage collected by detectives that happened at or near the time of the homicide?
Yes.
And this is State's Exhibit 15B. Did you actually create this exhibit?
I did, yes.
Did you date it, put the address as well as your name on it?
Yes.
Okay, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 15C. What does this exhibit show?
This is footage from 518 Northeast 24th Ave.
And again, was this video collected by detectives or crime scene at or near the time of the murder?
Yes.
Did you create this disc and put the date as well as your initials?
Yes.
Showing State's Exhibit 15B. What is 15B?
This is footage from the Dollar General at Merchants Crossing.
And was this also collected by detectives or crime scene at or near the time of the murder?
Yes.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 15E. What does 15E show?
This is footage from 145 West Mariana.
Okay, and does that also have the date in your initial?
Yes.
And was this video footage collected from the time or near the time of the murder?
Yes.
I'm showing you 15G. What is 15G?
These are traffic cameras taken from Exact Vision.
And were these traffic cameras in use at the time or near the time of the murder?
Yes.
And does this also have your initials as well as the date?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 15H. What is this exhibit?
These are license plate reader hits from the Nissan Pathfinder.
And these license plate readers, these are the license plate readers that the Nissan Pathfinder hit at or near the time of the murder?
Yes.
And does this also have your initials and the date?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 27. What is State's Exhibit 27?
These are Jaden Fernandez's cellular records.
And were these obtained through a search warrant of the tower detail records from the cellular company that you used?
Yes.
And does this also have the date, your initials on these records?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 28. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 28?
Yes.
And what is this exhibit?
These are Thomas Stein cellular records.
And are these your initials and the date on these records?
Yes.
And these were also obtained through a search warrant from the cellular company?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 29. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 29?
Yes.
And what is State's Exhibit 29?
These are Jessica Stein cellular records.
And were these also obtained through a search warrant from the cellular company that she used at the time?
Yes.
And is this your, these are your initials and date?
Yes.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 30. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 30?
Yes.
What is State's Exhibit 30?
These are Christopher Horne cellular records.
And is this your, these are your initials and date?
Yes.
And are these records that were obtained through a search warrant of Christopher Horne's cellular tower information?
Yes.
I'm also going to show you what's already been introduced into evidence as 15. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 15?
Yes.
And what is State's Exhibit 15?
This is footage from the Coralwood Dermatology.
And was this footage from at or near the time of the murder?
Yes.
And are these your initials and the date?
Yes.
Showing you 15A. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
And what does this exhibit show?
This is footage from the thrift store at St. Vincent's.
And this was taken at or near the time of the murder?
Yes.
And your initials and the date?
Yes.
Showing you 18B, which is already in evidence. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is this?
This is GPS data from the Nissan Pathfinder.
And are these your initials and the date?
Yes.
And again, this is all information, the Hertz GPS was information collected through a search warrant to the Hertz Corporation.
Yes.
And then lastly, I'm showing you 18A, which is already in evidence. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is this?
This is footage from when Jessica Stein returned the Hertz vehicle.
And this was also obtained through a search warrant from Hertz?
Yes.
And these are your initials and the date?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would seek to move exhibits 15B, 15C, 15D, 15E, 15G, 15H, 27, 28, 29, and 30 into evidence.
All right, who's next? David.
Are you familiar with how cell phone networks operate?
Yes.
What is historic cell site analysis?
So historic cell site analysis uses past records that are produced by providers. So every time your cell phone connects to a tower, it'll generate a record. And it tells you the general area of where that device would be at that time.
And when you say anytime you use your cell phone, can that be through communicating in social media?
Yes.
Could it be through text messaging?
Yes.
Could it be through mapping?
Yes.
So anytime you're using your cellular device, it has to connect with a tower.
Yes.
And so those cell phone documents that you get, do those tell you the exact tower locations that are being utilized by a phone?
Yes.
What do you do to analyze that cell tower data when you receive it?
So when I receive it, I put it into a couple different softwares, and it will map out the tower location as well as the orientation in which the signal is being pulled from.
Why do you use well, first of all, what are the two programs that you use?
I use CellHawk, and then I use ArcGIS Pro.
And do you use two for a specific reason?
I use it for data validation, so along with looking at the original files, I also look at the two different softwares to make sure that it's consistent with one another.
And are you verifying these data points or this mapping in any other way?
Just through going through the original files and then the two different softwares.
Okay, so you're verifying it by comparing what the two softwares are mapping as well as by hand looking at that data that the cell phone tower, the cell phone company sent you.
Yes.
Now, we just introduced into evidence cell tower records for Jaden Fernandez, Jessica Stein, Thomas Stein, and Christopher Horne Jr. When you got those records, what did you do with Jaden Fernandez records?
I plotted them, or I put them into CellHawk and ArcGIS.
And did you do that for each of those other individuals?
I did, yeah.
And were you also able to view some text messages and calls that were sent by Thomas Stein's device?
Yes.
And were those text messages from the Celebrate download that was done by Christina Potts?
Yes.
Did you also view license plate readers?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of looking at license plate readers in your analysis of this case?
So I use that to correlate to the GPS tracks of the Pathfinder, so if they are consistent in path and time. Yeah.
And we just saw a bunch of videos that were introduced that you had the opportunity to analyze. What was your purpose in looking at those various videos that were collected?
So the videos also would correlate with the track of the GPS and also the time frame of when it was occurring.
Okay. And then we also introduced just now some city cameras. Can you just explain what the city cameras are or how they're utilized?
Yeah, so the city cameras, we use those in our investigations as well. It's an additional form of surveillance. So when the suspect vehicle passes through them, we can know their route.
And did you also analyze these to compare to see if they were in line or tracking with your license plate readers, the videos, as well as the GPS in the car?
Yes.
Now you talked about, or we introduced the GPS information from the Hertz rental car, the Nissan Pathfinder. What is the difference between that data you received and the tower record data?
So the tower record data, it's not exact to a point. It gives you a general location of where the device might be located. The GPS tracks are far more consistent. There's very little disruptions in the accuracy of the GPS tracks.
And so with those GPS tracks, is it fair to say that it would be within a few feet of that location you're given?
Yes.
Where a cell tower could be hundreds of feet based on how many cell towers are in the area or the strength of that signal?
Yes.
Now, in your analysis, did you put all of these pieces together that we just saw into a PowerPoint to show how everything fits together?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
May.
The state showing defense counsel states exhibit 31. I'm showing you states exhibit 31. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
And what is this exhibit
This is a presentation of, this is on records.
that we just talked about?
Yes.
And it has the initial and the date. And you actually created this and put it on this flash drive?
Yes.
And then did you review it today to make sure it was in fact the one that you created?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would move 31 into evidence.
Any objection? Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Your Honor, I'd also ask that she be able to step down and point out areas
If
in
you
the
insist on
PowerPoint.
your testimony, you can say that.
All right. All right, Ms. Robodew, I'm going to have you just come a little closer to the screen and just if you can make sure you speak into the mic. What is your PowerPoint? What are you looking at here?
So throughout this presentation, we'll be looking at the 4 devices that were mentioned earlier, as well as the GPS tracks.
And then you mentioned the cellular devices. If you could just remind the jurors the cellular devices.
Yes, so we have Thomas Stein's, Jessica Stein's, Christopher Horne's, and Jaden Fernandez's.
And then we also, do we have the suspect vehicle information?
Yes.
And that's a gray Nissan Pathfinder.
Yes.
And in each of these boxes, do we have the phone numbers that were associated with each of these people?
Yes.
Okay, so let's start with, this is slide 3. And if you can just tell the jurors how you created the slide or what we're looking at.
So in the first graphic on the left, it shows the movement analysis of Thomas Stein, Jaden Fernandez, and Jessica Stein's
Hold on one
cellular.
second.
I'm gonna have you come.
Speak up a little louder for everybody.
Sorry.
Don't be scared of the microphone. Okay.
In the left graphic here, we have movement analysis of the cell phone records that include Thomas Stein, Jaden Fernandez, and Jessica Stein. The analysis period for this graphic is 12:09 p.m. to 1:32 p.m. on March 17th. So this shows the vehicle and the cell phone starting in or around the area of the Stein residence and the travels to Nokomis Beach.
Okay, so let's start at the bottom here. This is March 17th, 2024, and is this the Stein residence?
Yes.
Okay, and when we see the different colors and we see these different markings, how are you differentiating?
So we're looking at the colors as individual cell phones. So for Thomas Stein, his cell phone is in red, Jaden Fernandez's is green, and then Jessica Stein's is purple.
And what do each of these little graphics represent?
So that is their cell phone pulling a signal from a tower, and you can see it's kind of in a pie shape. Around the pie shape on the outer edge is where the phone is consistent with.
Okay, and so were you able to track Thomas Stein, Jaden Fernandez, and Jessica Stein's phone all the way to Nokomis Beach?
Yes.
And what time do you show them arriving at Nokomis Beach?
They arrived around 1:32 p.m.
Okay. And again, all their phones are consistent with being together in that location?
Yes, they're all moving consistently together.
And is there a reason why they may not all be on top of each other?
I think it's just dependent on how the phone is pulling the signal.
And also, does that also differentiate with the use of the phone and who's using it as well?
Yes.
On the right of this PowerPoint, what do we show at the top with the mapping?
So these are the LPR hits. You can clearly see more of the GPS track. And then the the LPR hits are consistent with the vehicle's track points.
Okay, so if we start, when we look at this tracking and we see all these little red circles with a car, what are those circles or what do they represent?
That is a hit on the vehicle, the GPS track.
So those are the exact GPS locations that we spoke about earlier from Hertz.
Yes.
And then these little blue rectangles that you show, are those the various license plate reader hits?
Yes.
And it may be hard for the jurors to see where they're sitting, but it looks like we start with 1, 2, 3, and so forth.
Yes.
Okay, and then do those track with each of these license plate reader photographs showing this gray Nissan Pathfinder?
Yes.
And so in this, we're able to see essentially the back of the Pathfinder and then the license plate of that gray Nissan Pathfinder.
Yes.
All right. And were the GPS data points consistent with Thomas Stein, Jaden Fernandez, and Jessica Stein's phones and the tracking of that?
Yes.
All right, we're going to go to the next one. And what does this map on the left show?
It's showing the movement analysis of the devices traveling from Nokomis Beach back to the Stein residence.
What time do we start with at Nokomis Beach?
5:25 p.m.
Okay, and where is the 525? Where can you see that 525?
That would be up on the top left corner.
Is it 525? Oh, you can't.
Yeah, so the 525 was from the actual cell phone
Okay.
signal.
All right, and then it goes, the phones track back to the Stein residence at 69 West Mariana Avenue.
Yes.
And in this, we see Thomas Stein. Do we only see him, see it once on here?
So initially at the start of the trip, there's one hit from his cell phone. It's incredibly small, but there's one signal ending in the area of his residence as well.
Okay, and is there a reason why we might not see him tracked going from Nokomis Beach back to his residence?
It may have been that his phone was turned off.
Okay, but we can know that he was still in the car because he's picked back up at his house at around 6:28 p.m.
Yes.
All right, and then the purple and green, is that tracking Jessica Stein and Jaden Fernandez towers?
Yes.
Okay, and then looking to the right, what does the right show?
The right is showing the LPR hits again. And this just shows how consistent there's a vehicle hit, a GPS hit here at 6:23 p.m. and as well as a LPR hit at 6:23 p.m.
And again, these little red circles, are those the Hertz GPS data points tracking the car back to the Stein's residence?
Yes.
And then the two blue rectangles are the two license plate readers that you were able to show consistent with that tracking.
Yes.
Okay. Going on to slide 5. What does slide 5 show?
So this is showing stationary analysis of the devices belonging to Thomas Stein and Jessica Stein. So what this is showing, the analysis period is 6:29 p.m. when they returned from the beach to 7:58 p.m.
Okay. We see up at the top right some green bubbles. Can we start with that top one and just explain what that is?
Yes, so on 3/17 at 7:12 p.m. there's an outgoing message to Jaden Pagan, and he says, "I just got back, I can hop in traffic."
Okay, and then at 3:17 at 7:55, what does that show?
There's an incoming message from Busta Christopher Horne saying 9391 West Creek Circle.
Okay, and again, at this point, you're able to put Thomas Stein and Jessica Stein using a tower near their home.
Yes.
Okay, and then the two red circles behind the little home teardrop area, are those showing that the Nissan Pathfinder is located at their home?
Yes.
Showing you slide 6. There's a lot on this, so let's start, I think, with 1. And when we look at these various red circles with numbers, are those the GPS Hertz data points that we've been looking at so far?
Yes.
Okay, so if you can start with 1 and tell us what we see or what the jurors can see at 1.
So at 7:55 he receives that text message saying 9391 West Creek Circle. And at 7:58 p.m. is when when the vehicle starts departing the residence of Thomas Stein.
So then the next GPS, we see number one, that's the Nissan Pathfinder still at the Stein's home, and then we see it traveling at number 2. And what time does number 2 show that Pathfinder?
7:59 p.m.
And is that consistent with the timing of it leaving around 7:58 from 1?
Yes.
Okay, and then going down to 3, what is it that you are able to see at 3 or to compare?
So the vehicle is traveling westbound on Pondella Road. There's a GPS hit at 8:01 p.m. and a LPR hit at 8:01 p.m. as well.
And this LPR hit, is this from a traditional license plate reader, like a regular camera, or is it from something else?
A traditional LPR.
And so is that consistent with the GPS data from the Hertz rental car?
Yes.
Okay, then we're going to 4, another GPS data point. And what time is that GPS data point?
8:03 p.m.
Okay, and is there anything else that you noticed happening at 8:03?
There was an outgoing message to Christopher Horne saying pulling up.
Okay, and if you can just read exactly what Christopher Horne's text message to Thomas Stein says.
It said piling up, and then he corrects it to pulling.
Okay, and then we go to the Hertz data point at 5, which is at 8:05 p.m. Is there something else that happens around that same time?
There's an outgoing call to Christopher Horne.
And that's from Thomas Stein's phone.
Yes.
Okay, and then we go down to 6, and what is, and that's another GPS data point, what is also at 6?
There's an outgoing message to Christopher Horne saying, "Where are you at?" and then an additional 2 calls to Christopher Horne.
And you have a little house teardrop at that 6 data point. What does that show?
That is the address of 9391 West Creek Circle.
And is that the address that at 7:55 or around that time Christopher Horne had sent to Thomas Stein?
Yes.
And where do we see the vehicle moving from there?
From there, the vehicle comes north, travels eastbound on Northeast Pine Island Road.
If
And
you could
then-
maybe move that microphone closer
Sorry.
to hers. I'm sorry, she's very soft-spoken.
If you just come
Yeah.
up a little
So
bit.
the vehicle travels north of the West Creek Circle address and then goes eastbound on Northeast Pine Island Road and makes its way to Merchants Crossing.
Okay, so we see 7, 8, 9, 10. That's the order the car is driving with those GPS data points. And then is 11 where Merchants Crossing is?
Yes.
And what time is it that they are in that Merchants Crossing area?
8:23 p.m.
Okay, and then where does the vehicle travel from the Merchants Crossing?
The vehicle travels eastbound, ends up in a neighborhood around this area, very, very brief, and then travels southbound, eastbound, back on Pine Island Road, and down to the Stein residence.
So let's talk about just some of those those data points and the timing of it. So they're at Merchants Crossing at 8:23:13. When is the next point where it's picked up that they are no longer at Merchants Crossing?
That would be 8:24 p.m.
Okay, and so did it appear in any way that the vehicle had any lengthy stop or any stop at all at Merchants Crossing based on that timing?
No.
Okay, and then we go from 12 to 13. What is the difference between that timing?
Less than a minute.
Okay, and then when we go from 13 over to 14, 15, and 16, you mentioned that's in a neighborhood area.
Yes.
And does it appear that it's stopping in that neighborhood at all?
It does not appear that way. There's only a 2-minute window between 14, 15, and 16.
And between 14, 15, and 16 in that 2-minute window, does it appear that Nissan Pathfinder is moving?
Yes.
Okay, and then when does it get down to 17 to Pine Island Road? What time?
It gets there at 8:31 p.m.
Okay, and then what time ultimately does it get back to Thomas Stein's house?
8:33 p.m.
Okay, and then 19, is that still, they're still at the house at 8:58?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'm going to go to this slide. So, okay. So let's start with this mapping here, and if you can just orient us to what this mapping is showing.
Yes, so
I'm
The-
going to get close to the mic.
yeah, the analysis period for this map is 7:58 p.m. to 9:09 p.m. It has the same exact vehicle track with the addition of Thomas Stein's device, Christopher Horne's device, and Jessica Stein's device. So what this is showing you is how the surveillance and the phones and the vehicle all coincide with one another.
So let's start then. Does it start at the Thomas Stein residence?
It does.
Okay,
yes.
and we see that purple little arc that appears to be Jessica Stein's tracking. And is there any more tracking of her leaving the house in this exhibit?
No.
So let's start then when we are tracking Christopher Horne and Thomas Stein's phones. If you could just explain what time it leaves the house and how it coincides.
Yes, so at 7:58 p.m. is when you see the vehicle depart. And then it ends up back in the area around 8:07 p.m. We have a cell phone hit from Thomas Stein's device at 8:13 p.m. So it's between when the vehicle is in the area at 8:07 to 8:16 p.m. And then additionally, we have surveillance at 9343 West Creek Circle.
And is this the same time frame or time period we just saw with the GPS tracking from the Pathfinder?
Relatively, yes.
And this is showing now the towers being utilized by Thomas Stein, Christopher Horne, and Jessica Stein's phones?
Yes.
All right, so it looks like over here at 8:21, there's a video. And what is this video? Is that the first? No, I'm sorry, let's do the first one. Okay, so 8:16, what do we have in that video?
So you'll see the suspect vehicle is observed pulling up to a residence. You'll see an individual running behind the vehicle. You'll see that individual then open up the passenger side and get in the vehicle, and the vehicle departs.
And does this pickup here coincide with the text messages that were going back and forth and the phone calls between Christopher Horne and Thomas Stein about the pickup?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to play the video. Is this the Nissan Pathfinder that we see in this video?
Yes.
And then what's the video on the top? What does that show and what is the timing?
The top video is also showing the Nissan Pathfinder driving through the area of Dollar General, which is located at 15201 North Cleveland Ave in North Fort Myers. And that was occurring at 8:21 p.m.
And again, is this video consistent with the cell phone tracking as well as the Hertz GPS data points?
Yes. And it will be the second vehicle coming in on the opposite side.
So right here is this a Nissan Pathfinder we're seeing driving through the screen right now?
Yes.
I'm going to go to slide 8. And which side would be easier to start on?
The left side.
All right, so if you can just orient us to the left side of this map.
Okay, so the left side, the analysis period is 9:12 p.m. to 9:33 p.m. And what this is showing you is the Nissan Pathfinder GPS track to the location of the homicide.
And we see it at a First Baptist church. What time does it arrive at that First Baptist church?
It arrives around 9:06 p.m. I believe that was on the previous.
Let's go to the previous so we can get the exact time. All right, so I don't think we maybe walk through this path. If you could just walk us through the path back on this slide of where things were.
Yes, so after leaving Thomas Stein's residence, the vehicle then goes to North Fort Myers Baptist Church. The vehicle arrives around 9:05 p.m. and departs on the next slide at 9:12 p.m.
And so you start this slide then at that Baptist church.
Yes.
And then so these red cars are these GPS data points from the Nissan Pathfinder.
Yes.
Okay, and if you could just show us the timing of those hits.
Yes, so the vehicle departs at 9:12 p.m. There's an additional hit on Northeast Pine Island Road at 9:17 p.m. The vehicle continues at 9:18 p.m. There's a hit. And then at 9:19 there's a hit at Northeast Pine Island in Del Prado, and that would be a traffic cam.
Okay, and is that consistent with the GPS tracking that you have?
Yes, so there's 3 things happening at that intersection. There's a license plate reader hit, there's a traffic cam hit, as well as the GPS track from the Pathfinder.
So at that blue rectangle with the little arrow down, is that the license plate reader hit?
Yes.
And then I'm going to play this video on the upper left. All right, and then we have the vehicle traveling south. Once it leaves that Baptist church, does a car appear to make any stops based on the GPS data you're able to track?
No.
And going down to the 9:22 mark, what is it that we see here?
There's another traffic cam.
And I'm going to play that, and if you could just tell me if you are able to tell us where that Pathfinder is.
It's traveling right there, southbound on the left-hand lane.
In the far left lane,
Mhm.
okay. And does this traffic cam coincide with the GPS data at 9:22:33?
Yes.
All right, and then we have, what time do we have it first tracking to that homicide location?
At 9:26 p.m.
Okay, and then does it appear to be at that area or in that area for a little while?
Yes.
Okay, and what time does the vehicle seem to be departing that scene?
9:33 p.m.
Okay. Then over on the right side, what is it that we're showing here?
This is the same analysis period, same amount of time. We're just looking at Thomas Stein's cellular device, Christopher Horne's cellular device, and Jaden Fernandez's.
And again, this is starting at that First Baptist Church and going all the way to the homicide scene. Are those circles the GPS data?
Yes, these red ones here.
Okay. And we see a label, Jaden Fernandez residence, in green. And does that green ever track away from his residence?
It does not.
Okay. And then we see red of Thomas Stein and blue of Christopher Horne. And do their cell phones both track all the way to the homicide location?
Yes, they're consistent with the GPS track.
All right, it's probably going to skip back in just a minute here. All right, so looking at the next slide, if you could just start with the map on the right and tell the jurors what it is that you are showing on this map.
So this is the device activity and vehicle movement leading directly up to the homicide. It's showing the vehicle traveling southbound on Del Prado Boulevard that makes a left-hand turn onto Southeast 22nd Terrace. Do you want me to go?
Yes,
Okay.
yep, keep it going.
And then the vehicle turns right into Coralwood, which is a shopping plaza.
And is that shopping plaza the same place where there's a theater, a movie theater?
Yes.
Okay, and what is if you could just put the timing on the record from point 2 to 3?
Yeah, so point 2, which is located right here, was at 9:26 p.m. The vehicle enters the Coralwood Shopping Plaza at 9:27.
And then the next area we see at 4, what is the difference in time from entering the Coralwood Plaza going all the way up to 4?
Roughly 2 minutes.
Okay. And then what do we see, where do we see the car go from that number 4?
The vehicle travels from Southeast 21st Street up to Southeast 20th Street.
And that's at the 5, denoted at 5?
Yes.
And what time is it at the 5?
At the 5, it's 9:30 p.m.
Okay. And then number 6 is at the next place it tracks?
Yes.
And what time does it track at 6?
9:31.
Okay. And then we see it go back to 7, the location of a homicide. And what time is it at the homicide location?
9:33 p.m.
And where does it go from the homicide location?
From the homicide location, the vehicle departs southbound on Southeast 16th Place and then makes a right-hand turn to end up going northbound on Del Prado.
Now you have some green areas on this map. So let's start with number 1. What does number 1 show?
Number 1 is showing the victims observed walking northbound on Southeast 16th Place, and then the suspect vehicle then follows behind them.
And is this the video that was pulled from the Coralwood Dermatology?
Yes.
And I'm going to have you have me pause the video when we see the girls walking, and then also when we see the suspect vehicle driving by.
Okay. The two coincide, but if you pause right here, you can see that there's 3 individuals walking on the left-hand side of the sidewalk, and this is the suspect.
If you could speak up a lot louder.
I'm sorry. So there's 3 individuals walking northbound on Southeast 16th Place in that area, and then the suspect vehicle is following behind right there.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you'll
I'm just going to go back to that very end because I think there's something you wanted to point out.
towards the end of the video, you'll see the 3 individuals cross the side or cross the roadway and end up on the right-hand side of the street.
Can I ask you for just a pause for a minute and just approach real quick? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to send you back to the jury room for just a few minutes.
All rise.
All right, let the record reflect the jury's exited the courtroom. So if you'll just put on the record, you said you believe a juror that was falling asleep, or what did you see?
Your Honor, yes, both me and paralegal saw in the front row, I believe it's the gentleman with the white shirt. I believe his last name was Smith. I don't have my voir dire notes.
Which seat is it?
The third seat from the bottom, Joe.
Third seat in?
If we're not counting the seat that's the empty chair, the one that's not there right now, so it would be the fourth.
That
but-
juror 291?
I can walk over.
Yeah, just point to the chair.
Yes, Your Honor, so this seat right here. I would just note
Okay.
that I think it's juror So I don't know if it's.
That's fine. I will tell you, I have been watching the jurors. I haven't seen anybody that I believe was asleep, but if you saw somebody closing their eyes or something like that, then you did exactly right. But just let me know. We can take a break and make sure everything's okay. Was there anything else I guess, what exactly did you observe?
So, prior to this slide, sleeping, Your Honor.
You know, what do you mean?
Eyes closed, not looking at the screen. Now,
Okay.
when we talk about this slide, this particular slide, is when he woke up with his glasses on. So the last 4 or 5 slides, he was literally sleeping.
Okay.
I've been trying to observe because I know some of this can be a little low volume and stuff.
It needs to be higher volume by everybody.
And it can be low energy. So I think that I haven't noticed that, and I've been looking at the jurors on a minute by minute kind of basis. So.
Okay. All right. What would you like me to do?
Judge, we just keep an eye on it. Yeah. Go forward. But we have to put on.
Sure, I'll keep a closer eye on that particular juror, and then if it looks like anybody needs a break, I know we were getting closer to the lunch hours, and they've been on there since this morning. But just let me know. I appreciate you sending a note. That's exactly the way I would like to handle it, so we can address it right away. All right. Is there anything else? I think that was it. Okay. How much longer is your testimony?
It'll be done 20 minutes at the most, probably.
Okay, and then you probably got some cross-examination.
Not a lot, Judge.
All right, let's take a 5-minute recess. Let me go use a comfort break, and then we'll come back. I'm sorry, you pick up your volume and energy.
In terms of housekeeping, Judge, does the court anticipate breaking for lunch after her direct or before my cross?
How would you like to do it?
I'd like to finish her up and direct and cross before.
How would you like to do it?
Yeah.
I'm fine either way, Judge. I won't be that long.
Then we just go straight through. If you're not going to be, excessively long, I would go straight through, let her be done. How many witnesses are left?
Probably just her.
Okay. All right. So, let you go straight through.
All right, Judge.
All right. So, are we ready to bring the jury back in?
Yes.
Okay. Wait. I forgot one thing. Mike approached me, and Mr. Cabot approached me in the hallway, said that the juror said something to him. I just told him we just put that on the record. Go ahead. What happened?
Yeah, juror 424 stopped me in the hallway and said, I just want to bring it to your attention that I said something about in the room that are we going to be sequestered, and I didn't respond to anything that he said, and then he said, I mentioned, is the defendant going to take the stand? And I said, is that what you said? And he said, yes. And I said, okay, I'll just inform the judge, and that's it. So nothing was said from my end. He just told me what he said.
Any questions?
Was that a private conversation between you and the juror?
Yes, outside the room, presence of everybody else.
Okay. Any questions from the defense?
So 424 was just asking you in particular whether or not the defendant was going to take the stand?
No, he said that he mentioned it in the room and said, are we going to, that they were talking how long they're going to be here tonight, or they're going to be sequestered or whatever. And then something, I didn't get into particulars. I didn't question him or any of that. He just said, I said, was anything else said? That's all I said to him. And he said, I was wondering if the defendant's going to take the stand. And I said, I said, I can't say anything. And I said, I'll just inform the judge and go back in the room and don't speak anything.
Any other questions?
Just, I don't have any further questions.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Is the court inclined, based upon that conversation, Judge, is the court inclined to give cautionary instruction to the jury not to begin the deliberations?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Am I talking too fast, Judge? Is the court inclined to give a cautionary instruction to the members of the jury not to begin their deliberations until they've received all the evidence?
I can do that, just you're not to be discussing the case among yourselves or anybody else. I took it from what Mr. Cotta told me was the juror was questioning about scheduling, and scheduling as part of in the context also of how much longer we're going to be here, and it probably depends on whether or not the defendant takes the stand, is the way I took it. But, so in other words, I didn't take it as they were discussing the merits of the case or not. It was just scheduling-wise, how much longer are they going to be here? Would they be sequestered? That kind of thing. I can be succinct in talking to them when they come back in and just remind them they're not to be discussing the case among themselves until they start any deliberations, if you want me to say that. Is that what you want me to do?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll do that.
Judge, and one additional thing, Ms. Miller alluded to the fact that this may be her last witness, and everyone has kind of been anticipating that there's going to be a testifying co-defendant in the case. The court has made rulings based upon witness availability about statements made out of court, statements against penal interests that we could not introduce at that time. Based
I'm talking about the 404 that we discussed yesterday.
Right, Judge.
Okay.
And at this point, Judge, if the state's not going to be calling him as a witness, he is unavailable to testify.
Why is that?
They're not.
He's available to defense. We actually requested he be brought over today.
Okay, so he's available.
All right, Judge.
He's back there?
He's downstairs.
Downstairs, but they can bring him up?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, are we ready to bring the jury back in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's bring him back. Is the defense ready? Okay, all right, thanks. Either one, I'll take a yes or a no from either one.
Jurors entering.
All right, please be seated. All right. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I just remind you, remember, do not discuss anything about this case or your services juror, even among yourselves. With that, we're ready to proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Ms. Robidoux, you were just, I believe, instructing the jurors about where we see those girls cross.
Yes.
Oh, are some of the jurors having difficulty seeing? Okay, so you need to, how do you want to do it? Tilt the screen back?
This side, this way.
This way? Sure.
Yeah. And if you all need to move or adjust your seats, you're welcome to.
There you go. Perfect.
Thank you.
Is that much better? Okay.
Okay.
We'll move you.
I'm sorry?
We'll have to move Mr. Stein also.
Yeah, you can move around. Whatever you want to do.
Thanks.
If you wanna- And then if we go to number 2 on this spot, what is it that we view in video 2?
The suspect vehicle is driving northbound on Southeast 16th Place.
Okay, and so that would be down, or the video 2, and where does that coincide with?
That would be right around here.
Okay, and
Or the-
these little circles are where the actual videos are.
Yes,
Okay, and so they're capturing this area of the street.
yes,
All right, so we'll play number 2, and you said this is a suspect's vehicle?
yes.
Was that the vehicle we just saw?
Yes,
And is this the St. Vincent camera?
yes.
Okay, so now we'll go to camera 3. What is it that we see at camera 3?
The victims are observed walking northbound on Southeast 16th Place, and the vehicle comes from number 5 and makes a U-turn near St. Vincent's thrift store.
So it makes a U-turn around here, around the St. Vincent camera.
Yes.
And is this the suspect vehicle making the U-turn?
Yes.
Okay, so we saw the girls going northbound. The vehicle went up here, came back, and then did a U-turn back toward the crime scene.
Yes.
Okay, and then what is vehicle 5 show?
Vehicle 5 was the U-turn they made to come back down to see the video we just saw.
Okay.
Oh,
and-
I'm sorry, number 5 on, okay, sorry.
Yes.
So that number 5 is the suspect vehicle fleeing the scene. But prior to that, number 4, we hear a potential gunshot.
Okay, so I skipped ahead. So we'll play number 4. And do we only ever hear one gunshot in the surveillance that was pulled?
Yes.
All right, so we hear the gunshot, and that's at 9:33:06, and we know that at 9:33:11, the Pathfinder is on that scene, and then we come back, and video 5 is at what time?
Video 5 is at 9:33.
And is that 24?
9:33:24.
So it's just a difference of seconds between 7 and the video at 5.
Yes.
And was is that the Pathfinder that we just saw in 5?
Yes.
Okay, then what do we see at number 6?
Number 6, we see the suspect vehicle fleeing the scene as well, and this is captured at Coralwood Dermatology.
So this is just the video that's further down toward Auto?
Yes.
And then what is video 7? What does that show?
Video 7 is also showing the suspect vehicle fleeing the scene, and it's showing them entering Del Prado.
And is this also captured from that Coralwood dermatology video?
Yes.
We go to the next slide, which is slide 10. And what does slide 10 show us?
Slide 10 is showing the cell phone analysis of Thomas Stein and Christopher Horne leaving the scene of the homicide. And it also shows the vehicle track as well. So it shows the vehicle leaving the scene around 9:33:11 p.m. and returning to the Stein residence at 9:46. And in the process of that, there's also surveillance footage captured from the area of Thomas Stein's residence.
Okay, and we see up here at 9:46:42, there's a little green circle. Is this the surveillance video we're about to see?
Yes.
Okay, and that captures Thomas Stein's vehicle going back toward his house that's denoted in this little brown teardrop.
Yes.
And again, we see the red belonging to Thomas Stein, the blue belonging to Christopher Horne. Those are the tower records, and they coincide with the GPS tracking from the Nissan Pathfinder.
Yes.
And I'm playing the video. Was that the Nissan Pathfinder that just drove? By.
Yes.
Okay, and then are these just those city cams that we've seen where you were able to denote the Pathfinder driving?
Yes.
Okay, and are those city cameras notated with these black circles of the areas those cameras captured the Nissan Pathfinder?
Yes.
Is there a way for the jurors to know easily which one the Pathfinder is in these various cameras?
There's a couple different ways. When it's facing the rear of the vehicle, there's no brake lights. The brake lights were turned off, but when the vehicle's facing you, the passenger side visor was down. So that's another way that the vehicle was known to be. This first video, it's very hard to see, but the suspect vehicle is fleeing onto Del Prado. No brake lights, so.
We'll go to the second video.
It's this vehicle in the left-hand lane passing.
Okay, and then I'll show the third video.
And this will show the vehicle turning right there.
And then what does slide number 11 show?
Slide number 11 is showing the stationary devices of Thomas Stein, Christopher Horne, and Jessica Stein. So what this is telling you is that all three devices remained in an area consistent with the Stein residence from 9:46 p.m. when they returned from the homicide, or the vehicle returning from the area of the homicide to 10:16 p.m.
And we know the call came out for the homicide was at 9:36.
I believe, yes.
And so almost 10 minutes later, they're all back at the Thomas Stein residence. Okay, moving on to slide 12. What does slide 12 show?
Slide 12 is showing cellular analysis for Thomas Stein, shown in the red, Christopher Horne, shown in blue, and Jessica Stein in purple. This is showing at 10:16 p.m. the vehicle departs the Thomas Stein's residence and makes its way over to Merchants Crossing, and there's a Planet Fitness located there.
All right. And was this consistent with Jessica Stein going to the Planet Fitness?
Yes.
And was that after the time of the murder and after the time that we see Christopher Horne and Thomas Stein return to the residence?
Yes.
And when Jessica Stein's phone leaves to go to the Planet Fitness, do Thomas Stein and Christopher Horne's phone stay stationary at the Thomas Stein residence?
Yes, in an area consistent. Yes.
I'm going to go to slide 13. And what does slide 13 show?
Slide 13 is showing the cell phone analysis of Thomas Stein in red, Christopher Horne in blue, Jessica Stein in purple. What this is showing is the vehicle departing the area of Thomas Stein's residence at 11:34 p.m. It shows Jessica Stein's phone moving in consistency with the vehicle tracks of the Hertz GPS. And it shows the cell phone traveling to the area of Christopher Horne's residence. There's also surveillance captured at 11:59 p.m. when the vehicle also arrives at the residence. And that's showing the suspect vehicle approaching Christopher Horne's residence, drops off a subject, and then quickly departs the area.
And so is it consistent that Thomas Stein remained at the Stein residence and Jessica Stein traveled with Christopher Horne back to the location in that area?
Yes.
And we have a camera near the area of the house where Jessica Stein dropped him off.
Yes.
I'm going to play that video. And are we looking up at this upper corner?
Yes. And upon departure from Christopher Horne's residence, Jessica Stein's cell phone device and the vehicle arrived back in the area of the Stein residence around 12:06 a.m.
I'm moving on to slide 14. And what does slide 14 show?
This is cellular analysis of Thomas Stein's phone, Christopher Horne's phone, and Jessica Stein's phone. When Jessica Stein's device returns to the area of Thomas Stein's residence, it remains there until 9:50 a.m. the following morning, as well as Thomas Stein's device. The devices never leave that area.
And what about Christopher Horne's device?
After Christopher Horne traveled back to the area of his residence, it stayed there until the time depicted, 9:55 a.m.
Moving on to the last and final slide, slide 15. And what does slide 15 show?
Slide 15 is the time analysis period for this is 9:55 a.m. on the 18th, as well through 10:48 a.m. This is the following morning after the homicide. What this shows is Thomas Stein's device stays in an area consistent with his residence, while Jessica Stein's device travels with the Hertz GPS to Fort Myers. Initially, the vehicle and her device are in the area of Honda of Fort Myers around 10:16 a.m. At 10:39 a.m., the vehicle departs and arrives at Hertz Rental at 10:46 a.m.
All right. We'll pull play the top video. And what is the top video going to show?
The top video shows a subject entering the Hertz rental business.
And is this who you believe to be Jessica Stein?
Yes.
And is this consistent with the GPS data as well as her cell phone tracking?
Yes.
Okay, and then I'm going to play the bottom video, and what will the bottom video show?
The bottom video is showing an employee walking into the business with a set of keys and then Jessica returning outside of the business.
All right, thank you. And does that conclude the PowerPoint presentation that you made for this case?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, you may go up. And at this time, the state tenders a witness.
All right.
Mr. Wheeler, do you want me to read this up?
You can turn it Morning, Ms. Pryor.
Good morning.
So based upon your testimony from 9:05 to 9:12 p.m. on the evening of March 17, 2024, the vehicle was stopped at North Fort Myers Church,
Yes.
right? And it was stopped there for about 7 minutes?
I believe it
9:05,
arrived,
9:12?
yeah, arrived at 9:05, departed at 9:12, yes.
And that's approximately just 20 minutes before the murder happens.
Correct.
Based upon your analysis, the GPS that you downloaded and plotted, the cell phone tower records that you looked through and you pinged off the towers, does anything there tell you how many people were in the car at any given point?
It does not.
Do you have the ability to, any of the surveillance footage that you saw to confirm or deny the fact there's 2 or 4 in the car?
No.
The GPS plots that we saw, are those pretty definitive in terms of there were no other stops made besides the one at the North Fort Myers Church?
Yes, those were directly received from Hertz, so however they measure or capture coordinates, that I'm not familiar with. I just receive this information.
So if the testimony that the jurors received yesterday from Hertz was that the GPS would ping every 60 seconds, so it's possible that the vehicle would stop within 60 seconds and then move on.
It's possible, but I can't really speak to that because I don't work for Hertz or capture their data. But yes, it's possible.
But you use their data in plotting your points?
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Nothing further. She may be excused and released.
Any objection to her being excused?
No, Your Honor.
You can step down. You're excused from your seat.
Thank you.
At this time, the state rests.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, the state has rested their case. I'm going to let you go to lunch, and it's about 10 minutes after 12 or before that. So if you'll come back here, I'm going to say 1:15. And just remember my earlier instructions. Don't discuss anything about this case with anyone, including each other. Don't do any research or look up anything. Watch any local news, television, radio, newspapers, anything like that. And we'll see you back here at 1:15. Just need your notepads here.
All right.
sorry, let the record reflect jurors exited the courtroom. Mr. Wheeler?
Judge, if I could ask the court for an additional 15 minutes.
I'm sorry?
If I could ask the court for an additional 15 minutes past the lunch hour, just so I could continue preparations for our side of the case, Judge.
Okay, do you have any motions at this time since the state rested?
Yeah, Judge, I'm getting there.
Okay.
At this point, Judge, the defense has moved for its first judgment of acquittal, and that the state has failed to meet its burden. There were a prima facie case that Mr. Stein was a part of the planned robbery and subsequent homicide of Kayla Rincon-Miller. And based upon that, Judge, I'd ask you to grant the directed verdict.
Okay. State?
Your Honor, the state contends that it's met its burden and established a prima facie case that the defendant was an active participant in the felony murder of Kayla Rincon-Miller. The evidence that the court heard is that Thomas Stein, along with Christopher Horne, traveled from the North Fort Myers location directly to the location of where the murder was. Prior to getting in the car at the Jaden Fernandez's house, the assertion was made by Christopher Horne. They were about wanting to rob a Chico. The concept of moving forward toward a robbery was something that was evident both from that statement made by Christopher Horne as well as the actions of the driver of the car, which we contend with state Thomas Stein, as was established by the evidence in the case that you heard. In driving to the location where the murder happened, that action of driving the vehicle both behind the girls, back towards the girls, looping back around behind the girls and turning around again indicates that this was an action that was intended to identify these girls as the potential victims of the robbery that they sought to perpetrate, as well as assessing the ability to be able to complete that. And in addition to that, once that car stopped, all of the occupants of the vehicle, including the driver, which has been identified as a party consistent with being Thomas Stein in terms of his physical description, as well as the fact that the statement by Jaden Fernandez is that at all times Christopher Horne was the passenger of that vehicle when he was with them, as well as Thomas Stein being the driver of that vehicle, that all of those parties got out. The assertion was that all the parties went out and the driver went directly to the victim. In this case, Kayla Rincon-Miller was the victim that was shot and killed. The fact that there's not been a direct ID in court doesn't eviscerate the fact that all of the other evidence presented together in a circumstantial case does establish that Thomas Stein was the driver that night. The actions of the parties indicate the intent to commit a robbery. The struggle that ensued, you heard from Emma and Luann about the attempts by the perpetrators of the robbery to try and get their things from them. I believe the quote from Emma Wright was, "Give me all your shit," is what was one of the perpetrators at her indicated. There was a struggle both at the location of Kayla Rincon-Miller as well as Emma Wright indicated that there was, and that she was being attacked by an individual. Luann also indicated a similar sentiment. And that while the perpetrator was at Kayla Rincon-Miller, that is when that gunshot went out. The parties, everyone that had come to the location in the car, then got back into the vehicle, and the vehicle fled. And the court saw the testimony as recently as with Ms. Robideau that the vehicle fled directly back at a high rate of speed to Thomas Stein's home. The state contends that all of the evidence that's been presented indicates that this was both an intended robbery as well as a homicide that happened during the commission of that attempted robbery. The other evidence that's also instructive and assistive to the court's determination is that there were firearms that we contend are part of this case, as was elicited on testimony. Thomas Stein's mother owned a Glock 27. Those records were entered into the court's file. By all accounts, that weapon was not located following this murder after a search warrant was conducted at that home. That Glock 27 was identified as being one that Thomas Stein handled frequently, had in his hands, used in videos. That Glock 27 has very specific physical characteristics relating to the ridge lines at both the muzzle and the rear of the firearm. Those striations or markings on the firearm we contend are consistent with the injury that was at a close proximity to where the discharge of the firearm occurred at Kayla Rincon's chest, and lining up that the firearm we're contending that was the one that killed Kayla Rincon-Miller, that we suspect and that the evidence suggests is the one that killed her, does match the one that Thomas Stein was frequently in possession of, that his mom was the owner of, that she allowed him to use, and that was no longer available at her home or locatable at her home after the murder. And in addition to that, there is another firearm that Jaden Fernandez indicates was frequently handled by Christopher Horne, which is at 45, or 1911, excuse me, different style of firearm, and the state contends that by all evidence, all the parties that got out of the vehicle that night were armed, and the murder of Kayla Rincon-Miller happened as a result of the attempted robbery that essentially went wrong. As it relates to the other charges, I don't believe that defense has made a JOA argument as to the attempted robbery counts, but I can make those arguments if he is going to make a JOA argument as to the other counts of the indictment.
Just, I believe I have, being that the state has failed to show any proof that Mr. Stein had any plan or participation in the attempted robbery of these other victims. Were you finished?
I'm sorry, I thought she was done. You're done.
No, I am. I just didn't know. I didn't hear that he was making an argument as to the robbery, so I can, the attempted robberies, I can do that, although I would rely on the other arguments that I've already made about the statements and evidence that's
Okay, go ahead.
Just a brief rebuttal. To clarify for the record, Christopher Horne Jr. didn't say, we want to rob a Chico, but we feel like robbing Chicos. He said, I want to rob a Chico. And he said that towards the presence of Mr. Fernandez. Secondarily, Judge, the state is correct. There has never been an identity established of the driver of this vehicle. They haven't placed how many people got out of this car besides the witness testimony of the two victims saying there's at least 4. They did indicate that one of them was a white male with blue eyes, but as taking the evidence in light that Leighton was favorable to the state, the vehicle has made stops, as plotted by Ms. Brogan. And Judge, respectfully, with all due respect to the state's evidence in reference to the firearm, and saying that a Glock 27 in particular is consistent with the markings found on the remains in this Rincon-Miller's body, it's junk science. That's the best way I can put it. There are thousands of weapons in production, and the witness testimony that we've received today was that it could meet, it could match, they could also be consistent. We don't know. They just looked at the one particular weapon, a Glock 27, and looked no further.
Okay. All right. So I have listened to all of the testimony in the trial, presided over the trial, listened to the testimony. I've listened to the arguments. I've reviewed all applicable case law, and I'm going to deny the motion for judgment of acquittal. What you said you needed an additional 15 minutes to get ready for your defense portion of the case. Is that correct?
Right, Judge. I would ask for an hour and 15 minutes from what we break today.
Okay. 2 things. One, have to have a conversation with Mr. Stein, and I'm sure you're aware and talk to your attorneys, but you have the ability, you have the decision to make whether you want to testify or not testify. No one can make that decision but you. Everybody can advise you whether you want to testify or not testify. But ultimately, that is a decision you alone get to make, whether you testify or not testify. No one can stop you from testifying if you want to get up there and testify. No one can make you get up there and testify if you don't want to. So I want to make sure you have an opportunity to discuss that decision with your attorneys over the lunch hour. And when we come back, I'll ask what your decision is, whether you want to testify or not testify. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then in terms of proceeding further, the defense anticipate, other than potentially Mr. Stein or not, any other witnesses?
Essentially one judge.
Okay. All right. Do we need to keep the person here? So they can keep him here, though. Would you want me to have them do that?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Very well. Then we will 12:20 now. It's when the jurors come back at 12:15.
115?
1:15, I'm sorry. So, but you want to start at 1:35, correct?
As much time as the court will give the judge.
1:35. Okay. That's 15 more minutes than when we release. So we'll see you at 1:35.
Judge, are they going to be bring Mr. Stein back out so we can have a conference with him?
If you need him to. Yeah, Eric, Josh? On Mr. Stein, they may need to discuss things with him over lunch, so just make sure he's available to his attorneys.
Are you guys taking it down or keeping it up?
right, let the record reflect the state's defense counsel and the defendant are present. And so the state's rested. It's time, I guess, to determine what, if any witnesses or anything you want to call for the defense. So what is it that you want to do?
Judge, I wanted first, before we did that, I want to prompt the court that it's the defense intention of calling Ms. Wolf to testify.
Who?
Ms. Wolf, the prosecutor, in order to impeach the testimonies given by Emma Wright yesterday. That Thomas Stein was the shooter, that she saw the shooting happen, and that I would like to use Ms. Wolf's testimony to impeach her, in that Ms. Wolf has a very keen understanding of the case, and that Ms. Wright has never made that statement to her previous to yesterday.
Okay.
That's my intention. And I gave the state the heads up. I didn't want a big debacle and respectful in front of the court.
Okay. Other than that, are any other witnesses?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Defense calling Christopher Horne Jr.
Okay. So we've got him here or downstairs, but he can be brought up.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And then as to Mr. Stein, have you had an opportunity to talk to your attorneys about whether you want to testify or not testify?
Yes, sir.
Have you made a decision?
Yes, sir.
What's your decision?
I will.
Okay. All right. So we've got quite a bit of testimony then this afternoon. What says the state in regards, I guess, to having Ms. Wolf testify?
We're opposed to it, but we were just told this 5 minutes ago, so we'd like to see
Oh,
the
okay.
case law. We've been on break and didn't get any heads up till just now, so.
Okay, sure.
Obviously, we would object, but we need to see what the case law says and how that works.
Okay. All right. I guess I can give you all a little bit more time. I can go upstairs, let you all check on that.
Judge, if the court would like, I can also supply Your Honor with the case law that I've given to the states. They know where we're coming from.
Okay.
Judge, do you want that now?
Yeah, hold on one second. Go ahead.
Judge, Marshall versus State, 68, 7th, 3rd.
Wait, slow down just a bit on the numbers. What is it?
68, 7th, 3rd, 374.
374? Okay.
And we have Pugh versus State. Six three seven Southern Second 313.
Okay.
Finally, Williams versus State 472 Southern Second 1350.
13 what?
1350.
Okay. All right, I'll go upstairs, take a look at those cases, and then let you all have a chance to look things up yourself.
All right.
And we'll come back here. Can you let State or Ms. Miller, if you'll just let Brandy know when you all are ready, I'll go back down. We'll be in recess.
Is that the prosecutor was told prior to the trial by the victim that the defendant was not the driver of the suspect vehicle. The prosecutor then gave that information to the defense attorney, and during the trial, when the defendant's counsel asked the victim whether he had told the prosecutor that the defendant was not the driver, the victim said, "I don't recall." At that point, the defense is left with the only witness he or she can call is that prosecutor to say, yeah, the victim did tell me this information. In the situation we have here, first of all, Ms. Wolf, yesterday, we had a Richardson violation that was raised by defense because on the stand, Emma Wright said in redirect that the driver was the person who shot Kayla Rincon-Miller. And the driver, she identified as a person with the blonde hair, the light blue eyes, or blue eyes, something to that effect. That was, as the court found, based on Ms. Wolf's testimony to the court, that was the first time that she's ever made that statement. She didn't make it prior to the trial, she didn't make it in any of her statements to law enforcement, and she didn't make it in her deposition. The defense properly impeached her with that and asked her if this is the first time you've ever said that. And I believe she said yes, and I think defense counsel said you've given 3 statements or something to that effect and was able to impeach her. Additionally, the defense also, through Frank Scarlato, impeached her with the fact that she had never made that statement before. So Ms. Wolf is not in, she actually has no information to even impeach her with because she was never given any information by Ms. Wright. In fact, the conversation she had with her was totally different. Ms. Wolf didn't ask her who the shooter was. We've never asked her who the shooter was because we know from her statements and from her information that she didn't know who the shooter was. So in this situation, the defense has numerous ways. They already have impeached her. The state is not even going to bring that into our closings because we have said all along, without Christopher Horne, this is a circumstantial case. And you heard from, both in our opening, we didn't mention Mr. Horne, and then you heard from Ms. Wolf in our JOA argument that the JOA argument she lined out for the court is through circumstantial evidence. So we're not even going to get that. But calling Ms. Wolf would be entirely inappropriate. It's not proper impeachment to use her for that. And there's other ways to get that information in. Additionally, the defense provided a case that they had a highlight in, and I believe it's Williams v. State. At the bottom of that page, it says, furthermore, although as a general rule, a lawyer should not testify in litigation in which he is an advocate, he may do so where unanticipated circumstances arise and when it is necessary to prevent a miscarriage of justice. In this situation, there's no necessity because, again, they have ample opportunity and have taken use of that to impeach Emma with her prior statements that she's never said Thomas Stein was the shooter, and additionally, she never told that to Alyssa beforehand. So all the defense would be asking Ms. Wolf is, well, isn't it true that Emma's never said this in any statements? Well, they can get that information in through the other statements. So at this point, the state believes that would set a chilling precedent that anytime a witness says something different on the stand than their statement, that a prosecutor could be called in. That should only happen when the prosecutor is the only person with information that would impeach that defendant. And she has nothing to be able to impeach her with at this point. So we'd ask you to deny.
Quick question, and Ms.
Yes.
Wolf was never listed as a witness or anything like that?
Of course not, no.
Throughout any-
She wouldn't be able to be here.
I'm just putting that on the record.
Yes, thank you.
All right, just with it.
Next. Judge, Ms. Miller is correct. The only question really is germane is, was there ever a time that she had received a notice that Ms. Wright was going to testify the way that she did yesterday?
Isn't that what we went through yesterday, though? I went through with her?
I'm sorry?
Isn't that what I went through with her yesterday?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
When the court denied us the Richardson hearing.
Right. But I asked Ms. Wolf those questions.
That's correct, Judge.
Okay.
So she had never been made privy to the fact that she was going to change her testimony on the stand.
Okay.
However, Judge, I'm able to call an impeachment witness to say that even before giving her opening statement, Ms. Wolf never knew of the change in statement from Ms. Wright. Does that make sense? Additionally, Judge, Ms. Wolf also indicated in the vestibule to me that Ms. Wright indicated that she never saw, or that Ms. Wright didn't even know what the object was in the driver's hand. So, I mean, that's also a change in testimony, Judge, that we're just being brought to light in.
Okay. All right, anything else?
No, sir.
Okay. I have reviewed the case law presented. I went up and read all the cases. I would say most of them revolve around the court, what the appellate courts deemed as improper, not allowing for defense counsel to impeach a witness with prior inconsistent statements. However, in this case, Emma Wright was allowed to be impeached. You did impeach her with prior inconsistent statements. You were able to cross-examine her on that. And as for your request to call Ms. Wolf as a witness, I've listened to what you requested. I've listened to the state's objection to that, and I'll sustain the objection.
Judge, can I at least have a proffer from Ms. Wolf of the testimony she would have provided to the jury?
I'm going to object to that because you've already inquired of her what she knows or doesn't know, and that anything would be improper, and I don't think she should be subjected to questioning by Mr. Wheeler.
Well, are you going to ask her anything different than what I asked her yesterday?
Judge, in reference to the information that she gave to me in the vestibule, that Ms. Wright didn't even know what was in the driver's hand, which is also a conflict.
Okay, wait, slow down a little bit, because this is the first time you brought this up.
We can't have conversation.
So what are you saying?
Judge, in the vestibule, I was having a conversation with Ms. Miller and Ms. Wolf. And Ms. Wolf indicated to me that she had no idea what Emma Wright was going to testify to on the stand yesterday. Before she had told
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Okay.
Before she had told me, I didn't even know what was in the driver's hand. And all of a sudden, and that kind of catapulted into the driver's and the shooter. Does that make sense?
You're not making sense to me. I'm sorry. You had a conversation with Ms. Wolf. What was said in the vestibule?
That Ms. Wright did not know what was in the driver's hand. if
Okay.
any.
All right. I got that. Now what's next?
Now, all of a sudden, the driver's the shooter. Alluding that the object in his hand, if there was one, was a weapon or a gun.
Okay. I understand what you're saying. And you're asking me to let you proffer her statements about that conversation in the vestibule?
Her conversations with Ms. Wright, Judge, not with me.
Oh, I thought she had a conversation with you out there in the vestibule.
She was part of that conversation with Ms. Miller, yes.
Okay. You didn't have a conversation with Ms. Wolf about that?
She was there, Judge. We talked about, her, what she had received yesterday from, prior to Emma Wright taking the stand.
Right.
And then she adds a little extra, and she didn't even tell me that, she had told me before, she didn't even know it was in the driver's hand.
Okay. And when did you have that conversation with Ms. Wolf?
10 minutes ago, Judge?
Okay.
So that alludes to me that she's had a conversation with Ms. Wright, where Ms. Wright's told her something different from the driver, she didn't know what was in the driver's hand, to now the driver's the shooter.
And I think, didn't you question Emma Wright about her seeing any guns in the hands of any of the people involved and what her responses were in that?
Correct, Judge. And she informed us, she informed me, she
Jury.
informed the jurors, that everyone in the car had a gun.
Okay. All right, I'll let you respond.
Judge, I was part of that conversation. Nothing that was said to Ms. Wolf was any different or had any additional details that were not in her statements. Ms. Wolf is not in possession of any statements that could impeach Ms. Wright other than the same statements the defense has of the statements taken by law enforcement. As Your Honor correctly pointed out, he has properly impeached her. He's impeached her through the statements against her on the stand, as well as through Detective Scarlato. So it is entirely, he's twisting words, twisting conversation. There's nothing that is in the state's possession or knowledge that has not been turned over to the defense or that was not been turned over to the defense before Ms. Wright testified. It's clear through both Luann DeJe's testimony and Emma Wright's testimony. They gave numerous statements to law enforcement, and there were a lot of inconsistencies. And the way in which to handle those is through impeachment, which the defense attorney.
And I believe there was a line of questioning about you were really focused on the person that had a gun to your face and weren't really looking at the guns and the others. I think you did go down that line of questioning in front of the jury with Emma Wright.
I did, Judge.
Okay. All right. Well, I've listened to the arguments. Again, I'm going to sustain the objection from the state. All right. Are we ready to bring the jury in then and begin with the defense case?
Judge, are we allowing Mr. Horne to come in unshackled, or is he going to?
How would you like to do? You want to call him first?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So we got to get him from downstairs, right? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it may take a few minutes, but so we can get him up here. I think that he would just be brought up, sworn in, just like the other witnesses, and put on the stand. Okay?
And Judge, just, I've already talked to Mr. Wheeler beforehand, as well as Ms. Wolf, about not calling a witness solely for impeachment. He said that's not what he's going to do. So
Okay.
we're taking that as witness.
Okay.
While they're bringing him up, I just walk the court for a moment. I think we're just going to have them call him and then we can bring him out after swearing. Is that okay? Yeah, it's okay. Is that creating issues for operations? I'll wait. I just got to wait for Ms. Miller to come back. I'm good. I got some. Thank you. All right, let the record reflect state's present, defense counsel, and defendant are present. I would ask prior to Mr. Horne being brought out that you give your admonition, just because we have a lot of people in the courtroom.
Okay.
As far as,
So, ladies and gentlemen that are in the audience in the courtroom, I have said this before, and I think you've probably heard me, but I certainly understand there are a lot of emotions involved in this case from many sides. The courtroom is not the place to express those emotions, either happiness, sadness, frustration, whatever, because the jury has to be able to do their work unimpeded, without any interference or anything from any members, obviously, in the audience. So if you feel like you cannot control your emotions or anything like that, please wait in the hallway. However, if you are able just to comply with the court's administrative orders regarding decorum in the courtroom, certainly you're welcome to remain. Just no expressions. The witness is testifying. I'll be looking out. I don't want to see rolling of eyes or signaling or any kind of communication with a witness on the stand, regardless of who they are. Does everybody understand that? All right then. So we're ready to bring jury back in. Let's bring jury back in. Okay. It may take a minute, so once he knocks, then we'll all stand. So if you want to sit down until... All right, please be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, of the jury. Hope you're able to get some lunch. By a show of hands, was anyone not able to follow the court's previous instructions about doing any research, looking up anything, discussing anything about their service as a juror on the case? Seeing no hands, you ready to proceed? Mr. Wheeler, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Judge. The defense calls Christopher Horne Jr.
All right, sir. You'll face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, you take the stand. Okay, you can proceed when you're ready.
Mr. Horne, introduce yourself to the members of the jury.
Christopher Horne.
All right, and so I'm going to ask you two to scoot up just a little bit and speak with a little more volume so that it can be accurately recorded.
Say that again, please.
Christopher Horne.
Are you a junior?
Yeah.
Is that your legal name, Christopher Horne Jr.?
Yeah.
Where'd you live?
Just bend that microphone a little more directly towards you.
What'd you say?
There you go.
Where do you live?
In jail.
Where'd you live before that?
I don't know. Cape Coral. I live in the Cape.
In the Cape?
Yeah.
Who'd you live with?
My dad,
Who's your dad?
Christopher Horne Sr.
Do you have any cousins?
Yeah.
How many?
I got a lot I don't know.
I'm sorry?
I got a lot I don't know.
You got a lot you don't know.
Yeah.
Do you have any siblings?
Yeah.
How many?
4.
Who are they?
I gotta say my sibling name.
Yes, sir.
Bernice Horne, Chris Horne, Alonzo Stewart, and Cedric Stewart.
On March 17th, 2024, there was a murder in Fort Myers. Do you understand that?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Cape Coral. Is that true?
yeah.
2 months before that, well, strike that. How long had you known Thomas Stein for?
Like a month, probably.
A month?
2 months.
How'd you meet him?
To a friend.
Which friend?
To a friend.
Which friend?
Yeah, I gotta do all that with him.
You have to respond to the attorney's questions.
To a friend.
Judge, I've asked the court to direct the witness to answer the question.
I think he asked you who the friend is, right?
That's correct, Judge.
Daryl.
Daryl who?
For,
Daryl Ford?
yeah.
Does Daryl Ford have a nickname?
Daryl Ford.
Does Daryl Ford have a nickname?
Yeah. DJ.
DJ. Do you have any nicknames?
Yeah.
What are they?
Lil Boston, Lil Bot.
I'm sorry?
Lil Boston, Lil Bot.
Little Buster and Little Buck?
Yeah.
Do you also go by the name Buck Buck?
Yeah.
What about Bubba?
No.
You don't know who Bubba is?
No.
Have you ever held a firearm before, sir?
Yeah.
When was that?
March 17.
When you were 17?
March 17.
On March 17th?
Yeah.
You never held a firearm before that date?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so besides March 17th, when else have you held a firearm?
I don't remember.
Did you make any videos of firearms?
Yeah.
What firearm did you have?
1911.
With a laser grip?
Yeah.
When I say laser grip, you grip the gun and the laser pops up, right?
Yeah.
Is that the gun that you had on March 17th, 2024?
Yeah.
Where's that gun now?
In the river.
Which river?
Key.
Which river?
I don't know.
Did you ever tell law enforcement where that gun was?
Yeah.
Do you know if they ever found it?
No.
Before being incarcerated, did you have a cell phone?
Yeah.
Did you have your cell phone with you on March 17, 2024?
Yeah.
Where's that cell phone at?
The Calusa Hatchet.
How did it end up in the Calusa hatching?
I threw it in there.
When?
March 18.
March 18th,
Yeah.
2024?
Yeah.
The day after the murder.
Yeah.
Were you with anyone?
Yeah.
Who?
My cousin.
Which cousin's name?
I don't know his real name.
He's your cousin, but you don't know his real name? You're shaking your head no, is that correct?
Yes.
You know him by the name Jug?
Yeah.
What kind of car was he driving?
I don't remember.
All right, so tell the members of the jury how you discarded of your cell phone with the Calusa hatching.
I threw it in the water.
So did he stop in the middle of traffic?
No, he didn't know. He thought I threw some paper out the window. He didn't know I threw it in the water.
So you just kind of opened your window and dropped it out?
No, I slung it.
You slung it?
Yeah.
Why'd you get rid of your cell phone?
Because I know my phone is linked to the, it's going to be linked to the murder scene.
You knew the phone was going to be linked to the murder scene?
Yeah.
Did you have plans to commit a robbery on that phone?
What you mean?
Did you have plans to commit a robbery on the phone?
I don't know what you're saying.
Did you make plans with anyone that night?
When?
March 17, 2024.
It wasn't really plans. It was out of nowhere.
Just out of nowhere?
Yeah.
So, who were you communicating with?
That's what you mean?
Who were you communicating with that night prior to the murder?
My co-defendant,
Who besides Thomas Stein?
my cousins.
The plan that you made with Thomas Stein that night, what was that?
You said what was it? It was supposed to go hit cars and kick off probably, but everything turned left.
You said the plan was to go hit cars. What do you mean by hitting cars?
Breaking into cars.
All right. When you say breaking into cars, do you mean with like a Slim Jim, or do you mean just trying door handles?
You know what I'm talking about, bro. You trying to be funny, bro. You know what I'm talking about. Breaking into cars.
Judge, ask the court to direct the witness to answer the question.
So you just have to respond to the attorney's questions.
I am.
So did you have a Slim Jim? Were you actually going to break into the car, or were you just trying door handles?
I don't even know what a Slim Jim is.
Okay. Were you just trying door handles?
Yeah.
Were you going to break windows?
No.
If you're going around trying to go into cars that are open, why'd you have a gun on you?
I ain't had no gun on me. I got a gun from my co-defendant. I ain't had no gun. I just got a gun.
You just got a gun.
Yes.
So why would you carry the gun with you to break into cars?
The gun was in the car.
Gun was in the car?
Yes.
So why was the gun in the car?
I don't know. The gun was already in the car before I got picked up.
I see. The gun in question was in 1911, correct?
Yeah.
And that's the one that you were making the rap videos with the laser sight?
Rap videos.
Yeah, you're taking videos of yourself with a gun
When?
on Instagram.
Me alive?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't it true? Well, let me strike that, Judge. How many people were in the car that night?
Just two.
Just two?
Yeah.
The entire night? You're nodding your head yes.
Yes.
What about Jaden Fernandez?
We just went to his house before he bought some weed.
And I'm going to need you to just speak with a little more volume because I'm having trouble
He just
hearing.
wanted to go buy weed. He bought weed. You know, he stepped in the car.
So
I don't recall him stepping in the car.
you and Thomas, you go and pick him up, right?
I don't think he got picked up. I think he's just in the doorway.
That's just when? What?
I think he was just in the doorway. I don't think he got picked up.
He was just in the doorway?
Yeah.
Did you ever state to Jaden Fernandez, hey, I want to rob a Chico?
No.
You ever state to Jaden Fernandez, hey, I want to catch a body?
No.
When you're driving around with Thomas Stein looking for cars to break into, you stopped at a church, didn't you?
Yeah.
What were you doing at the church?
Oh no, he was doing. My head was just my phone. He just put it in the church. My head was in my phone.
Your head was in your phone.
Yeah.
And that's when two people got into the car, is that right?
No.
What were you wearing?
Some sweatpants and a red jacket.
A red jacket?
Yeah.
Like a jacket I'm wearing?
No.
Like a hoodie,
Yeah.
right? You're wearing a red hooded sweatshirt.
Yeah.
And you had a mask, right?
Objection, leading.
Sustained is the form of that question. It's leading.
I asked you what you were wearing, sir.
I told you what I wearing, bro. I wearing blue sweatpants and a red jacket.
Were you also wearing a mask?
Yeah.
Why'd you have a mask?
I just got the mask. I didn't wear. I wear the mask before the robbery. I just got the mask.
Where'd you get the mask from?
My co-defendant, I take it from him.
You took it from him.
Yeah.
You've known Thomas Stein for about a month, you said, right?
Yeah.
Before this happened.
Yeah.
You described him as sweet, right?
Yeah.
Sweet meaning that you can take things from him like a mask.
No, it's just like no.
that you can come over and smoke his marijuana, right?
No.
That you can get him to do what you want him to do.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
You can get Thomas Stein to do what you want him to do, right?
No.
What do you mean by sweet? Like he brought you candy?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You call him sweet, right?
I guess.
What does that mean?
She's sweet.
Did he send you a Christmas card? What do you mean by sweet, sir?
Mm-mm.
So you and everybody else in the car are driving around.
They don't know everybody else. There's only one person, 2 people. There's only 2 people.
Just 2 people.
Yeah.
Did you ever tell anyone else that Jaden was the shooter?
No.
You never said Jaden was
I
the
made
shooter?
a ghost name out of Jaden, but I ain't never say Jaden was no shooter. I made a ghost name out of saying Jaden. I ain't never said Jaden was a shooter. I never said Jaden Fernandez was no shooter.
I didn't mention Mr. Fernandez. You mentioned Mr. Fernandez, right?
You said Jaden Fernandez. You basically saying Jaden Fernandez. Put a name on it when you sent it.
So you told someone that Jaden was a shooter, right?
Jaden, ghost Jaden.
A ghost Jaden.
It wasn't a name. It was a makeup person.
So you made up a name.
Yes.
And the name you chose to make up was Jaden.
Yes.
Was that Jaden Fernandez?
No.
Was that Jaden Pagan?
No.
Was that some other Jaden we don't know about?
No. Only reason I brought a name up, because I don't want my mom and my parents around. You know what I'm saying? A person that just killed somebody, you know what I'm saying? They gonna feel unsafe.
Was that because you killed him?
No, I ain't do that. I won't do that.
It wasn't your plan to rob anyone, right?
No.
And certainly, you didn't want to rob a girl. Is that right?
No.
And so when you rolled up,
I'm going to object to all these questions that I'm leading. I ask that you redirect.
I've allowed some latitude with leading, but if you could just ask direct examination questions. Thank you.
after Thomas picked you up, where'd you go?
Supposed to went to Cape Coral Parkway, but we went to the movie theater.
All right. Did you find any cars to break into?
No, when he turned the movie theater, I didn't know where he turned. He said, "Out back the movie theater." I didn't know where he turned the movie theater for.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that a little
Yeah, you
slower?
have to speak up a little bit louder again, like I said.
We can't hear you.
We was going down Cape Coral Parkway. He turned it to the movie theater.
So you turned into the movie theater?
Yeah.
What'd you do in the movie theater parking lot?
Just running around. I asked him what we turned here for. He said, "Ops beat." I said, "We got our phones on us."
What'd you say, op beat?
Ops, OPPS.
Ops.
Yeah,
Okay. So he's looking for ops now?
yeah.
He's looking for opponents.
I guess so. We don't got the same opponents. We just met. I ain't got no opponents.
You don't have any opponents.
No.
So, did you see anyone in the parking lot of the movie theater?
No.
So, did you leave the parking lot then?
Hmm?
Did you leave the parking lot then?
Yeah.
Did you look for any cars to break into?
I wasn't looking for nobody in the parking lot. My head was in my phone. I wasn't looking for nobody. I don't know what he was doing, but I wasn't looking for nobody.
Did Thomas Stein have a mask?
No.
So Thomas Stein picks you up. And the plan is to go around looking for cars to break into. You go into a movie theater. You're looking for ops.
I wasn't looking for ops. He was looking. I wasn't looking for no ops.
Right. Did you find any cars to break into?
No. No, we didn't supposed to break in no cars at the movie theater. We supposed to go to Cape Coral Parkway. Plans went left. I don't know why they went left, but they went left.
So the plan was you were going to get out of the car, try to get into the car if you can, and then come back to Mr. Stein, who was driving.
What location you talking about?
At the parking lot.
What location?
Movie theater.
Which one?
The one that you just told the jury you pulled into.
I'm talking about the one with Del Prado. Which one is you talking about?
Let's stick with Del Prado. You pulled into the theater. The plan was for you to get out of the car, So-
No, the one over there part of the plan was for me not to get the car.
But plainly, Thomas was supposed to be the driver because he wasn't wearing a mask, right?
He wasn't the driver. What you getting at? What you trying to say? You trying to say I did it?
You were the only one with a mask.
You trying to say I did it?
Were you the only one with a mask?
Yes.
Did anyone, no, strike that. After you left the theater on Del Prado, what happened?
We never left. We went down the street. We were supposed to, you know what I'm saying? Right, these people at the bank right there, but he said the cameras was around. Then it was people walking down the street. It was a person.
I'm going to let you move up closer to the microphone because, again, you're very soft-spoken, so it's hard to hear what you're saying.
We was running down the street, supposed to ride the people at the bank, but he got spooked out and said there was cameras around.
So you were supposed to go into cars near the bank?
No, I just said rob people at the bank.
You were gonna rob people at the bank?
Yes, but it was cameras. It was cameras around the area. He said no, so we was driving down the street. It was these people walking, minding their business. You know what I'm saying?
Hang on a second, I don't want to leave the bank yet. You're gonna rob people at the bank at 9:30 at night on a Sunday?
Yeah.
Who was at the bank at 9:30 at night on a Sunday?
No, somebody.
Were there even cars parked at the bank at 9:30 on a Sunday?
Yeah.
All right, so isn't it true, I'm sorry. The plan was to go into the cars at the bank.
It went left. It went, nobody ain't supposed to get robbed. You know what I'm saying? We were supposed to go car hopping, but he turned it to this area. You know what I'm saying? Started talking about robbing. We walking down the street. You know, somebody walking, people walking down the street. It was one of the victims that looked like a male. He pointed him out, said, "I robbed him." I said, "Nah, they probably don't even got nothing. They don't have nothing." You know what I'm saying?
Which victim looked like a man?
I don't know. It was one that looked like a male, short hair.
You talking about the white girl?
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yes.
She looked like a man to you?
Yes. We was driving down the street.
What about her look like a man to you?
Huh?
What about her look like a man to you?
What?
What about her appearance made you think that she was a man?
It was from a distance. I didn't see I was off drugs. It was from a distance.
You didn't see her long hair?
No.
You didn't see her shirt with midriff?
No.
You didn't see the fact that she had breasts?
No.
I'm sorry?
Keep going.
So you're saying that Thomas Stein said, "Hey, let's go rob these people."
Out of nowhere, yeah. And I said no at first, you know what I'm saying? Then he drove around the block again. Like, you know what I'm saying, trying to press me, acting like I'm scared or something. And I let my pride get the best of me, and I did it. And you know what I'm saying? Somebody's life got messed up, and it affected a lot of people.
So you're saying you let your pride get in the way, and then you did it?
Yeah.
What did you do?
I attempted to rob people, but I ain't, you know what I'm saying? I tried to stop. It was too late.
No, Mr. Horne, what did you do?
I attempted to rob people.
How?
I robbed one person, huh?
How?
I hopped out with the gun, but...
Did you hop out of the back seat?
Huh? No.
You sure?
Yes.
So
And I told you.
You hop out of the front seat then?
Hmm?
You hop out of the front seat?
Yeah.
And who'd you go to?
When I looked, that one that am right, the one that we pushed around the phone, he never ran the phone. I looked back.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand any of that. Can you say that again?
Am I right?
Am I right?
Yeah.
So you ran up to Am I right?
Yeah.
And what'd you do?
I up, you know what I'm saying? And I looked back, looking for him. And I looked back. In a quick second, he shot.
You looked back from Am I right, and you saw who?
Him up in Kayla.
Him?
Him got his gun at Kayla, and I looked back.
Him who?
To my co-defendant.
You're talking about Thomas Stein?
Yeah.
The driver of the vehicle?
Yeah.
But everyone says there's 4 people in the car.
No, it just sounded like it's 3 people because I shut the door when I got scared when I ran. I grabbed on the back door, then I grabbed on the front door and shut it. So it sounded like 3 car doors shut. That's probably why they think it was 3 people.
But when the car stopped, all 4 doors open.
No,
How'd that happen?
no, 4 doors ain't open. You flagging.
I'm what?
You lying.
I'm lying.
Yeah.
Did you say I'm flagging? Was that what you just said?
Yes.
So if I said all 4 doors open, that's a lie.
Yeah, it's a lie.
So you look back at that exact moment, and Thomas Stein shoots Kayla. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
What gun did he have?
40 cal.
40 cal.
Yeah.
Had you seen that gun before?
Yeah.
Had you held that gun before?
Yeah.
Prior to stopping with these girls, did you use any drugs?
Hmm?
Did you use any drugs?
Me?
Yes.
Yeah.
What'd you use?
I was always on drugs.
You're always on drugs.
Yes.
What were you using?
Marijuana, I think, and I think I popped pills.
What kind of pills?
Percocets.
You're popping Percocets.
Yeah.
You weren't taking any fentanyl?
No.
So after the shot rings off, you get back in the car, is that right?
I run. I asked him. I started screaming. I asked him, why did you shoot? Why did you shoot?
So when the girls said that they heard somebody say that, that was you saying that?
Yes.
So when you got back in the car, you opened another door besides your own?
Yeah, because I was nervous trying to run to the back, just trying to look and run at the same time.
So you ran to the back door?
I ran to the back door. I grabbed the back door. I shut it, and I ran to the front door, passenger seat.
Why?
Because I was nervous.
You were so nervous about getting the car fast enough, you went to the wrong door?
Yeah.
Which side did you get into?
The passenger seat.
So you opened the back passenger side door first?
Then I opened the passenger back door, then I opened the front.
Was your gun loaded?
No.
It was an unloaded gun?
Yes. I told him to unload his gun before he got the car. But he backdoored me and he didn't unload the gun. He kept one in the head.
So let me get this straight. I want to make sure this is clear for the jury. You had an unloaded gun, but you got the gun from Thomas, and he gave you a loaded gun, and he backdoored you by putting one in the head.
And his gun, yeah. I told him before it happened, take the bullets out the gun, but you know what I'm saying, he didn't listen.
So you told him to take the bullets out of his gun?
Yeah.
What'd you do with your bullets?
I took the clip out the gun.
You took the magazine out of the gun?
Yeah, it was never nothing in the head, no none of that.
I'm sorry?
There wasn't never no bullets in the head, no none of that.
There was never any bullets in it?
Yeah.
Even with the magazine?
Yeah. Only reason the shell got caught in the gun, was the gun jammed.
So I'm confused. The shell got caught in the gun and the gun jammed, but there are no bullets in the gun.
In his gun.
In his gun?
Yeah.
Were you holding the Glock or was he?
He was.
Why did the gun jam?
Because he shot.
What was he doing when he shot?
I don't know. I just looked back and seen him shoot. And it was just too fast. It was like too fast. Like that's why I feel like he, you know what I'm saying? I feel like he knew her because it was too fast. Like
You felt like he knew her.
yeah, it was too fast. It was like 2 seconds.
How did he know her?
I don't know. You ask him now. That's your defendant.
Did you know her?
No.
Did you know them right?
No.
Did you know Luann Dejai?
No.
What school did you go to?
North.
I'm sorry?
North.
North?
North from our high.
Was there ever a revolver in the car that evening?
No.
So what'd you do when you got back in the car? What's happening?
I'm screaming at him, asking why he shoot.
You're screaming at him?
Yeah.
You sure he's not screaming at you?
No.
Or any of the other guys in the car?
There wasn't nobody else in the car. You just like trying to put words in my mouth. There wasn't nobody else in the car.
Where'd you go?
We went to his house.
Straight there?
Yeah.
You didn't drive around first?
No.
When you got to Stein's house, what happened?
We was arguing.
You were arguing?
Yeah.
Like physically arguing or verbally arguing?
Verbally.
Okay. Was there ever a time that you became a physical fight?
I don't recall.
You don't recall swinging on Thomas Stein?
It was 2 years ago, so I don't recall. Yeah, I think I did.
Did you pull a gun on Thomas Stein?
No.
Did he pull a gun on you?
Yeah.
What happened then?
The shell showed from the gun. And I told him the shell and the gun, and we started talking. Then we burnt the clothes up, and I went home.
Hang on. So the shell was stuck in the gun?
Yeah, and I sweet talked him.
What do you mean you sweet talked him?
I sweet talked him.
How so? What'd you say?
Told him we dogs, what you doing? I said something like that.
Is that when he took the shell casing and did what with it?
I don't recall what he did with the shell casing.
Did you ever tell anyone that he flushed it down the toilet?
I don't remember.
Would reading a copy of your deposition refresh your recollection? Would reading a copy of your deposition refresh your recollection as to what he did with the shell casing?
Huh?
You just said that you don't remember what he did with the shell casing, correct?
I don't recall.
You don't recall that I just asked you that, or you don't recall what he did with the shell casing?
I don't remember. I think he flushed it down the toilet. I really don't remember.
Okay. You told law enforcement that he flushed it down the toilet, right?
I think so.
So why doesn't Thomas Stein drive you home there?
Because I ain't want to take me home. I ain't trust him. I texted my dad and told him I need a ride.
You didn't trust Thomas Stein to take you home?
No.
Why?
Because he just killed somebody for no reason. I don't even know if somebody got killed. Somebody got shot for no reason.
All right. So instead of having him take you home, you're going to hang out there at his house.
No, I stood out the door for like 30 minutes for my ride, but he sent the wrong address.
I see. So you stood outside of his house for 30 minutes.
Yeah, like something like that.
You're waiting for your ride.
Yeah,
Was someone coming to pick you up?
yeah.
Who?
I don't know, one of my dad's friends.
But you said he gave you the wrong address?
Yeah,
Or he gave your dad the wrong address?
he sent my dad the wrong address.
So why were you using Thomas Stein's phone?
My phone, I was watching him. I made him put the address. I knew his address, but I just made him put it in. No, watching him, because I ain't want to try to shoot me in my face while my head was in my phone.
Okay. So you had Thomas Stein put in his address.
Yeah.
You made sure that he was doing it so you could watch him,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But then you watched him put in the wrong address.
I didn't watch him. I was just watching him. My phone was up here. How can I, you know what I'm saying, see what he putting in?
So your dad sends a car, and the car goes to the wrong address, right?
Yeah,
Your dad calls you, and obviously he's upset, right?
yeah.
Tell me about that.
He was just upset, telling me I sent the wrong address. Then I asked him, and I think he asked me, my co-defendant asked me, can his mom take me home? I said, I don't care. I was just trying to get up out of there. And I went home.
So his mom took you home.
Yeah,
Did his mom have any idea what the two of you had been doing?
not until the next morning.
So his mom drops you off, right?
Yeah,
And you're sitting in the back seat.
yeah,
Who's in the front seat?
by his sister.
The next morning, your family reaches out to Miss Stein, right, and asks for a meeting?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. Are you part of that meeting?
Yeah,
Where do you meet?
yes.
Where do you meet?
You said, where do we meet?
Yes.
My grandma's house.
Is that Maudine's house?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Maudena?
yeah.
Where's your gun at this point?
Hmm?
Where's your gun?
No,
The gun that you had during the course of the robbery, when you were robbing these girls. What'd you do with the gun?
me.
Yes.
I think it was gone. But no, it wasn't going. I don't remember.
Did you leave it at Thomas Stein's house?
I don't recall. It wasn't my gun.
Did Thomas Stein bring you that gun the next day?
I don't recall.
When's the next time you held that gun?
When I threw it in the river.
So you had the gun after the murder, correct?
I don't recall.
You just said you threw it in the river.
When I threw it, yes. When I threw it in the river, yes.
So you had it just before you threw it in the river.
Yes, that was like March 20th.
So 3 days after the murder,
I don't remember what was going on. There was so much going on. I don't remember.
so 3 days after the murder, you threw the gun into the river.
Yeah.
Do you know which part of the river?
No, I don't think it was 3 days. I don't know.
You said March 20th.
Around that time, yeah.
You didn't pull the trigger in the robbery, right?
No. I won't do nothing like that.
Excuse me?
I won't do nothing like that.
So why'd you get rid of the gun?
Because I didn't want to get caught with it.
You didn't want to get caught with it.
Yeah.
That gun had no link whatsoever to the murder,
No.
but you still got rid of it.
Yeah.
In fact, I think you got rid of the gun separate from the magazine, right?
Yeah.
And the bullets.
Yeah.
So in a different location, you discard the gun. At another location, you discard the magazine and bullets.
Yeah.
kind of touched on this briefly, but you provided some information to law enforcement, is that right?
What you mean?
You gave them a proffer?
Yeah,
So it's like a preview of your testimony to law enforcement, right?
yeah,
What your testimony would be if you were called to testify at trial.
yeah.
You did that with the assistance of your attorney.
Hmm?
You did that with the assistance of an attorney, Mr.
Yeah.
Hyder.
Yeah.
Before the proffer was made, you were arrested, right?
Hmm?
You were arrested for the murder?
Before
Robbery?
the offer is made, I ain't never, what you mean?
You were arrested for the murder and the robbery, right?
Yeah,
About a month after Thomas Stein?
yeah.
You were in hiding, correct?
I wasn't hiding, I was in the city. I wasn't hiding, I was, no, I gave myself up. I could have left. I wasn't hiding, because I knew I was dead wrong.
You weren't staying with your dad,
Huh?
correct?
Huh?
You weren't staying with your dad, correct?
I was down my dad.
You were staying with your dad.
Yeah.
You were there the entire time.
No, I was moving. No, what you mean?
When the police were looking for you, were you staying with your dad?
Yeah.
Is that where they picked you up?
No, I was at my dad's house, my grandma's, my auntie's house.
All right, so you went between your dad's house, your grandma's house, and your auntie's house. Where were you arrested?
My mom's house.
After you were arrested, were there any more arrests for this case?
Mm-mm.
Wasn't your mom arrested?
Oh yeah, my mom, my dad, my auntie, I witnessed temper.
Your mom is Shanice Stewart.
Yeah,
Your dad is Christopher Horne Sr.
yeah,
And your auntie is Baraka Stewart.
yeah,
They were all arrested
yeah,
for witness tampering.
yeah.
Do you know why?
Because Tom's mom lied on them and said that he threatened them.
They had threatened her,
Yeah.
was the lie.
Yeah.
Were you aware that they offered to pay for Thomas Stein's legal services?
No, I told them no contact them.
When did you offer to provide testimony to the state?
A year in.
A year in. So if you were arrested in April 2024, that means you reached out in April 2025?
Yeah, I think so.
When were your parents and auntie's case dropped?
When I went down there and told them what happened.
In addition to your parents and your aunt's case being dropped, were you made an offer on this case if you cooperated?
Yeah,
What's the offer?
25 years in prison.
25 years in prison. Is that with a minimum mandatory? So no minimum mandatory.
No mandatory.
Not taking that offer, what were you exposed to?
What you mean?
What were you looking at if you didn't take that offer?
Life.
Life. And to your understanding, life in Florida means life.
Yeah,
So you go into a box, you get carried out in a box.
yeah.
Of that 25 years, because you don't have a minimum mandatory, what will you actually be serving?
21.
21 years?
Yeah.
Good time and game time.
Yeah,
And that's minus your time you've already served, is that correct?
yeah,
So you'll be out in 19 years.
yeah.
What do you have to do in order to get that deal?
Do this.
You have to testify.
Yeah,
But not just testify, right? You have to testify truthfully.
yeah.
What happens if the state says you weren't truthful in your testimony?
me get life.
The plea is off the table, and you're getting life.
Yeah.
Just if I can move. Two more things. You didn't give one proffer to the state, you gave two, is that correct?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I want to tell them the truth about my parents at first. And
You weren't-
evidence.
You weren't telling the truth about your parents and the evidence at first.
Yeah.
Did Thomas Stein ever threaten to call 911 and call the police and tell them what happened?
He was trolling, yeah.
He was trolling?
Yeah, he called my phone after it happened. And he was trolling, playing, trolling.
He wanted to call the police.
No, he was trolling, he was playing, he was joking, laughing about the situation, thinking it's funny.
He was thinking it's funny.
Yeah, he was trolling, thinking it's funny.
This situation here with the Kayla Rincon-Miller being dead and shot
Yeah,
and a robbery gone sideways,
yeah.
you're saying he thought that was funny?
Yeah, he thought it was all a joke.
What'd you do when he threatened to call 911?
I told him, I said, wait, bro, you flagging. I hung up the phone on him.
What's that?
I hung up the phone on him.
You hung up the phone on him?
Yeah.
Were you scared?
Yeah, I was scared for what happened the other night. I kept thinking about it, bad flash.
You were scared he was going to call the police, right?
No,
And rat you out?
no. Why you doing all that screaming, bro? All you gotta do is talk calm. I ain't do nothing to nobody. I don't do nothing like that.
Judge, I'd like the record to reflect that I haven't raised my voice, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, he is. He is raising his voice.
The volume was a little higher than normal, but we can move on.
How many times did you lie to law enforcement?
Proper question, Your Honor. Objection.
Overruled.
How many times did you lie to law enforcement?
Twice. No, first time.
The first time?
Yeah.
And the second time?
I ain't lie to him.
What about during the deposition you gave to me?
I ain't lie to you.
Did you ever claim the gun in the video was a water gun?
I don't think so.
But looking at a copy of your deposition, refresh your recollection as to what you said that gun was?
What video?
The videos you were making holding what we thought was a weapon
What video?
on your live.
What, like the night that happened?
Yeah.
Or you talking about my trailer video?
Your what?
My trailer video.
The live video that happened that night.
I ain't never said I was no water gun.
You said there was another video, a chiller video?
Huh?
A chiller video? Is that what you called it?
Yeah, with the fire behind me.
Did you have a gun in that video too?
No,
What gun was that?
it wasn't no gun. It was a light.
It was a light.
Yeah, it wasn't no gun.
You never claimed it was a water gun?
Can't answer out loud, sorry.
No.
Are you sure? Do you want to look at your deposition to see if it kind of refreshes your
Bro,
recollection?
I know I ain't said that, bro. You flagging. I know I ain't said that.
So looking at your deposition, the
I
sworn
ain't
testimony
said
you
I,
gave
was,
me.
I ain't said no water gun. I said I was a 1911. I said the gun I had was a 1911.
So the gun you had in the video was a 1911.
Yeah,
That was on the night of the murder.
yeah.
When you were making that video, were you using your phone?
I don't remember. I think we used his phone.
What'd you do with your phone that night?
Me?
Yeah.
I was just on it.
Okay.
I don't think I used my phone that night. I think we used his.
That's the phone that ended up in the Calusa hatching?
The night of that happened, you said like the phone I had that night?
Yeah, the phone you had that night.
Yeah,
How many phones did you have?
about one.
Judge Van Man?
Yeah.
The hair that you're currently sporting before the court, the jurors now, you have what would you call that? Like a fade? Close crop?
I don't got no haircut.
Okay.
Nothing.
Did you have a haircut that night?
No, I don't think so.
What'd your hair look like?
Normal.
Normal?
Yeah,
Did you have you ever have you ever wear it in like a short twist?
never.
Did you ever wear it in like a braided like cornrows?
No.
So it's always been like that?
I had a fro when I was a kid, but yeah.
You had a fro?
When recently I just had waves. I ain't had no dreads, none of that. I had waves.
You had waves?
Yeah.
Like finger waves?
Yeah.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Could I ask for a 10-minute recess just so that I can gather the evidence that I need?
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll send you back to the jury room for a few minutes. Just all right. Record reflects the jury's exited the courtroom, being recessed for about 10 minutes. You can go back and we'll bring you back out. Okay? Then we've got to use comfort break.
All right.
Okay, squad. What do we make of that? I don't. He talked so quiet and mumbled so much that I don't know if anybody heard everything he said. Can't imagine the court reporter did. Did that help the defense at all? I don't think it did. I mean, honestly, I think that Christopher will say whatever serves him. He's not against Thomas, but he's also not for Thomas. It's so wild. The thing that's the difference here is that because they were both present at the time of the shooting, they're both going to be guilty of, of second-degree murder. But there's a sentencing enhancement for the use of the firearm. So whoever pulled that trigger is likely to go to prison for life without parole, or have consecutive sentences. It's way worse. So one of these kids is likely to go to prison forever, and the other one is more likely to will have an opportunity at parole. I mean, in a long time. It's still, 25, 30 years down the road, but there's the potential for that. So I think that's what the big fight here really is just, they're going to create as much doubt as they can in the minds of the jury, because the jury can decide that he didn't fire the gun. And if he didn't fire the gun, then they can give him second degree murder. I mean, they've proven second degree murder without even having to try. But that's really what this battle is about, is the difference between life without parole and life with the possibility of parole. So, yeah, it's just a lose-lose for everybody all the way around, honestly. But one of these boys will get a chance at getting out, and the other one probably won't. I don't even know what to think, but I think that young man had absolutely no intention of helping anyone in this situation. I understand now why the prosecution didn't call them. We'll see what happens from here. So I'll go speed us up now. I just wanted to tell you that. Thanks for being here, and thanks for joining me. Just scooch a little forward, and then I ask you questions.
Yes, ma'am.
That's better. Yeah. All right. Let's bring the jury. Everybody ready for the jury to come back in?
Yes, Judge.
Go ahead.
We're ready.
Okay.
Jurors entering.
All right. Please be seated. You may.
Good afternoon, Chris. You know me as Sarah, right?
And have we met several times?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to just talk to you and have you tell the jurors a little bit more about your background.
Objection, Judge, calls for the narrative.
I haven't heard
I
a
haven't
question
asked a
yet.
question. How many schools did you attend growing up?
Like 16,
16 different schools?
something like that.
Did you move around a lot from school to school?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have trouble in school? Just school was hard for you?
Yes, ma'am.
And when this case occurred, when the murder of Kayla occurred back in March, were you in school anywhere?
Yeah.
Were you at North Fort Myers High at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
And how were you doing in school?
Objection, Judge, relevance.
Oh,
Did you still struggle in school?
yes.
Now, I want to ask you about the day of March 17th, on that Sunday. Did you go to the beach with Thomas or Jaden that day?
No, ma'am.
And did you make plans to get together with Thomas later that evening?
Yes.
Did you call Thomas Thomas or Tom or T?
T.
And you said you met him through Gerald Ford,
Yeah.
and you would call him DJ?
Yeah.
And was DJ locked up at the time?
Yeah.
Now, when you got together, did you decide to go and break into cars to see if
Yes.
you could get stuff out of cars?
Yes.
And when you got in the car and left with Thomas Stein, did you go to a movie theater, not the same one that Kayla
Yeah.
and her friends were?
Yeah.
And where was that movie theater?
In North Fort Myers.
And that was closer to Tom T's house?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you went over to that area, did you also drive through a neighborhood?
Yes.
And when you drove through that neighborhood, were there parked cars in that neighborhood?
Yes.
And did you also try to look through some of those cars to see if any of those cars were unlocked?
Yes.
About how many cars would you say you looked through?
And I never really got a car. I got a car one time, man.
I'm sorry?
I don't think I got a car.
You didn't get
I
into
think
a
I just
car?
got it one time, yeah.
Okay, and that car door was locked?
Yeah.
So you were never able to get into a car?
No.
Now, were you and Thomas or T, were you hanging out together, making decisions together that night about what to do?
Yeah, we were supposed to go cake or property.
Okay, so I'm gonna take you just through step by step, okay? So, are you nervous to be here?
Objection, Judge. Proper question.
Overruled.
Are you nervous to be here today?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you afraid of being a snitch?
Objection, Judge, improper question. He's listed as a witness.
No, I'm not because, like, they deserve justice and they want
All right, you
righteous.
can wait for a question.
Okay.
So Miller, you ask him a question.
I'm gonna keep just asking you questions, all right? So you leave that area, do you drive through that movie theater over in North Fort Myers?
Yes.
And are you still thinking you're gonna go through cars and try to find
Yeah.
whatever you can find?
Yeah.
And when you're looking at a car, you might be looking for jewelry or phones or money, whatever you can find of some value. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, at some point, do you go over to Jaden Fernandez's house?
Yes.
And how do you know Jaden Fernandez? You know him through T?
T, yeah.
And I'm going to show you what's been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 16. Just take a moment. All right. Is that who you know as Jaden Fernandez?
Yes.
Which exhibit number is that?
It's 16.
Okay, thank you.
It's 16.
Yes.
And did you call Jaden Fernandez something different?
Jaden?
Just Jaden?
Yeah.
And did you know him very well?
No.
And this gun that he's holding, was that the gun that you carried the night of the robbery?
Yeah.
Now, on the day that you went to do this robbery, I'm going to show 24A. Is that what you were wearing? when you got out of the car?
Yes.
Okay, this exact same outfit, the blue pants, the red hooded sweatshirt, and there's like some kind of a graphic or picture on it.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm showing this exhibit, it's 24B. That's also another picture of what you were wearing.
Yes.
And did you have your hair short, sort of like you do now, but maybe a little shorter?
Yeah.
And were these taken at a party that you went to over in the area where Thomas picked you up?
Yes.
And the car that he was driving that night, was it this Nissan Pathfinder that's in States Exhibit 17?
Yes.
Did he ever let anybody else drive the car that night?
No.
And had you ever seen him driving that car before?
No.
This is the first time you saw him driving that?
No.
And had he driven you around before on other occasions?
Yes.
You remember?
I really don't remember, but.
Okay, if you don't
it was
remember
about 2
it-
years ago, I can remember.
If you don't remember, it's okay to say that. All right, with regard to him driving, had you hung out at T's house quite a bit before that?
Yeah.
And you like to go to,
I'm sorry?
You got the scope that right.
Ooh.
you like to go to T's house because you were allowed to smoke weed there,
Yeah.
and you were allowed to play with guns.
Yeah.
And in fact, your dad was very strict, right?
Yeah.
And your mom was really strict,
Yeah.
even stricter than your dad, right?
Yeah.
And they wouldn't let you play with guns,
Yes.
and they wouldn't let you smoke weed.
Yes.
And so you like to go to T's house because his mom let you play with guns,
Yeah.
and his mom let you smoke weed.
Yeah.
And you could kind of do what you wanted there. And so on this night, you decided to go hang out with T, and you made plans to do bad things. Now, you left that theater in North Fort Myers. You went over and got Jaden Fernandez, and he wanted some weed from T, right?
Yeah.
And T sold weed to him.
Yes.
He didn't just give his weed away for free.
That's so
And
too.
he didn't just hand you over weed and give you all the stuff you wanted. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when he got Jaden and picked him up, did Jaden get in the car with you and T and go over to T's house to get that weed?
I really don't remember. I just remember him buying the weed.
Okay. So you remember him getting weed that night from T,
Yeah.
and he paid T for that weed.
Yeah.
And then you dropped him off, or he got out, or some point he goes back into his house. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And he doesn't stay with you and T. And when you leave the house or leave Jaden behind, it's just you and T.
Yeah.
And T's driving the car.
Yes.
And then you go to a church parking lot, correct?
Yeah.
And there's another car in that parking lot. Did you see that other car?
I think I saw somebody pull in.
Okay, you saw somebody pull into the
Yeah.
parking lot?
Yeah.
Did you have any communications with anybody in another car?
No.
And then you decide to go over to Cape Coral, toward Cape Coral Parkway, is that correct?
Yeah.
And why is it that you decide to go to Cape Coral Parkway when you were over in North Fort Myers?
Because T said, this, you know what I'm saying? Like, come
I'm saying I can't hear you. You gotta speak up louder.
My quarterback said, we're gonna come up over there. Like, there's rich people over there.
He said there were rich people over there
They're gonna come up over there.
to come up over there. And does that, being that there's more rich people, did you think you could get more money or get more things from people over near the Cape Coral Parkway?
Yeah, hit cars. Yeah.
Okay. And so you just testified about the firearm that you were carrying that night, correct?
Yeah.
And did you know T to carry a Glock?
Yeah.
Okay. And it was his mom's gun, but he carried it often, correct?
Yeah.
I'm showing you States Exhibit 16B. Is this a gun that T carried the night of the murder?
Yes.
I'm showing you States Exhibit 16C. Is this T's house or where you would hang out with him?
Yes.
Now, you go over to toward Cape Coral Parkway, but you are on Del Prado, is that correct? Is that a yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you could just speak
Yes.
up because the jurors need to
Yes,
hear what
ma'am.
you're saying, all right? And when you went toward Cape Coral Parkway on Del Prado, did you turn into another movie theater?
Yes.
And in that movie theater, did you stop at all?
No.
Okay, you just kept driving through the parking lot?
Yes.
And at this point, the two of you were gonna rob people, is that correct? You were gonna
Yeah.
find someone to rob.
Yeah.
So you're driving around looking for somebody that you can rob.
Yes.
And there's a bank that you drive by, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you see, is there an ATM machine at that bank where people can get out cash?
Yeah.
And was there somebody in the parking lot of that bank?
Yeah.
And that person that was in the parking lot, what color car did they have?
Yeah, there's 2 yellow cars, 2 Ford, and a Mustang.
It was a yellow car, a Mustang?
Yeah.
And did you decide that you weren't gonna rob someone at that ATM?
Yeah, got the cameras.
And you were worried the cameras would capture you and you and T would be caught?
Yeah.
So you kept driving?
Yeah.
And you see three girls walking. You believed Emma looked like a boy, but you see 3 people walking.
Yeah.
And the lighting's not good, right?
Yeah.
And so T drives,
Yeah.
and you pass these 3 people walking, and you and T both decide you're gonna rob them.
Yeah.
Did you put any pressure on T or threaten him that he needed to rob these people?
No.
Did he think that, or did he tell you, let's just go get their numbers?
What you mean?
Was he trying to get their numbers, pick them up?
No, it was like, you don't know, he just wanted to rob him, you know what I'm saying? And I
Okay.
said, I turned it down at first, but I ain't know him. I just met him, you know what I'm saying? I thought he was trying to I'm scared of something.
But I want to make it clear, Chris, you decided that you were going to commit a robbery that night with T, correct? And you see these 3 people, and you kind of drive, or T drives by slow, and you're looking at these people.
I ain't never look at them. I can see them like when I'm in distance, but I wouldn't drive past them. My head was in my phone.
Okay, but you saw them, you couldn't see details of them.
Yeah.
And you both decide that you're going to rob these people after you drive past.
Yeah.
But you've already driven past and you decide these are the 3 targets that you're going to target that night.
Yes.
Okay, so you continue driving up the street, and then T does a U-turn and you go back down to where these people are walking.
But that's when we get on the live video that the state showed the jurors earlier, and we were just listening to music, and we cut the live video off, and that's when Chris kind of tells me, he tells me like if I want to hang out with his homeboys. I was like, who? And he's just like, oh yeah, it's some people I know. So I'm like, sure. So yeah.
So how do you know these people?
I don't know them.
But I wouldn't drive past them. My head was in my phone.
Okay, but you saw them, you couldn't see details of them.
Yeah.
And you both decide that you're going to rob these people after you drive past.
Yeah.
But you've already driven past and you decide these are the 3 targets that you're going to target that night.
Yes.
Okay, so you continue driving up the street, and then T does a U-turn and you go back down to where these people are walking, correct?
Yeah.
And then you have to go U-turn back to get to where that stop sign is.
Yeah.
And at that point, T pulls up and shines his lights at the girls. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And you get out and you have a mask on, and you have that red sweatshirt with your hood, and you have...
I'm not hearing audible answers.
Yes.
Make sure you speak up, all right?
Yes.
And just lean up if you can, Chris, okay?
Yes.
And you see them, and you get out of the car fast,
Yeah.
and you go toward the white girl.
Yeah.
And you didn't know her name was Emma Wright at that time.
No.
You've since learned her name.
Yeah.
And you didn't know that the other girl was Louisanne DeJette.
No.
You've since learned her name.
Yeah.
And T gets out with his Glock he's holding, and he goes toward Kayla.
Yeah.
And you didn't know Kayla Rincon-Miller until afterward, correct?
Yeah.
And he goes toward her, and you are in front of the white girl.
Yeah.
And you point your gun, and you are both demanding that they give them your stuff, correct?
Yeah.
And did you even have a chance to take their stuff at that time?
I ain't even had it, but like I ain't even demand like out my mouth because it was so fast.
When you say it was so fast, a
Yeah,
bullet
it
was fired.
2 seconds. It wasn't even. It wasn't a long time. It was just 2 seconds. And the
So
bullet-
almost immediately when you
yeah,
get
as
up,
soon as you
I'm
got
gonna
it.
just
apart.
stop.
Let her ask the question and you can respond.
We're being recorded, Chris,
Yeah.
so everything you say and everything I say is being recorded. And when we both talk at the same time, the recording can't pick that up. So I know you're nervous, but just let me finish my statements, okay? So you get out, and just within moments of you getting out, a gun goes off.
Yeah.
And what was your immediate thought when the gun went off?
Why did you shoot?
Why did you shoot? And that came out of your mouth. You said that. Why did you shoot?
Yeah.
Did you say a bad word when you said, why did you shoot?
Yeah.
What
I
did
remember
you
what I
say?
said, but I said something like that. Yeah.
Okay, so you said a very loud statement. Is that a yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then you go back to get into the car,
Yeah.
and you go back and you accidentally open the back door
Yeah.
and the back passenger door.
Yeah.
You realize it, shut the door, and get into the passenger.
Yeah.
When you leave that scene, do you know that Kayla is shot to the point where she's going to end up dying?
No.
You get the hell out of Dodge, is that correct?
Yes.
You get back into the car and T drives away
Yeah.
really fast.
Yeah.
And you get back to his house at record time.
Yeah.
You don't have time to make any stops on the way back to T's house.
Yes.
You're driving as fast as you can.
Yes.
And you're both in shock, right, about what just happened? Or you're in shock for sure, right?
Yeah.
You get back to T's house and you decide to get rid of the sweatshirt you're wearing.
Yes.
And T also decides to get rid of the clothing he was wearing.
Yes.
Because even though you had a mask covering your face, you didn't have anything covering the clothing you were wearing.
Yeah.
And so you would be able to potentially be identified by the clothing that you were wearing and that T was wearing. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And this house that the Steins live in, there's quite a bit of grass and backyard area to that, correct? It's kind of out in the middle of nowhere where there's a lot of area. And the two of you go and you burn your clothing, correct?
Yeah.
And in fact, you end up getting a ride back to your dad's house, is that right?
Yeah.
Because you have no way to get back to his house.
Yeah.
And Mrs. Stein offers to give you a ride.
Yes.
And when she gives you a ride, what are you wearing on your top part?
Black jacket.
Okay, do you have a t-shirt on at all?
No.
Okay, you're bare chested.
Yeah.
Because you burned that sweatshirt that you were wearing during the robbery.
Yeah.
And you then go to your house, and at this point, you don't know what's happened, you don't know that Kayla's dead.
Yeah.
And at some point you learn that Kayla has died, correct?
Yeah.
Now, T gets arrested pretty quickly. Was that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So let's go on to the next day, the 18th. Do you, your mom, Shanice Stewart, your dad, Christopher Horne Sr., your stepmom, Shanita, your aunt, Baraka Stewart, all go with Jessica Stein and T to a park area?
Yes.
Okay, and you're all talking about what happened, correct?
We started talking about what happened when we went to my grandmother's house.
Okay, so you don't talk at the park, you don't give details of the park, you wait till you get to your grandmother's house.
Yeah.
And Jessica and T follow you to your grandmother's house.
Yeah.
And you're all talking about what happened.
Yeah.
Okay. And you end up, as you're talking about how to get rid of some of the evidence that could exist, correct? There's conversation about getting rid of the evidence.
Yes.
And there's conversation about cell phones, there's conversation about tracking.
Yes.
Okay, there's conversation about the firearms. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And at this point, T had already gotten rid of the Glock, correct?
Yes.
He had an uncle that got rid of it for him?
Objection, Judge. Hearsay. Calls for speculation.
All right, approach.
Now, it takes a while for the police to find you, is that correct?
Yeah.
And you and your dad, pretty quickly after this murder, you move out of that house.
Yeah.
Okay? And you get arrested about a month after the crime happens.
Yeah.
And it was harder to track you down because you weren't the one driving the car that night, correct? There was no GPS tracking you with the car. I'm gonna strike that. It's a little confusing. So you get arrested and you get booked into jail, correct?
Yeah.
And you get booked into jail and you've been sitting in jail ever since.
Yeah.
All right. And you get charges filed into adult court.
Yeah.
So you initially go into the juvenile justice center where you're held as a juvenile.
Yeah.
And then they move you over into a special section in the jail for juveniles, but you're now treated as an adult. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point, through your lawyer, you reached out because you wanted to provide information to the state, and you were hoping to get a better deal. Is that correct?
Yes.
You didn't want to go to trial and fight the charges.
Yes.
You wanted to take responsibility.
Objection, Judge. Self-serving hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you feel bad for what you did?
Yeah.
Objection,
Yeah.
Judge. Self-serving hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you arrange your lawyer to come and meet with the detective on the case, Mike LaSalandra?
Yes.
And did you also meet with myself?
Yes.
And you met with Alyssa Wolf, my partner in this case?
Yes.
And we all met at Cape Coral Police Department, is that correct?
Yes.
And we met in a room that had recording devices,
Yes.
and everything was recorded that we talked about.
Yes.
And I actually gave you a proffer agreement, is that correct?
Yes.
And a proffer is where you came in and you said, I'm gonna tell you what happened that night. And I told you there's no promises, is that right? You remember that?
Yeah.
And that there was no guarantee that you would get any deal from the state. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you said that was fine. You were going to give your statement and tell us what happened. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that first proffer that you gave, did you try to protect your parents from some things they did to help you with getting rid of the evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you actually lie to detectives and lie to myself and to Ms. Wolf about what happened to the gun and what happened to your phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And you did that because you didn't want your dad to get in trouble because he assisted you that night. Is that correct?
Mhm.
You didn't want your dad to get in trouble by telling us how you got rid of the evidence. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you didn't want your stepmom, Shanita, to get in trouble for helping get rid of the evidence. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so later on, months later, you reached out through your lawyer and wanted to come back and talk and tell about getting rid of that evidence.
Yes.
Okay? And the reason you lied was because you didn't want your parents to get arrested for tampering with evidence
Yes.
or some other charge. So you came back and you told detectives where you had gotten rid of the gun. Is that correct?
Yes.
And defense called it a river, but was it a canal?
It was a canal
And where was that canal that you got rid of the gun?
by my grandma's house.
By your grandma's house?
Yeah.
And was this the same grandma that you had that conversation with Jessica Stein and T?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you told the detectives, did you give them a location hoping that they would be able to find that gun?
Yeah.
And do you know if they actually were able to find that gun?
No.
And did they tell you they were going to send divers out and send people to try to find it?
Yeah.
Now, you also said in that second proffer that you got rid of your cell phone from that night.
Yeah.
And were you worried that your cell phone would track you or have information that police officers could find and have evidence against what you did that night?
Yes.
And that cell phone, you said that you threw into the Caloosahatchee River.
Mm-hmm.
Is that,
Yes, ma'am.
that correct? And you said the bridge that you were going over when you threw that in the river.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that correct? Okay. And so when you came in for that second proffer, the purpose was to talk about getting rid of the evidence and how you got rid of your own evidence.
Yes, sir.
Now, do you know when T shot Kayla, how close he was to her?
Yes, close.
And were you very close to Emma?
Yeah.
And you were right up on them, correct?
Yes.
Now, I just want to go through and make sure I get everything, that I talk about everything. Now, the defense asked you about a phone call about 911. Did he call you right after the murder and pretend that police officers were at his house?
Yeah.
And did somebody overhear that conversation?
Yeah, my cousin.
Your cousin. And what did your cousin do when he overheard this conversation?
Objection, Judge calls for hearsay.
Back down, listener, Judge. Not for the truth of the matter asserted. And I'm not asking what he said either.
Okay.
My cousin asked me.
Overruled on the objection.
My cousin just,
Did he call your dad?
yeah.
And he told your dad that you were in some type of trouble?
Objection, Judge, hearsay.
And at this
Sustained.
effect, Judge, the hearsay exception will be effect on listener because I'm going to ask him what he did.
Okay, very well.
When your dad knew that you were in some type of trouble, did he confront you about what had happened?
Yeah.
And did you lie to your dad at first about you being involved in a robbery where Kayla Rincon-Miller was dead?
Yeah.
And eventually, did you have to tell your dad?
Yeah.
And did you tell your dad who was involved?
Yes.
And at that point, is that when you, your dad, and your family met with T and his mom at the park and at your grandma's house and came up with a plan?
Yes.
Now, the defense was asking about some videos that were found. And the video, this firearm that you carried that night that's in Jaden Fernandez's hand, does that have a laser?
Yes.
Okay, and so it shines a laser when you point it.
Mm-hmm.
I want to show you a video, some videos that have been introduced into evidence, and just ask you to identify some things. And for the record, this is State's Exhibit 15B that has been admitted into evidence. Chris, can you see this video from where you're sitting?
Is that a yes or no?
Can you see this
Yes,
video?
ma'am.
Yes, okay. Can we pause it, Ms. Wolf? This area here, is this where that party was that you were at, that we showed the pictures of
Yes.
what you were wearing?
Yes.
And this is West Chase Circle?
Yes, ma'am.
This car right here, is that T's car?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he having trouble figuring out where you were?
Yes, ma'am.
And so were you communicating, you at first sent him an address
Yeah,
to
my phone
where,
like that.
just wait for one moment. You sent him an address from your phone as to where he could pick you up.
Yes.
And then he ended up calling you a couple times because he couldn't figure out where you were.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, if we could go and play again. Right here, I'm gonna pause it. It looks like you're wearing the blue pants and the red hooded sweatshirt still that you were wearing at the party.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's you getting to the passenger door, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, Chris, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 23.
Can you just make sure when you show it that you're not standing in front of it?
Oh, yes, thank you, sorry. All right, that video that you just saw, were you able to see it from where you were sitting?
Yes.
Was that Jaden and T,
Yes.
and T was in the driver's seat?
Yes.
And that gun, is that the gun that T used that night?
Yeah.
And that was the gun that you saw T with on numerous occasions?
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 24. And this is that video that defense counsel showed you or asked you about earlier. Okay, I want to just ask you a few questions about this video. If we could go to 36, please, Ms. Wolf. These different lights that we see throughout the video, the red lights, is that the laser from your firearm?
Yes.
How do you make the laser from your firearm work?
It got a grip on
It has a grip on it? Where is that grip located?
under the trigger.
Under what?
Trigger.
Okay. And you're shining this laser, is that you holding that gun, shining the laser?
Yes.
Is this in the Nissan Pathfinder?
Yes.
And this was about an hour before the murder of Kayla, correct?
Yes.
And the we see T, and he's driving the car. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I want to go to 59. Was that T talking when he's calling out some names?
Yes.
He says JJ, Kalana. Who's he talking to?
People on live.
People on his live. Can you just tell the jurors, because not everybody on the jury might have a live or understand what that is.
People that's viewing it live.
I'm sorry?
People that's viewing it live.
There's people viewing it live. So this video that we're seeing, it's being posted live. Is it onto his Instagram account?
Yeah.
Okay. And the people are watching it, and he's calling out their name of the people watching it. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And there's nobody else in the Pathfinder at this time when you're making this video. Is that right? All right, if we could go to 110. Who was just talking now?
See,
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
I'm a co-defendant.
I'm sorry?
I'm a co-defendant.
Your co-defendant, T?
Yeah.
What did he just say?
You better hop up off of it.
He's going to what?
Hop up off of it.
And is that referring to the Instagram feed?
Yeah.
Okay, so at that point he gets off.
Yeah.
Now, after giving the two proffers, Chris, to the detective and to both myself and Ms. Wolf, the state extended a plea offer. Is that correct? And we offered you 25 years. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, and that 25 years is to spend in prison. And if you have good behavior in prison, you'll get 15% off or get gain time. Is that correct?
Yes.
And for that 25 years, in exchange for that, you agreed to cooperate with the state. Is that correct?
Yes.
So to talk with us, to come in and testify at trial, should T go to trial. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you came into this courtroom in front of the judge and you raised your hand and you entered a plea and admitted to the attempted robberies that you committed that night, correct?
Yes.
And you also you said that you were guilty of that crime. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in exchange, you entered a plea and we held off sentencing until, and if and only if you cooperated, would you get that 25 years. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you didn't cooperate, you could get up to life. All right, may I have a moment, Your Honor? I just want to clarify, I don't think I was clear. You actually pled to the murder case, is that correct?
Yes.
You pled to felony murder because during the course of the robbery you attempted, Kayla was shot and killed, is that correct?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
So the city calls you Chris and you call her Sarah, is that right?
Yes.
All right. You want to call me David? No? Can we stick with Mr. Horne? Is that okay? You said on direct that you went to 16 different schools. True?
I don't know if it was 16 something up to that.
Is that because you kept getting kicked out?
Nah, I was moving house from house and getting kicked out some of them.
Okay. And that was because of behavioral issues?
Yeah, and family problems.
And you were selling drugs?
No.
You didn't get kicked out of school for selling drugs? What's a cart?
Huh?
What's a cart? You know what a cart is?
Yeah.
What's a cart?
It's a weed gun.
A what?
A weed gun.
Hey, you just gotta speak up louder, sir.
So a weed cartridge?
Yeah, that marijuana come out.
And you would go to Thomas Stein's house and you would smoke his carts, right?
Not really. Yeah. Sometimes, yeah.
Whose cart were you smoking that night?
Mom,
Your own?
yeah.
Where'd you get it from?
Thomas,
So they're from Thomas's house?
yeah.
Did you have to buy it from him?
Yeah.
How much did you pay for it?
I don't remember.
Isn't it true that you just took it?
I ain't take nothing.
You testified on direct with Ms. Miller. You're afraid of being seen as a snitch, is that right?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Is that why you keep saying there's only 2 people in the car? You don't want to give up the names of the other 2 people in the car?
What you trying to say?
I'm saying there's other 2 people in the car.
Huh?
Who are the other 2 people in the car?
It's only 2 people. What you talking about? It's only 2 people.
You're afraid of being seen as a snitch, correct?
No.
And you don't want to give up the other 2 names, do you?
There's no other 2 names.
You understand that your deal rests on whether or not you were truthful in giving truthful testimony here today?
Yeah. It was righteous. It wasn't righteous for what happened, though. It wasn't righteous.
Well, I get it.
It wasn't righteous.
But your deal...
And I ain't finna
hang
lie
on.
about nothing. No,
Hang on, you have to wait till there's a question. And the deal rests on whether or not you were truthful.
No,
You understand that?
Wait 1 second at a time, one at a time.
You
So
keep
let
trying
him
to
ask the
put words in
question.
my mouth.
Wait. Let him ask the question and then you can answer.
You understand that your deal rests upon whether or not you were truthful here today.
Yeah.
And if it's found not to be truthful, that deal is out the window. You understand that?
Yeah.
So you told him once, you told him twice, there's only 2 people in the car, regardless of whatever everybody else says.
Yeah.
Who are you trying to protect, Chris?
Nobody. I can't protect nobody. It's about getting justice, but I can't do nothing. You know what I'm saying? I ain't do what's righteous. And the family deserve justice for
You gotta speak up louder.
I said I didn't do it right, and the family deserves justice for happening. I could have stopped it. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't. Man, that's me every day. I ain't trying to save nobody.
You get commissary every month?
Yeah.
Who puts money in your commissary?
Sometimes my dad and my mom.
How much is in your commissary every month?
I don't know.
$200 every month?
I don't know.
When you were giving your first proffer, Ms. Miller asked you, were you trying to protect your family, right?
Yeah.
Your family being Ms. Janice Stewart and Ms. Baraka Stewart,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
They're here today watching.
Yeah.
Your dad's not here with them, right?
No.
You testified on cross, that you met up the day after, and it was discussing how to get rid of evidence, is that right?
Yes.
It was your dad giving the advice on how to get rid of evidence, correct?
Yes.
Because he's got some history on it, right?
Objection, improper question.
Sustained.
How would your dad know how to get rid of evidence?
I got rid of my own evidence. My dad ain't had nothing to do with it. He probably said something, he had nothing to do with it. Y'all be trying to paint an image on me, you know what I'm saying? But y'all ain't never trying to paint an image on them. You know
Why
what
would
I'm
your
saying?
dad-
And his mama helped do all that.
Why would your dad advise Ms. Stein and Thomas Stein as to how to get rid of evidence?
I don't know.
Does he watch a lot of court TV?
I don't know.
Objection calls for speculation and asked and answered.
It's already been asked and answered already, so you can move on to the next question.
So to be clear, your answer is, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes? It has to be a verbal answer, sir.
What you saying, bro? What you saying?
You don't know how your dad was able to render advice as to how to get rid of evidence.
No.
You don't know. You said that in the bank parking lot, you and T hatched this plan to start robbing people. Is that right?
Bank, in the parking lot. No, the street from down the bank.
The street from down the bank.
Yeah.
So you go and you park at the bank. Is that right?
No.
That's when you see the yellow Mustang?
We driving down the street.
Okay.
He started trying to put words in my mouth and let me speak, right?
Speak. Tell me how the plan came about, how you're going to rob people. And I want to ask you some questions about that.
I already told you, bro. I already told you.
you got to be responsive to the attorney's questions and just speak up loud.
I already told you.
How did you hatch the plan to start robbing people?
It was my co-defendant's idea. We were supposed to go hit cars that night, but everything went left.
So where were you when you?
Wait, you got to let him answer. So go ahead.
It was I was supposed to go hit the cars that night. I ain't supposed to rob nobody.
Where were you when you hatched the plan to start robbing people?
There was no plan. I was in the passenger seat though, but there was no plan.
You were where?
I was in the passenger seat.
You were in the passenger seat. But where was the vehicle?
Down the street from the bank.
Down the street from the bank.
Yeah.
Did you ever pull into the bank parking lot?
No.
No. So the whole idea that you were watching for people to go to the ATM and going, the guy with the yellow Mustang, that's all made up, right?
What you mean?
You testified on direct, you saw, you were in the bank parking lot, you were watching the ATM. And you're waiting for someone to go to the ATM. Hang on.
Let me finish the question, you can answer.
And you're waiting for someone to come to the ATM, and you saw a guy in a yellow Mustang. But then you decided, no, I'm not gonna do that.
I ain't never said I was in the parking lot. I saw it down the street. I ain't never said I was in the parking lot. People just putting words in my mouth.
Were you using binoculars? How were you watching the ATM?
I'm going to object to this.
Well, first of all, it's compound. So.
How were you watching the ATM?
I told you we drive down the street.
Okay, how were you able to see the ATM? Did you use something to aid your
It's
vision?
a bank, of course it got ATM. They was, no, son, of course it got ATM.
Okay. But how did you see it? If you were down the street?
Down the street, by the stop sign.
By the stop sign?
Yes.
Okay. So you're down the street by the stop sign, and what were you using to watch the ATM from down the street?
My eyes, what else I be using?
Did you have a pair of binoculars with you?
No, because I didn't plan nothing out.
You had a mask though, right?
Yeah,
You had a gun,
yeah,
so you're planning something.
no.
It's one thing to try door handles, to see if a car's open and take some loose change. It's another thing to hold somebody up with a gun in the face. Do you agree with that statement? Do you agree with that statement?
Say it again.
It's a different act to try a door handle, to go into a car to see if there's loose change. And there's a different act, completely
Yeah.
different act,
Yeah.
to hold a gun up to somebody and say, give me all your shit.
Yeah.
So at what point do you form the plan to switch from going into cars to robbing people at gunpoint?
Don't be screaming at me. Don't be doing all that.
I just want to make sure you understand the questions.
I'm coming collect with you. Don't be doing all that with me.
You're going to come collect with
I
me?
said I'm come collect with you. Don't be doing all that with me. And nothing was planned. You know what I'm saying? Nobody was supposed to die. Nothing was planned.
Nothing was planned.
No, not in my head. Nothing was planned.
So according to your story, at some point, Thomas is just driving down the road, makes a U-turn after he sees the girls, and you hop out, and what's the agreement? Like what?
It wasn't planned. It was, how you said, it was impulsive.
It was impulsive.
Yeah.
So what was said? What was the conversation between you and T?
I'm saying you pointed him out. At first I said no. You know what I'm saying? But he got time like I was scared to do this, so I said, yeah, I done it.
Are you sure this conversation wasn't with the two people in the back seat?
I told you, there wasn't nobody, and you keep saying people in the back seat. You keep trying to put words in my mouth. There wasn't nobody in the back seat.
During your proffer with the state, did Detective Lasalandra ever tell you that they can tell a lot about cars, electronics, black boxes?
Huh?
They can tell a lot from a car's electronics. He could tell when the doors were open in the car. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And isn't that why you're telling these people here today, I ran to the back door first, opened it, and closed it,
I
and
did,
got in
bro.
the front seat?
I was nervous, bro. I ran to the back door. I shut it because I was trying to look and see if somebody shot. I didn't see no blood, so I hopped in the passenger seat.
All right, and didn't you also say that when you...
I'm gonna object. Every one of these questions is leading. Counsel called him as a witness.
All right, I understand the objection is leading. I'll let you ask your next question.
What, if anything, happened when you opened the door to get out of the vehicle to attack the girls? What, if anything, happened when you opened the doors to attack the girls? Did the back door pop open too?
No doors open. It was only 2 doors open. Keep telling you that. You act like you can't hear me. You know what I'm saying? I told you twice. Told you hundreds of times. It was only 2 doors pop. I opened the 3rd door.
Wasn't it your idea to burn the clothes when you got back to Thomas Stein's house?
Yes.
So Ms. Miller talked about the first time you came in to give a proffer, and you met with her, Detective Lesalandra and Ms. Wolf, over at the Cape Coral Police Department. Is that right?
Getting answer out loud.
What you said?
You met him over at the Cape Coral Police Department the first time? And how long had you been in jail that time?
Yeah.
They bring you anything to eat?
Really? No.
You don't remember bragging about the fact that you had some Popeyes when you went back to jail?
No.
You don't remember that? They sent you away from the first proffer, and they brought you back for the second because you weren't honest about some testimony, right?
Yeah.
But you still haven't been honest about your testimony in reference to what you did with the gun.
I told y'all what I did with the gun, but you keep trying to put words in my mouth, bro. Trying to sweet talk me.
You told the police what you did with the gun,
Yeah.
but they still can't find it.
I don't know what happened to it. It's over there. I know I put it out. You know what I'm saying? I told them where I put it out.
They use divers and metal detectors, and they can't find this gun, right?
Objection to counsel testifying and leaving.
Sustained is leading.
What about your phone?
I threw my phone in the close hatchet.
That's what you told police,
Yeah.
right? They still haven't been able to find it.
The loose hatchet bed. How can they find the phone?
The reason that you got rid of the phone is that it had evidence of other people on it. True?
No.
It wouldn't have evidence of everyone else that you had contacted that night?
No, it didn't have that type of, no.
You wouldn't have any
Yeah,
evidence?
evidence of, that night. I contacted somebody,
Would it have evidence of people that you were making plans with?
No.
Trying to rob a Chico?
I ain't never say that.
Trying to rob a body?
I ain't never say that. You just trying to make me like a bad person.
You gotta wait for a question, sir.
How can you know what I'm saying?
You gotta wait for a
Not
question,
give me
respond
questions.
to, listen, you just gotta wait for a question, and you respond to the attorney's questions, and the state will have an opportunity to request questions.
Why did you have to feel the need to use Jug or your cousin to help you get rid of your phone?
I ain't need my cousin. He was just always with my cousin, you know what I'm saying? My cousin didn't know nothing.
You were always with your cousin, but he didn't know that.
I said I didn't. Bro, why you keep putting words in my mouth, bro?
I'm just repeating what you
No,
told
you're
me.
not. No, you're not, bro. You putting words in my mouth. I ain't even say that. I said I was with my cousin. He didn't tell me to do nothing. He didn't know nothing. I threw my phone out the window, you know what I'm saying? He didn't tell. I slung it out the window.
But my question is, why would you involve your cousin?
I didn't involve my cousin.
But you had him drive you, right? Because you weren't driving.
Yeah, he was driving across the bridge and I threw it in the water.
So, do you live with your cousin?
No.
So your cousin had to come and pick you up,
Yeah.
give you a ride
Over
the Caloosahatchee River.
No, he didn't give me a ride. I went in town with him. I went in town with him just to go in town with him, you know what I'm saying? Cool it with him. But I threw the phone in the ocean when we was going over the water.
And you had to clear the lane of traffic, right? In order to throw your phone over the side of the bridge, you had to clear the lane of traffic.
I don't remember, I just threw a phone. I just slung the phone.
There's a wall between that and the sidewalk, and then you have the guardrail, right?
I never walked that
So this
bridge.
wasn't a little toss.
So I don't know.
What's that?
I've never been on walk that bridge, so I don't know.
You never been on that bridge?
I said I never walked across that bridge. I don't know the facts of the bridge. I don't know like I don't know.
When you discarded the phone, though, you knew it well enough to get rid of the phone over the edge into the water. Is that right?
All I did was sling the phone. I don't know if it hit the wall or none of that. I know I slung the phone.
Because of your plea deal, if it stays intact, you're not looking at life in prison. Right?
Yeah.
You're not looking at the minimum mandatory this case brings with it. Correct?
Yeah.
You eat your good time and your gain time. So you're 15% right at the top. You get time for being good.
15, that's not. I don't even know if that's real. It's a parole hearing. I don't even know if that's real.
It's what?
I don't even know if that's real.
What'd you say before that?
Probably trying to tell me something. I don't know if that's for facts. I don't know if it's in the law book.
You don't know if it's in the law book, but you had your attorney here, right? Mr. Hyder?
Yeah.
And he gave you advice about it. Right?
Yeah.
And just so I have the timing right, you're arrested, your family's arrested, you give a proffer.
Objection, Judge. Going down that road that we discussed before, painting a picture.
I'm going to hear the question and then
If they hear it,
approach.
Once again, I just want to make sure I have the timeline right. You get arrested.
Yeah.
Your family gets arrested.
Yeah.
You give the offer for a proffer.
Yeah.
You give another proffer.
Yeah.
Your family's charges get dropped.
Yeah.
And now you're testifying today in court.
Yeah.
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. All right, sir. Actually, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to send you back into the jury room for a few minutes.
All right.
God bless you. All right, let the record reflect jury's exited the courtroom. You can go back to it. You're excused. Is he excused from the subpoena? Any objection?
yes.
Or it's your witness, I guess, so. You want me to keep him up here or let him go?
Keep him up here, Judge.
Okay. So you can go back. No, not there. Back there. Yeah, just go with bailiff. All right.
Judge, on second thought, I don't need him. I'm sorry. You can send him down.
All right, Eric, he can go back.
Judge, if that's the case, I'd love to step back.
What's that?
If he's released, I'd love to step back there real quick if that's okay.
As long as it's not going to hold us up.
No, Judge, I'll stay out of the way, I promise.
Well, I mean, we're going to bring a jury in.
Yeah, let's, no, now's not really the time. All right. So then we just have Mr. Stein, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So we're ready to bring the jury back in?
Judge, do we want to do that tonight, or do we want to come back on Monday?
No, I'd rather do it now. So I haven't even inquired of the jury about their availability on Monday yet. So let's just keep it going, and then we'll see where we get with them.
Judge, are we anticipating going to closing this court after?
Not, and we'll talk about it. So let's just get through this, and then we'll figure it out. All right, let's bring the jury back. And I'm sorry, Mr. Hyder, I just want to keep things going.
I completely understand, Judge.
Okay.
Jurors entering.
All right, please be seated. Let's call our next witness.
This defense would call Thomas Stein.
All right. Mr. Stein, if you'll just face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You can take the stand. Proceed when you're ready.
Thanks, Judge. How old are you, sir?
How old am I? 18.
Where are you from?
North Fort Myers.
Born and raised?
I've been around Florida.
Around Florida?
Yeah.
Like where?
North Fort Myers, Cape Coral, Arcadia.
Okay. What school did you go to before you got arrested?
Mariner High School.
You're gonna speak up.
Mariner High School.
Mariner High School. Maybe if you just take the mic and just kind of point it at your face.
Okay.
Is that better?
Yeah.
What grade were you in?
10th grade.
And at the time this happened, where were you living?
69 West Marion Avenue.
Who'd you live with?
My mom and my siblings.
How many siblings did you have?
4 siblings at the time.
Do you have your own bedroom?
Hmm?
Do you have your own bedroom?
Yes.
And you heard your mom testify, obviously, here in court yesterday.
Yes, sir.
About the bedroom assignment, that was all accurate?
Yes, sir.
Who's Jaden Fernandez to you?
Jaden Fernandez, he's my friend.
At least he was your friend?
Yes.
On the outside?
Yes.
How long did you know him for?
I knew Jaden for 2 years.
Where'd you know him from?
School.
Okay, did you guys have classes together?
Nah, he was a grade above me, so we didn't really have any classes together.
So what did you have in common?
We lived right by each other, so we were at the same bus stop, so that's where we kind of met.
When you saw him here yesterday testifying, what did you think?
Objection. Relevance.
Sustained.
Were you fearful about anything Jaden was going to testify against you about?
No, sir.
Let's get this out of the way first thing. Did you shoot and kill Kayla Rincon-Miller?
No, sir.
Do you know who did?
Yes, sir.
We'll get to that in a second. Who pays your bills?
My mom.
Okay. And what did she pay for? She paid for gas?
I didn't really have any bills, but she paid for pretty much everything. Food, housing.
Cell phone?
Cell phone, phone bill.
She was aware that you smoked marijuana?
Yes, sir.
Do you ever do it in the house?
No.
That's an outside thing, right?
Yeah, that
Away
was.
from siblings?
Yeah.
Was your mom comfortable with you going out other places and smoking marijuana?
Yes, sir. She didn't really have any concern about it, just as long as like I'm in like a controlled environment, like not getting in trouble.
So she would rather have eyes on you, you get in trouble at home than elsewhere?
Yes, like she'd rather me do it at the house instead of like being elsewhere and possibly getting in trouble.
She had guns in the home?
Yes, sir.
Right. Tell me about the Glock that she had in the home.
The Glock, it's a Generation 5. It's a 40 caliber. I've had a chance to shoot it myself. I've been to the gun range on multiple different occasions.
Okay. Was anyone with you at the gun range?
Yes, depending on which time, yeah, different people.
Like who?
My brother, my friend Corey went with me one time.
Is that Corey Mormon?
Corey Mormon and DJ Darryl Ford.
Now, Darryl Ford, we've heard his name a couple times. He is the co-owner of the 1911?
Yes, sir.
I said co-owner. What do you mean, like you're co-owner?
Like we would kind of share we would pass the firearm back and forth. He was on probation, so a lot of times I would keep it at my house, and then he ended up getting arrested, and I just kept the firearm while he was incarcerated.
Was your mom aware of that weapon?
No, sir.
Was DJ's mom aware of that weapon?
No, sir.
Was DJ's probation officer with that weapon?
No, sir.
How do you know Christopher Horne Jr.?
I met Christopher from Darryl.
How so?
The first time I met him, we were at Darryl's house, or we were at my house, and Darryl was with me, and he was like, "Do you want Buster to come?" And I was like, sure, because I talked to him on like previous occasions on like Instagram, and it was kind of out of the ordinary for me because I typically had the same friend group, and I had a group chat, and they added Christopher, so it was kind of weird because like I didn't know him, so I kind of like got to know him over like a couple weeks online, like through FaceTime, and he ended up coming to my house one day, and that's when I met him.
On March 17th, you spend the entire day with your family,
Pretty much.
right? During the day,
Yes, sir.
you go to this beach,
Yes, sir.
and Jaden Fernandez is with you,
Yes, sir.
right? And you guys are chatting up girls.
Yes, sir.
Seems pretty wholesome, right?
Yeah.
Do you guys get something to eat?
Yes, sir. After the beach, we get some food.
What kind of food you get?
Wendy's. We had snacks at the beach too with us.
Okay. So then you drop off Jaden Fernandez.
Yes, sir.
And your mom's driving the car?
Yes.
Who, if anyone, contacts you after you drop off Jaden Fernandez?
Christopher or Buster, he was messaging me early in the morning, like asking what I was doing, and we were originally planning. We were planning that spring break to go to Fort Myers Beach. So I think I asked him like, "You still want to go to Fort Myers Beach?"
Narrative response.
Oh,
So I asked him if you want to go to Fort Myers Beach, and we're just kind of in contact throughout the day. And then I was at home, and either I called him or he called me. I don't really recall, but I called him or he called me, and then he was like, "You want to hang out?" And I was like, "Sure."
Okay. Was he aware?
And, huh?
Was he aware that you had access to the rental car?
I told him I had the car. Yeah.
And he was expecting you to come pick him up, right?
Yes, sir.
And he made you aware that he was at a location that was not his house?
Yes, sir. I noticed that.
Okay. It was his friend Derek's house?
Yes, sir.
The one that passed away?
Yes.
Do you know if anybody else he was there with?
I know whose house it was, but I didn't know who they were.
Okay. Were there other people there, obviously?
Yes.
So when you pick him up, we saw the video, right? You picking him up?
Yes, sir.
And you're driving around?
Yes, sir.
So does Chris have any money?
Not that I noticed.
Okay. Is he usually coming over to kind of smoke your weed and hang out?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. Had he ever bought weed from you before?
Yeah, he bought a marijuana cartridge. It's a vape. Yeah.
So a vape pen?
Yeah.
But why use yours when you can smoke yours?
Yeah.
Are you guys smoking marijuana in the car?
Yes, sir. We're smoking not weed, like bud, but like the vape.
The cartridges?
I wasn't smoking it personally, but I was letting him smoke my card.
Okay. Because you're driving?
Yes.
Tell me about this idea that you guys have about going into open cars.
After I picked him up, we drove to the movie theater, and I was just kind of like seeing the area, because I'm from the area. I know a lot of people around there, and I was just driving around there to see if there was anybody I knew to try to find something to do. But that's when Horne kind of suggested the idea to go car hopping, and he kind of tells me the story, how he hit a car in the parking lot and like found some weed and everything. So I was like, okay, but I was like, I don't think this is a good spot though, just because there's so many people out there, and it's like light, cameras, people, like it's a parking lot.
You were nervous about it?
Yeah.
He called it car hopping?
Yes.
Did Chris have a mask with him?
Yes, sir. In the parking lot, he brought when he suggested it, that's when he kind of brought it out and put it on top of his head, like a skull cap almost.
Right. Were you aware that it was actually a ski mask?
Yes, I did. I guess I was.
But he was wearing it like a fashion accessory.
Yeah, a lot of people would do that. Like,
Oh, we'll get that. We'll get to that. So you're driving around, and what happens next? You get a call from Jaden?
So after we're in the parking lot, I was telling him like, it's not a good idea, it's too much light. So I kind of like suggest a better spot in Palmetto Park, and we drive through there, and it was just like, we didn't end up doing anything. So we just ended up driving back to the house, and I think Jaden ended up calling me sometime, and he asked me he was like, do you have any weed? And I was like, yes. And he said he has $20. I was like, okay, I could give you some weed.
Okay.
Like sell him some.
I don't want to give the jurors the wrong idea. You're not like some marijuana kingpin, right?
No, sir.
You had your own stash that you had, you just kind of breaking them up.
Sometimes I would break off to my friends and yeah.
So obviously, when you're selling marijuana, it's kind of a dicey situation. Would you use a messaging platform to sell that? What would you use?
Yes, I did. I had it's an app called Telegram. It's a group. So I would kind of promote it on my Instagram. I would put the link, and it's like pretty much anybody could join it, and I have to accept them into it. And on the Telegram, I would kind of like list. I would get like not a lot of weed, probably like an ounce or 2 ounces, and I would just list it, and it'd just be people I knew, and I would just like sell it to them to make a little money. And just the fact that it's like you buy like 2 ounces, you sell 1 ounce for the same price you bought both of them for, so it's like you have an ounce of smoke for free.
Okay. And you said this was like a link that was on your Instagram page?
Yes, sir.
So Jaden hits you up, you go and pick him up, right?
Yes, sir.
Right, you heard him testify, you guys picked him up. Chris got out of the car.
Not that I remember. I don't remember that.
You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
You ever remember Chris telling Jaden, hey, I want to rob a Chico?
No, sir.
Those words never came out of his mouth as far as you know?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
Now that doesn't mean he didn't say that to Jaden at some point that night.
It's possible.
Okay. So you take Jaden back over to your house?
Yes, sir. And that's where I sell him the weed. That's why I sell it to him.
Okay. Comes back out to the car, and you take him back home?
Yeah.
So afterwards, are you again driving around with Chris looking for cars to check door handles on?
No, sir.
What's the game?
After we drop Jaden off, that's when we get on the live video that the state showed the jurors earlier, and we were just listening to music, and then we cut the live video off, and that's when Chris kind of tells me, he tells me like if I want to hang out with his homeboys. I was like, who? And he's just like, oh yeah, it's some people I know. So I'm like, sure. So yeah.
So how do you know these people?
I don't know them. They're Christopher's friends.
Did he ever mention their names?
Yes, he did.
Okay. When I imagine at some point you picked him up, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you pick him up?
The church.
Were they together, or did you have to wait for each one to arrive?
They were together.
What was their names?
Christopher referred to them as, one of them JD, and the other one's name is Trey.
And you've never seen these people before?
No, sir.
So now, you're driving around for about 20 minutes, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're over there off of Del Prado, off of near 16th?
Yes, by the Marquee Cinemas.
And you guys are just kind of hanging out and doing what, listening to music?
We were just in the car listening to music. It was kind of weird for me because like, I don't know, it feels like I didn't really fit in with them. Like, just their demeanor was a lot different than me. So.
They seem much harder than you?
What do you mean?
Like more thug?
Like what?
Thuggish?
Yeah.
Harder?
Yeah, definitely.
And so you're just driving these guys around?
Pretty much.
Are they smoking your cart?
Yeah. I noticed they smell like marijuana when they got in the car. So I kind of asked them like, oh, were y'all just smoking? And I was passing around the cartridge I had.
So at some point you see the three girls, right?
Yes, sir.
Did any of them look like guys?
No, sir.
You see the three girls, and what do you do?
We're driving down the road and we see the three girls and we're all kind of just looking at them. We're checking them out. Like, we're kind of just like who's the best one? Like, they're like beautiful girls. So we're just kind of like seeing which one looks the best, like off our opinions. So.
Is this when you're kind of driving by real
Yeah.
slow, and you're looking at them, right?
Yeah.
And you kind of like stare at them in your face?
Yeah.
Do you see them look back at you?
Yes, sir.
Does anyone in the car seem to recognize any of the girls?
One of the individuals told me, he said he thinks he recognizes one of them.
Okay. Which girl? Oh, which individual?
The one Bus referred to as JD.
Where was JD sitting?
He was behind me in the driver rear.
Driver rear?
Yes, sir.
So what does he ask you to do, if anything?
We drive down the road and he was like, he tells me to turn around. He's like, he thinks he knows him. And we kind of wanted to say like, what's up type of thing.
Let me ask you this. Were you aware that Chris had your 1911?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a Glock that night?
No, sir.
Did you have a mask?
No, sir.
Did you have anything to cover your face?
No, sir. I had a hoodie.
You had a
that I
hoodie?
put over my head.
Did you have it up?
No, sir.
So you turn around and you approach the three ladies in the room, right?
Yes, sir.
What happens then?
As we're arriving, or as we're pulling up on them, I kind of, I'm kind of like nervous because it's kind of like a weird scenario. Like, JD wants to say what's up, and it's just like, we're on a dark road. It's like they're walking down. So as I'm driving, I flash the high beams to like acknowledge our presence type of thing.
Just say, hey.
Yeah.
Over here.
Yeah. So, and before we get to, I'm thinking, in my head, I'm thinking they're gonna roll down the windows. But as I'm pulling up, JD or someone in the back seat, they crack the door, so the car starts beeping on the dashboard. So I'm like, okay, so I guess they're gonna get out the vehicle.
So when the car door opens and the car's in drive, the door starts beeping?
Yeah, when the vehicle's in drive, it'll beep when the door's open.
Right. And that's how you knew someone had opened the back door?
Yes, sir.
And you can see that no one had opened the front door?
Yes, sir. Christopher was right there. He didn't open it.
So the back door is crack open in your words?
Yeah, it was just slightly cracked.
What happened then?
As we get up, we get out the car, and everybody, I look back because I'm kind of expecting JD to like say something. And as he's getting out of the vehicle, I noticed him. When I first seen him, I noticed he had what I thought at the time it was a do-rag, but turns out to be a ski mask. He pulls the ski mask down, and I'm just looking at him. He pulls firearm out, runs up, and then they're trying to rob these girls. Everybody.
All right, so The 3 doors open, your door is already open, right?
Yes, sir.
But do you leave your driver's side door?
I stand by the driver's side door at first.
All right. Who approaches the white girl that we know as MRI?
Christopher.
All right, so Buster goes to that.
Yes, sir.
Who goes to Lewin?
Trey.
Trey.
Yes, sir.
What is Trey wearing?
Trey, he was wearing a red jacket, I think, red hoodie.
Red hoodie?
Yeah.
Okay. Did it have anything on the front of it?
Not that I remember.
And who goes to Kayla?
JD.
What's JD wearing?
JD has all black.
Is he wearing anything to cover his face?
Yes.
Does JD have a gun?
Yes.
Does Chris have a gun?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not Trey has a gun?
Not 100. He had to, yeah.
You're assuming that he did?
Yeah.
So what's going on at this scene? You're kind of seeing this unfold before you. What's happening?
I'm just, well, it was in moments. It was like, as they get out the car, it's within 10 seconds. Christopher runs up to Emma, Trey runs up to Deja, and JD's at Kayla. And everybody's kind of like struggling. And out of the 3 of them, I kind of noticed Kayla and JD, they're kind of almost in like altercation. They're fighting.
Like hands flying?
Yeah, like it's like they're moving back and forth, like looks like they're fighting. Like Kayla's defending herself from them.
What do you do?
So at this point, I kind of run up to separate them. Like, and before I even get up, that's when the gun went off.
So before you even arrived at the 2 of them, the gun had gone off?
Yes, sir.
When the gun went off, what did you do?
I was shocked. I was shocked. I was like, oh shit, or something
Along those
to that
lines.
effect.
Did you hear someone yell, "Why did you shoot her? Why'd you shoot?"
Yes, sir.
You guys got back in the car, right?
Yes, sir. We all ran back to the vehicle.
And then you took off.
Yes, I took off. Pulled off.
Just to be clear, were you aware there was going to be a robbery?
No, sir.
Your plan was first off to go into open cars, right?
Yeah, check door handles.
And then hang out with these 2 boys.
Yes, sir.
With Chris. So, do you go back to the church at that point, or do you go back to your house?
No, sir. We go directly back to my house.
Okay. Are you freaking out?
Yes, sir.
What's the situation like in the car?
I couldn't even drive straight. I don't know. They were telling me like drive straight, and I couldn't drive correctly, and it was just chaos at first, but on the way back it was awkward. It was silence the whole time, pretty much.
What was the guy that had pulled the trigger? What was he doing, JD?
On the way back.
Yeah.
He was panicking. Everybody was panicking, and as we're leaving, it starts to calm down, and then out of nowhere he really starts panicking, noticing he starts saying something about the shell casing. He's like, the shell casing, and he tells me to drive back. He tells me to drive back to the scene, and at this time I'm already like 4 minutes away, so I'm like, no. I'm like, no, that's not a good idea. So, and he's like, my fingerprints are on it, and he's like really worried about the shell casing. And then it just kind of quiet from there on out.
All right, so when you get back to your house, what do you do?
When I get back to the house, Trey and JD, they just go their separate ways. They leave to their house or wherever they were at.
You don't know if anyone comes to pick them up?
No, they just kind of left. Like, they didn't even have the chance to go into the house or anything. They just kind of got out at the driveway.
And they just took off?
Yes, sir.
What about Buster?
Buster stayed with me.
Okay. Was he freaking out too?
Yes.
What, if anything, did he say that you guys had to do?
We were at the house just kind of like panicking, like going over, like, I'm just like, I didn't know what happened. So it was like, I'm just telling him like, why did y'all do that type of thing? Like, I'm just driving a car, like, not knowing what's going on. So, and then he kind of tells me, he's like, that's when he kind of suggests to me like that we burn the hoodies. And I tell him like, why do I need to burn the hoodie? Like, I just got this new jacket. So I was like, I didn't want to burn it. And he's like, the police might identify it. So I just went along with it.
It was a Nike Tech jacket?
Yeah, it was a Nike Tech.
They're not cheap.
No, sir.
But you burn it anyway, right?
Yes, sir.
You burn it with the red hoodie that Christopher Horne is wearing.
Yes, sir.
Does Chris still have the 1911 that he was holding?
Yes, sir.
Does he ever get rid of it?
Not at the time, sir.
Do you know whether or not the 1911 had bullets in it?
Not that I'm aware of.
When you got back?
Oh, yeah, it did have bullets in it, yeah.
So, where did the 1911 come from?
It came from me.
Okay. How?
When I picked Christopher up, he asked me if I had the gun, and I said yes. And he wanted to hold it, so I was like, we're going to be together through the night anyway, so I wasn't minding him holding it.
Okay. Did you ever see him take the bullets out of the gun?
Not that I remember. He might have. I don't know.
Had you ever shot the gun before?
Yes, I have on a previous occasion.
How many bullets, if any, were in the magazine, to your knowledge?
I think the magazine holded 8 bullets.
Okay. All right, so you're back at the house. Chris is there with you.
Yes, sir.
You heard Mr. Horne testify that you guys get into a physical altercation. You hold up a gun, and there's a stove-piped shell casing sticking out the top.
Yes, sir.
Did that happen?
No, sir.
You didn't take the stove-piped shell casing out and throw it into a toilet?
Absolutely not.
What was that Glock?
Or was the Glock?
Yeah.
It most likely was in my mom's safe. My mom kind of had control of all that.
Okay. Did you have a key to the safe?
I didn't have my own key, but I would sometimes, the key was on her keychain, and sometimes I would be slick and I would steal the key off of it, and sometimes I would go in the safe and take the gun.
Okay. And then you guys would make those horrible rap videos that we had to listen to, right?
Yes, sir.
So again, we're there that night. It's after the shooting. What's Chris saying to you, if anything?
Objection as to hearsay.
I'm sorry, what?
It's an objection as to hearsay.
Ooh.
What was the question?
What, if anything, did Chris say to you?
When? The night after?
No, the night of. Did you guys get into a fight?
No, sir.
Did you ultimately take him home?
My mother did.
Did you give his dad the wrong address?
Not intentionally.
But you put your address into his phone for his dad?
Yes, sir.
So Chris definitely had his phone then?
Yeah.
Did you see anyone else that he was texting with after that happened?
Not that I noticed.
Is Chris waiting inside for the ride, or is he waiting outside?
I think when I typed the address in, he was waiting outside for like 20 minutes, and then he came back in, and I was kind of surprised. I was like your ride didn't come? And he was like, He was like, nah, the address is wrong. And I looked at it and I was like, I guess it was wrong. And I clicked on it and it was like somewhere in Port Charlotte.
So he goes home then?
My mom gets back from the gym with my brother, and I asked her if she could drop him off.
And she does.
Yes, sir.
The following morning, your mom's approached by the Horne family to meet. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you go.
Yes, sir, I go with her.
At some point during that morning, you had a conversation with Buster, and you wanted to go to the police. Is that correct?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
And did I want to go to the police?
That you wanted to go to the police. You were going to call 911.
I didn't want to go to the police.
But you felt like you had to, right?
Almost. But I was kind of scared to do so.
Of course.
Objection as to the remark of counsel on the testimony.
I'll withdraw.
Let's just move on.
So you and your mom drive to a park where you meet with the Horne family, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you go back to, I guess, his grandma's house?
Yes.
It's Maldana's house?
I didn't know whose house it was.
Was it there that Christopher Horne Sr. was giving you and your mom advice on how to get rid of evidence?
Yes, sir.
Was it there that he offered to pay for your legal services?
I think possibly.
Or that might have been some other time?
I might have seen it somewhere, and I heard something about it. So I think somewhere he did say something to that effect.
They were concerned that if you got caught.
That I was going to say something.
Right. And obviously it was going to come back to you because.
Objection as to leading.
Sustained.
Were you concerned that it was going to come back to you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Why?
Because the car was rented by my mom, and I'm her son.
And you weren't wearing a mask?
No.
Right? And it wasn't like you were trying to hide your identity, right?
No.
Especially when you rolled up on these girls at 5 miles an hour, you're looking right in the eye.
Objection as to leading.
Sustained.
So you had a concern that was going to come back to you. What? And they had a concern that you were going to talk if you got arrested.
Yes.
Objection as to leading.
Sustained.
Did you have a concern it was going to come back to you?
Yes, sir.
Were they concerned that you would talk if you got arrested?
Yes, sir.
Did you ultimately get arrested?
Yes, sir.
How long after?
2 days after.
2 days. Where'd they arrest you?
Off Bayshore.
You were driving with your mom?
Yes, sir.
When you got arrested, they brought you in for questioning, is that right?
Yes, sir.
They started asking you questions,
Yeah.
and you asked them whether or not you were a suspect.
That's true.
When they confirmed that you are, is that when you asked for a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned something about a setup.
Yes, sir.
Did you feel like you were being set up?
Somewhat, yes. I kind of felt like I was almost being like taken advantage of, just because I could drive and I didn't know these people, so definitely.
You were afraid that you were a patsy.
Objection as to leading.
Sustained.
Were you afraid that you were a patsy?
Yes, sir.
Just like that.
You may.
Sue?
Mr. Stein, at the time of the murder in March of 2024, you were 16 years old?
Yes, sir. Or yes, ma'am.
Driving around your mom's rental car?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you steal that from her, or did she give you permission to drive it?
Objection, Judge, relevance.
Sustained.
Did she
No,
give me
you don't
permission?
have to answer the question. She can ask.
And the night of the murder, you were okay with your friend smoking weed in the car, but you were going to be the responsible driver and not smoke marijuana while you were driving?
Yes, ma'am. I didn't really like being under the influence while I'm like driving or like at school or scenarios like that.
But your mom didn't want you to smoke weed at home, right?
She allowed me to just because she didn't want me to smoke in like different areas where I could potentially get in trouble.
Oh, I misunderstood. So your mom did let you smoke weed at home because that was the controlled environment?
Yes, but not in the house though, only outside.
So on the property, but not inside the home?
Yeah, that was no go.
And you've heard about the Glock 27 we've been talking about during this trial and the 1911, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Both of those guns that have been discussed in this trial are your guns, is that right?
No, ma'am.
No? Which one is not your gun?
The Glock 27.
Whose gun is that?
That's my mother's.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's a gun that your mom bought for herself?
Yeah, that's my mother's gun.
So it's not true that your mom bought it for you?
That's not true.
And you said you went several times to the gun range with various people?
Yes, ma'am.
And how old were you doing that?
16.
And what gun ranges were letting 16-year-olds go practice in the gun range?
I think all gun ranges allow it. It just, your parent has to sign a waiver saying, like they're kind of there with you.
So your mom brought you and your 16-year-old friends to the gun range to practice playing with the guns?
To practice, kind of just for like self-defense type thing. Not self-defense, but just kind of have fun.
How many times have you hung out with Christopher Horne?
Probably like 3 or 4 times.
In total?
Like somewhere around there. 3 or 4 times, maybe 5.
And in those 3 to 4 times, I think you indicated that he was always smoking your weed and wanting rides?
Pretty much.
So the times that you hung out with him on those 3 to 4 occasions, you were always driving him around and supplying him weed?
Yes, ma'am.
But you charged Jaden Fernandez for marijuana, isn't that right?
Yes, ma'am.
But you didn't charge Christopher Horne?
When I'm with him, I'm not just like selling him. Like if I'm smoking, I'm not gonna just like sell it to him. I'll just let him smoke it with me, or like just being like friends. Like I'm not gonna charge him just to smoke with me.
The person that you knew and hung out with 3 to 4 times, you weren't going to charge him to smoke?
Not with me. But if he wanted to buy something, I would let him.
Now, when Jaden Fernandez contacted you to buy weed on the night of the murder, he wanted how much?
$20 worth.
How much is that?
2 grams.
So and there was a little dispute that night about whether you'd actually given him 2 grams or 1.9 grams, isn't that right? It's not a large amount of weed, is it?
Yeah, it was. I don't really remember him saying anything about it, but I think on the scale of like 1.9, and it was supposed to be 2 grams, so I didn't think it was a big issue.
But that's your friend that you've been friends with for quite a long time, right?
Yeah, like the missing amount was probably like $1 worth, so it wasn't an issue.
And you spent all day with Jaden Fernandez at the beach?
Yes, ma'am.
Had a good time together?
Yes, ma'am.
And he asks you for $20 of 2 grams of weed and you sell it to him instead of giving it to him?
Yes, ma'am.
But that's because you're running an operation through this Telegram app, is that right?
Pretty much.
Okay, so you're using your Instagram to advertise your business, your weed selling business on Telegram?
Yes.
So you're not going to give away your product?
It depends on who, like, my friends are. I might, like, bless them up or just give them something for free.
And going back to March 17th, that night, once you left your home with that Pathfinder, you were the driver the entire night, is that fair? I'm sorry, I was speaking over you. Was that a yes or no?
Yes, ma'am.
And I believe you said you were okay with the car hopping, but you weren't okay with doing things other than car hopping. That's your testimony today?
Yes, ma'am. I wasn't aware anything else was going to happen.
But if your testimony is that if you had been made aware, you would have said, nope, I'm not participating in this.
Absolutely.
And you would have turned the car right back around and taken everyone back home.
Most likely.
Well, most likely, or
I
no?
Objection, Judge. Speculation. They're talking about hypotheticals at this point.
I think it's been asked and answered, so sustained, but
And in fact, when Christopher Horne had suggested going car hopping, you actually just wanted to do it closer in a location where there weren't so many people who could potentially catch you. Isn't that true?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's your testimony that after you dropped Jaden Fernandez off that night, that you were simply listening to music and hanging out with Christopher Horne?
Yes, after I dropped Jadon off, that's when we got on the live video.
Oh, so that live video where you all were rapping about lots of different things, that was the listening to music?
What do you mean rapping about different types of things?
Well, you tell me, what was that song about?
That was...
Ooh. Good.
Oh, what was the song about?
Mm-hmm.
The song, that was Christopher's song. That wasn't me rapping. That was just a song on the stereo.
Oh, that was just playing in
Yeah.
the car that you're driving.
Yes, ma'am.
He's launched this song on the
He has
stereo.
the aux port on Bluetooth.
So I understand that you're saying it's Christopher's song, but what was the song about?
About telling, like, I heard him say something like, oh, that pussy telling, and stuff of that sort. I think he said something about shooting someone. Like, I don't really remember. I only heard it for a little bit.
So the song that you're playing on, doing the live on your Instagram, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You're scrolling through while you're driving, shouting out people who are commenting to you and Chris, isn't that right?
I gave the phone to Chris, and that's kind of when he was showing the firearm that I gave him, and then he kind of passed it to me after that, and I was just like, I had it sitting down on my lap while I was driving, and then that's when I said, I noticed people joining out of news, so I was like saying what's up to them.
And now somewhere in this time, Christopher Horne said he wanted to pick up some other friends.
Yes, ma'am.
And what is it that you all were gonna do?
Just hang out.
Where?
What Chris told me. I don't know, just go somewhere.
Well, you're the driver. What was the plan?
We didn't have any particular like thing planned. We just kind of going in the moment.
The church where you're saying you picked them up is in North Fort Myers, isn't that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Your home is in North Fort Myers, isn't that right?
Yes, ma'am. Right down the road.
And you picked up Christopher and brought him back all the way to where your home is in North Fort Myers, isn't that right?
Yes, ma'am. We drove. We didn't drive directly back to the house. We drove. That's when we drove through the AMC. Then back to my house, and that's kind of when we picked up Jaden, and then that's kind of where we picked up Buster's friends at the church.
All over in North Fort Myers.
Yes, ma'am.
And for some reason, you drove all the way down to Cape Coral
Yes, ma'am.
to the Marquee Cinemas.
Yes.
Well, were you going to go to the movies?
No, ma'am.
Were you going to go to a restaurant there?
No, ma'am.
So when you're saying that you're hanging out, does that just mean driving around?
Yeah, I would consider that hanging out, just in the vehicle. I didn't know them, so it was awkward for me. Just
It's-
but I don't know.
It sounds like it would be awkward since you're saying you don't know who these people are,
Yes.
but you're going to hang out with them for an indefinite period of time?
Not indefinite, just for the night.
Well, when were you going to drop them back off?
I'm not sure.
Where were you going to drop them back off?
I don't know. They came to me in a car,
What car?
a white car.
A white car?
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of car was it?
I don't recall. I know it was a 4-door.
Was that an SUV?
No, ma'am. A car.
Like a sedan kind of car?
Yes.
And the only thing you remember about it is that it was white?
Yeah, light colored vehicle. It might have been gray, maybe white, from what I
So-
remember.
A light or white 4-door car?
Sedan. Yeah.
Newer car, older car?
Somewhere it was probably like, I don't really remember. It was probably like a 2005, 2010,
2005 or 2010?
somewhere around that range.
And the white car rolled up to you. Someone else was driving the white car, or did one of these two individuals drive the white car?
Someone else was driving the car.
You know who that person was?
No, man.
So they dropped them off so that you could pick them up?
Pretty much. We met at the church.
And now, again, this is the church that's in North Fort Myers. This is not where Christopher Horne lives, isn't that right?
Yes, ma'am. It's a church in the middle of the neighborhood.
And he lived in Cape Coral,
Yes.
but this is a church near your home.
Yes, ma'am.
That's an answer, Judge. Objection.
It's the same.
Now, you've named two people here today that you say were the ones involved in the shooting.
Yes, ma'am.
JD.
JD and Trey.
Well, let's talk about JD. I assume that's a male.
Yes, ma'am.
What did he look like?
Black male. Probably had short hair. He had something over his head, so I couldn't really tell.
What was he wearing?
From what I remember, he was wearing black.
All black?
I think so.
Have any kind of accent?
He just kind of talked with slang, like.
And what about Trey? What did he look like? Well, I assume I should
Trey.
clarify, that's a male also.
Yes, ma'am.
And what did he look like?
Trey was more brown skin or like light skinish than black, and he kind of had it looked like he had dreads.
And what was he wearing?
He was wearing a red hoodie or jacket or shirt.
Was he matching Christopher Horne?
They were both wearing red, yeah.
Was he wearing a red hoodie or a red shirt?
It might have been a shirt. I'm not 100% sure.
But you don't remember.
I know it was a red top.
And so they were vaping and smoking in your rental car after you picked them up.
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to make sure that I understand where everyone was positioned in the car. You were in the driver's seat.
Yes, ma'am.
Chris Horne was in the passenger seat. Directly behind you was JD.
Yep. And Trey was in the rear passenger.
And remind me again, which one of them is who you said today is the one who shot Kayla?
JD.
So he popped out from behind your seat.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, you've indicated you were wearing a Nike Tech,
Yes, ma'am.
but did it have a hood or no hood?
It had a hood.
You just didn't have it up?
No, ma'am.
The collar wasn't popped?
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, the part that holds the hoodie wasn't up, is that right?
No, I didn't have the hoodie up.
And you don't know which of the people in the back seat opened which one of the people in the back seat of the car opened the car first?
I'm not 100% sure. I just knew it was someone in the back seats. You mean when they like cracked the door open before we?
Right, you said that one of them opened the door and so it caused the car to beep.
Yeah, they cracked it. They didn't open it. They just cracked it.
But you don't know which one of them opened it
Okay.
first. But again, going back to what the plan was for that night, it's your testimony that you weren't going to go rob someone.
Yes, ma'am.
You'd abandoned the plan of car hopping.
That's what we were going to do, and then it just kind of, that's when you've seen these girls, nothing was ever planned. I didn't know anything was going to happen.
How many times did you drive past the girls?
I think we drove past them one time and then made the U-turn, and then that's when I think that's when everybody got out. It might have been, I think we might have possibly drove past them one more time, but I don't really remember.
In fact, you drove past them once, twice, and a third time before you turned around and flashed them with your high beams, isn't that right?
Yes, ma'am. I think so.
And in that time that you're circling back and forth, y'all aren't discussing what's going to happen when y'all stop?
No, man, we were just talking about, like I said, JD said he might have knew her. I don't know which one he was referring to, but he said he might have knew her, and like they wanted to say what's up. In my head, I'm thinking they just want to talk to her, like not talk to her, but like hit on her.
In fact, aren't you building up your nerve by driving back and forth to jump out and do this robbery together?
No, ma'am.
And when you get out of the car, and everybody gets out of the car, it's your testimony that you stayed and watched while everything happened?
Yes, ma'am, for a moment.
Until you decided, of the three of them, you were gonna go and try and rescue Kayla from JD. Is that what your testimony is?
I wouldn't say rescue. I just noticed out of the three of them, like Kayla and JD, they were really struggling the most out of them, and like JD, it looked like he was like about to attack her, like possibly maybe hit her with a gun. So I just kind of went up to separate them.
In fact, what happened, didn't you run directly to Kayla yourself out of the driver's seat?
No, ma'am.
Before you can even get there, these shots ring out, is what your testimony is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
But exactly what is it that you were going to do between JD, who you don't know and is more thug than you, who's beating up Kayla or fighting with her? What was the plan of what you were going to do?
I didn't really have anything set in mind. I just kind of like was like, my intentions were to just go up and like separate them, and because like they're pretty much fighting in an altercation.
So the shots ring out, and then you step in and say, it's okay, Kayla, I'm going to help you.
No, ma'am.
You turn to Emma and Luann and say, it's okay, I've got this, we're going to get you help.
No, ma'am.
No, in fact, you jumped back in the car and
Let's
raced.
check. Council's got to let the witness finish testifying.
He did.
You got back in your car and you raced all the way home.
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't stay to help Kayla, who'd been shot.
No, ma'am.
You didn't help Luann or Emma, who had dropped to the ground in fear.
No, ma'am.
But it's your testimony that you'd tried to intervene between this JD person who was fighting with Kayla.
Yes, ma'am.
When you get back in the car, where is this shooter? Where is he sitting in the car?
He gets back in the same seat he was in.
Behind you.
Yes, ma'am.
And a few minutes into this ride that you're racing back home, he says, oh, I left evidence at the scene and I want to go back. Is that right?
Yeah, he said the shell casing, he thought the shell casing was at the scene because I guess his gun was a semi-automatic. So
the guy sitting behind you with a gun, who you don't know, and is more thug than you,
yes, ma'am.
is telling you to return to the scene,
Yes.
and you say, oh, no, I can't do that. We got to get home.
I just thought, at the moment I was just panicked, and I'm just thinking it's crazy. Like,
Who's Kalina?
Kalina, that was a female friend I was talking to.
And you talked to her or tried to talk to her the night of the murder?
Yes, I did call her.
Why?
So after this was after Horne left, I was just I was stressed out. Like, I didn't know what was happening, like, really, like, what went on. I'm just trying to wrap my mind around it. So I'm just kind of stressing, and I just wanted someone to talk to, type of thing. And I made a few phone calls that night.
Who's Daniel Martin?
Daniel Martin, that's my friend.
Who? How are you associated with him?
He's my friend.
Okay. And you called him the night of the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you talk to him?
I don't remember. I don't think he picked up.
And what were you going to talk to him about?
I don't know. I was just trying to talk to somebody, clear my mind. I wasn't going to speak on what I just saw, but I just wanted to talk to somebody about anything.
And then immediately the next morning, after you had really wanted to talk to someone, you and your mom, or actually your mom returned the rental car to Hertz, isn't that right?
My mother returned the car.
And you were obviously concerned that the car would come back to you. You testified to that, right?
Yes.
And your testimony is that you felt that you were being set up?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, when you met with Christopher Horne and his family, you'd already gotten rid of the Glock 27, isn't that right?
Afterwards. Say that again?
When you met with Christopher Horne and his family, you'd already gotten rid of the Glock 27, isn't that true?
No, ma'am.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor? I need just a moment, please. And you did go meet with Christopher Horne and his family, right?
Yes, ma'am.
To figure out what to do about this mess?
I wasn't, it wasn't planned or anything. They just kind of showed up to my house out of nowhere. And I walked in the living room and saw my mom out there talking to them. So I was like, I didn't know who it was. So I just went out there to see. And I seen Buster in the back seat.
You never met with JD again?
No, I never seen JD after that.
Never met with
Never heard
Trey?
from him. No, ma'am.
The only people, person, or family you met up with was Christopher Horne and his family?
Yes, ma'am.
I have no further questions.
You good?
Ms. Wolf mentioned that you were driving back and forth, building up your nerve, right? She asked you about that on cross-examination?
Yes.
How fast did you pass them? How fast were you driving when you passed them by?
From what I remember, we were going pretty slow.
Okay. And you had nothing covering your face?
No, sir.
And you were looking right at them, checking them out?
Yes, sir.
You weren't building up your nerve, right?
No, sir.
Are you nervous here today?
A little bit, yes.
A lot of it, right? When you met with the Horns family, the Stewarts, they were giving you instructions on how to dispose of the evidence. Is that
Objection
true?
asked and answered on direct.
Overruled is that objection.
Objection as to relevance and outside the scope of cross.
Oh,
What was the question?
They were telling you how to dispose of evidence, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. And they told you how to get rid of the Glock.
No.
All right. They told you had to get rid of the Glock.
No.
What happened to it?
I sold the Glock.
Okay. How?
On Telegram.
Were you scared that having a gun would link you to this crime?
I didn't have a gun. The only gun I had was the 1911, but Christopher kind of took it when he left that night.
Did you see him discard the gun?
No, sir.
Did he ever tell you what he did with the gun?
Yes.
What did he do with it?
He told me in jail, he told me he threw it in the river.
Okay. Did he tell you which one?
Yes.
Which one?
The one behind his dad, the canal behind his dad's house.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
all right. All right, sir, you can sit down. All right, Mr. Wheeler.
This time to the rest.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to send you back to the juror for a few minutes. We're going to talk scheduling. I'm also going to ask you some questions about scheduling when you come back up. So we'll send you back there.
All right.
So the record reflects the jury's exited the courtroom. So scheduling wise, at this point, it's 5:30, but the state and defense have rested. I can clear my calendar for Monday, presuming everybody's in the jury is okay to come back on Monday, where we can do closing arguments and also our charge conference as well first, and then do closing arguments. Is that okay with both parties?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's fine. We still want to have the potential opportunity for a rebuttal witness, but we'll talk about that. If we do, it would be very short. Not for today, but for Monday before we.
Well, I kind of like to know for scheduling purposes.
I need time to think about it based on what Mr. Stein said on the stand.
Okay. But are you talking about one rebuttal witness?
Correct.
Okay. All right. And you're okay to come back Monday?
I am, Judge.
Okay.
I'm here at the court's.
I don't think it'd be appropriate to try and make the jury wait and for us to do our charge conference, closing arguments, and all that, and have them start deliberating tonight, because I think it would be very, very late. And they've been here all day.
Right, Judge. Does the court want to have them come back on noon on Monday? That way we can do what we need to do in the morning?
Noon might be a little bit late. I would be okay with a little bit later Monday morning. Let me just see. Hold on. Right now, my judicial assistant is scrambling, trying to figure out what she's going to do with the hearing scheduled Monday morning. So, let me just take a look. I'll tell you what I'll do. Let me take a short recess. I'll go upstairs and make sure I can accomplish everything and what time would be appropriate to start back on Monday. My inclination right now, I'll just tell you, is probably around 9 o'clock. But let me just see what else I've got.
Just so we know it's 5:30, the jurors are back, they're kind of waiting for us to.
I'm in a hurry. I'm in a hurry. I'm not going to keep anybody waiting unnecessarily. All right, we'll be in short recess.
All righty. Well, it sounds like we're about at it for today. So two strangers did it? And they've got it all wrong here that neither one of these boys should be on trial for the shooting? Sounds like bullshit to me. I felt like Thomas was really practiced and coached. And at one point, he was asked if there were bullets in the gun that Christopher had. And he said, no, it didn't have bullets. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, it did. Yeah, it had bullets. Way too much detail. Also, they have no record of a stop in a church parking lot to pick up two strange guys who drove a white car. And they have the GPS data from the rental car. Like, it just doesn't track. So much doesn't track. I don't believe Thomas at all. And it's weird to me that, like, he's saying neither one of them fired the gun. Just don't think that's true. So they're going to come back here shortly to schedule for Monday and release the jury for tonight. And then it sounds like jury will be back at 9, but they'll be back earlier to come up with the charging document. And I'm sure jury instructions type work. I think this judge has about had it with a lot of bullshit that's gone on today. He seems very frustrated with the defense. I don't know. And how those boys are telling two completely different stories. And I don't know, man. I believe Christopher.
Right? I'm frustrated with the defense too, sweet relief. I believe Christopher. Thomas is way too practiced and polished. That's been worked on. That story's been worked on a whole lot. So I don't know. What do y'all think? You're frustrated with the defense too? Oh, where are the strangers? Right. Where are they? It's not like the police haven't tried to find them. They have. And they have interviewed a whole bunch of family members and friends of these boys. And they cannot connect anyone else to that scene but these two. Yeah, he wasn't practiced on cross. It's true. The prosecutor rattled him a few times. Definitely not nearly as practiced there. So I don't know. I wonder what the jury's thinking right now. Sounds like prosecution may have a rebuttal witness on Monday, so we'll see uh, if that happens, and then there will be jury instructions and closing statements, and then they'll turn this case over. So we shall see. Today has been pretty mind blowing. Pretty mind blowing. Thanks for joining me. I'll leave the stream up through the end of the scheduling, and then I will see you on Monday.
All right, let the record reflect, state's present, defense counsel, defendant are present. I reviewed my schedule upstairs. Here's what I would propose is, obviously we'll let the jury go. I have arraignments at 8:30 on Monday, so I would do those. It shouldn't take too long. I would have everybody, the attorneys, be back here at 9 o'clock so that we can go over and do our charge conference, go over jury instructions, and then have the jurors come back here at 10. Is that?
That's fair. Judge, I would just ask, the court had instructed me to send out what we believe would be the final instructions to Mr. Wheeler. I sent the instructions out on Sunday, the original, and then we tweaked some and resent them. And I'd asked if he would respond if there's any changes or corrections. I didn't hear from him, but I would ask that over the weekend that he gives us that time to talk about it, so we don't spend so much time Monday morning.
No, I want you to communicate between now and then.
Yes.
All right, Judge.
Okay, so if you've got changes or anything like that, like I said, all of y'all are excellent attorneys, and I think to communicate over the weekend, and what you don't agree on, obviously, will be litigated, and so we can address that on Monday morning. But I just don't want to come in Monday morning and everybody say, "Oh, we haven't looked at it,"
Right.
You know, including the state or anybody else, because I know y'all are busy and getting ready doing other things, getting ready for closings and all that. But like I said, you can't finish a trial without jury instructions, so they're pretty vital in terms of finishing the case. So,
Is the state asking for lessers?
what's that?
Yeah, we have all the mandatory lessons. All the lessers are in. Everything's in that we set in the original packet. These are all standard instructions. I put in there. There's some blue highlighted that we think we should ask.
I see you've got about 53 pages of instructions to read.
I thought it was 70, but
Okay.
53. Then that sounds.
Well, make
good.
sure that's correct, but whatever I have to read, I will. But
And I did realize the principal instruction should have been inserted in a few more places, so we'll make sure that's inserted where it needs to
All right.
be. But other than that, it just that Mr. Wheeler, I've looked them over numerous times. I've had numerous people in my
Certainly.
office look them over, so he can just let me know.
Judge, if Ms. Miller would just be so kind as to highlight the changes she's made to the standard jury instructions, I might not have a problem.
I did it in blue, and I put that in email for the blue highlight.
all right, there you go.
Please look. There could be. Judge Thompson knows it. I am known to make errors in spelling or anything in jury, so please look them over.
Not very often. All right. But yeah, just please look over those and communicate with opposing counsel over the weekend on the jury instructions. If it's all right, I'm going to bring the jury back in, excuse them, giving them the same caution instruction, and let them go home for the weekend, come back Monday morning at 10 a.m. Is that agreeable?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I
Yes,
will
sir.
not be packing on Sunday to go to the DNA conference. So.
The what?
I have a DNA conference I'm supposed to be at all next week, but that's okay.
Okay.
Trial takes precedent.
I have a human trafficking start since it started Monday.
All right.
Is the court's practice to charge and then go into closings, or close?
Closings, and then I read the instructions.
All right, Judge, thank you.
Yeah. And then that's why I think I read it in the preliminary instructions to the jury as well. Okay. All right. Let's bring the jury back in. And of course, I'm going to inquire of the jurors, make sure there's no conflicts with their schedules for Monday too. So we'll address those as they come up if there are any.
Jurors entering.
All right, please be seated. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I've discussed scheduling with the attorneys. Now I'm going to discuss scheduling with you. Obviously, it's 5:45 on Friday, and so the question for you all is there anybody, by a show of hands, who is not available on Monday morning? Seeing no hands. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to have you come back on Monday morning at 10 a.m., okay? Give a little extra time to get in here. But is there anybody that can't be here Monday morning at 10 a.m. for us to resume with the rest of the case here? Okay. Then we will let you go. Remember my instruction. Don't watch local TV, read local newspapers, any online news or anything like that. Don't do research, discuss anything about this case among yourselves, with your family members or friends. And we'll see you back here Monday morning at 10 a.m. With that, your excuse, just leave your notepads here. We'll get back to you on Monday. Let the record reflect jury's exited the courtroom. Anything else I need to address prior to Monday morning at 9 a.m. for you all?
Not from the state.
All right. Have a good weekend. Travel safely. See you Monday morning at 9 a.m. Like I said, now I'll be in here doing arraignments at 8:30, so it'll be kind of crowded in here. But if you need to get in here to set up anything or whatever, we'll figure it out. Okay?
Thank you, Judge.
All right.